Picture yourself within the Victorian era, as one of the many going in droves to the big cities to seek their fortune. What kind of trade will you take up? You see, the Victorian era saw rapid industrial growth, lots of opportunity, but with that, a host of dirty, dangerous, and downright dreadful occupations. The poorest in society often toiled in horrific conditions just to survive, with no other choice but to carry on. I figured that we'd talk about 5 of these jobs today, and in part 2 of the video I'll talk about another 5, if there are enough comments requesting it. So, thank you in advance for liking and subscribing, and a greater thank you to those on the Patreon supporting the channel. Let us begin today as we go back to those miserable streets of Victorian London. Now, when we think of the Victorian era, we certainly have this image of a chimney sweep, don't we? We have those Dickensian stories that are somewhat responsible for putting this idea into our heads. And yes, the reality comes with a lot less singing and merriment. Cleaning soot from inside narrow chimneys, that was their responsibility. But the one thing that was true about the Dickensian method of showing us this kind of occupation was that, indeed, it was frequently young children who were doing this job. With a brush or scraper in hand, climbing boys, or sometimes girls, but usually boys, as young as 4 or even 5 years old, would shimmy up the flue to remove the accumulation of ash and soot. Not an easy job. They had to use elbows, knees, and just shimmy up with their backs to scrape the chimney walls as they made their way through narrow, winding brick passageways that in some places were only about 9 inches wide. While the child workers typically received only food, a place to sleep, or a meager wage for their dangerous labor, the older master sweeps, as they were called, oversaw them and collected fees from the clients. Of course, one can imagine that the conditions were notoriously terrible, and that is going to be a prevailing theme for this entire video. They came out of chimneys covered from head to toe in soot, working entirely without protective gear such as gloves or masks. Many lived in filthy conditions, with the master sweep after being sold by impoverished parents or as orphans. In order to keep the kids small enough to fit into chimneys, the masters had a very interesting method. They didn't give them much food. They gave them a little, but just enough to keep them thin enough to do the job. It was a very dark, claustrophobic, and difficult experience to breathe inside the flue. Their skin would be scraped and cut by the sharp bricks. A child would occasionally become trapped in a chimney too, frantic as they became wedged in the slender shaft. In severe situations, ruthless parents would even light a fire underneath to push a terrified child upward, putting them at risk of burns or asphyxiation, a practice which was, thankfully, later outlawed. Workdays began early in the morning, and might involve climbing and crawling up and down several chimneys throughout the town until they were just too tired to continue. Chimney sweeps had long-term health effects, as one can imagine. Lung damage and chronic respiratory issues were brought on by soot inhalation. Their skin was constantly irritated by coal tar and ash, which caused excruciating eye inflammation and coughing fits. One of the earliest known industrial cancers, actually, chimney sweeps cancer, was infamously common in teenage sweepers. There's only a few years you can go until you get something like that. In 1775, Sir Percival Pott actually discovered this disease, so this is quite early, a squamous cell carcinoma of the scrotum, and connected it to exposure to soot. Victims experienced potentially lethal foul sores, and they even got the name soot warts. Due to years of their bending, their developing bodies in narrow chimneys, many sweeps had malformed ankles, knees, and spines. Suffocation if trapped, or unconscious in the smoke, was a constant risk, as was falling from roofs and chimneys too. But surely they were well compensated for this. Well, I'm afraid not. Child chimney sweepers made very little money. The child climbers received little more than the bare necessities of food and shelter. Although a master sweep might charge his clients a few shillings per chimney, always somebody at the top. For their efforts, some kids got a few pennies or a small amount of food. In essence, rather than being paid workers, the majority of climbing boys were indentured servants. Chimney sweeping services were inexpensive and common in urban areas due to the low cost of child labor. Climbing boys were gradually replaced by professional adult sweeps with long brushes by the middle of the 19th century, but only after legislation and public outcry. Child sweeps have long been viewed as a depressing reality by society, to the point where they are mentioned in nursery rhymes and Victorian literature, such as the gloomy kids in William Blake's The Chimney Sweeper, which perfectly sums up the feeling of the daily life of those. Even though they knew a small child was scuttling throughout their chimney, many middle-class and upper-class homeowners simply chose to ignore the situation. Reformers such as Lord Shaftesbury eventually denounced the practice as what he said was barbaric. One can hardly argue with that. Although laws established age restrictions and licensing requirements for chimney sweepers were passed in 1840 and 1875, the covert use of minors persisted. As a result, Victorian society's perception of chimney sweepers changed from one of indifference to activism and compassion. By the late century, the once common climbing boy had become a poignant symbol of innocence lost to Victorian industry, represents the worst excesses of child labor. Well, we're off to a good start, aren't we? I told you that the tone of the video was going to be set from early on. Now, we have another one today that has a recognizable name in our modern era, but things certainly have changed quite a lot since the early times. That is the coal miner. The Industrial Revolution's grim foundation, of course, was the mining of coal, and Victorian miners, men, women, and of course children, toiled to extract this from deep underground seams. Typically, a collier would fill carts or baskets after hewing the coal at the coalface with a pickaxe. In some areas, women known as bearers might carry loads of coal on their backs, while children as young as 5 worked as trappers, opening and closing the ventilation doors, or hurriers, pulling heavy coal carts through low tunnels. In the mines, entire families frequently collaborated to increase productivity. Everybody, from the adult hewer to the youngest assistant, had to keep the coal flowing to the pit shaft, because miners were paid according to the quantity of coal they extracted, which sounds fair, until you realize how much they were getting paid. We'll get to that. Toil might include shoveling loose coal, loading it for hoisting to the surface, and swinging a pick for hours in the dark. Coal mines in the Victorian era were notoriously unforgivingly underground. Because tunnels were frequently small and low, passages could only be 2 to 4 feet high. Miners, particularly the young ones, were forced to stoop or crawl while working. Due to the time and financial costs involved, mine owners rarely expanded tunnels beyond what was required. The atmosphere was usually damp, heavy with coal dust, and faintly lit by candles or oil lamps. Dust and toxic gases pervaded the air in some mines due to the oppressively hot conditions and inadequate ventilation. Because of the heat and the dirt, miners frequently worked in their underwear, or in the early decades, actually completely nude. Pools and mud were constantly formed by the water seeping in. If the drainage pumps failed, flooding was a constant risk. And then there were the rats. So many rats, ubiquitous, drawn to the food scraps of miners or the stabled pit ponies. Typically, a miner's shift would last 10 to 12 hours, during which time they worked in near complete darkness, while the sound of picks and shovels reverberated through the tunnels. Sounds risky, doesn't it? Well, that's because it was. The shale or coal roof could suddenly give way at any time, burying miners, and cave-ins and roof collapses were common causes of harm or death. Falls down mine shafts were another deadly hazard, and many miners entered shafts using flimsy lifts or ladders. If a lamp spark ignited the buildup of flammable gas, at the time called fire damp, it was mostly methane, it could cause a catastrophic explosion, and pockets of carbon dioxide, known as choke damp, could suddenly suffocate workers below. I love those Victorian names, fire damp and choke damp. As early gas detectors, miners frequently carried those caged canaries. I'm sure you're familiar with the image. If the bird collapsed, well, that was indication to leave. Miners had to deal with crippling lung conditions over time. Chronic bronchitis and black lung were caused by breathing in constant amounts of coal dust. Persistently hunched posture led to debilitating joint and back issues. Coal miners' lives were remarkably brief in the 1840s, according to investigators. Many of them passed away from illness or accidents in the 30s or early 40s. In fact, the British coal miner had an average life expectancy of only 36 years by the middle of the 19th century, which was significantly less than the national average. Tragic events such as frequent floods or fire damp explosions were also frequent and occasionally killed dozens in a single explosion. Of course, the poor old children did not fare much better. Spending too much time in the dark stunted their growth and harmed their health. Ironically, coal mining might have paid more than some other manual labor occupations during that era. Not much, but it was okay if you wanted to break your back for it. A productive family team could make a modest living because miners were paid per ton of coal. Compared to many farm laborers or factory workers, a skilled adult collier might earn between 15 and 25 shillings per week, but of course this varied by region and coal price. But these salaries, of course, came with a much higher cost. In addition, mine owners had a lot of control over the miners' lives. Families were frequently required to rent company-owned housing, which was deducted from their pay, and they frequently had to use credit to purchase goods at a company store. The family might become impoverished overnight if the father was hurt or the mine was temporarily shut down. Later in the century, strikes for safety improvements and higher wages were common, but miners in the early Victorian era had little bargaining power and no union protection. But there was a social perception element too. Coal miners were viewed differently in Victorian society. You see, on the one hand, miners were acknowledged for performing hard, necessary labor that heated homes, powered railroads and factories. Newspapers would hero miners after a disaster, and middle-class reformers who looked into mines were appalled by what they discovered, particularly when they saw the child labor situation. There was a rough respect for their toughness, too, and the risks that they faced. The Mines Act of 1842, which prohibited women and very young children from working in the mines, was the result of public pressure. Miners, on the other hand, were frequently viewed as an impolite underclass. They were secluded in their colliery villages, prone to strikes and viewed as rough or unruly by certain elites. Surely the same elites who were using that very same coal to heat their homes, I'm sure. They were occasionally stereotyped too by mainstream media as being rough or inebriated. However, the harsh conditions faced by the miners were brought to light by social reformers and the burgeoning labor movement by the late Victorian era. An iconic representation of the period's injustices and the human cost of industrial advancement is that very picture of the soot-blackened miner emerging from that miserable pit. So now we have the third occupation of our day, that is the matchstick maker. A little random, I know, but that's just what it is. The production of matchsticks, of course, was a major industry in the days before electric lighting, and was mostly the responsibility of young, poor women and girls. In factories, matchstick makers, often referred to simply as match girls, cut thin sticks of wood, dipped one end into a chemical mixture, and then created the match head. White phosphorus, which I'm sure you know is extremely toxic, was part of a matchtip formula in the Victorian era. And with that being said, you can see how we are leading into some problems. Teenage girls, some as young as 13 or 14, stood in long rows doing the same old things, boxing and drying matches, packing them for sale and dipping the splints into vats of phosphorus. They typically put in 12 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week, with only short breaks. The work was completed quickly to fulfill quotas, while maintaining a high level of detail to prevent breaking the sticks. Hundreds of these workers were employed on assembly lines by factories, as the well-known Bryant and May in London. Match factories were extremely dangerous, claustrophobic, and ill-ventilated. White phosphorus fumes, which smell like garlic, by the way, frequently filled the air. Foremen enforced strict discipline, too, with fines imposed for minor infractions, little things such as talking or even dropping matches, and workers were forced to stand for hours with very little rest. In order to maintain production, the girls in some factories were even made to eat at their workstations. This implied that their food was frequently tainted by the toxic phosphorus that surrounded them. Everyone inhaled the vapor constantly. There was no idea of masks or proper ventilation. They just didn't know. Additionally, the chemical might get under the fingernails or splash onto the skin. The unhealthy atmosphere was exacerbated by the dust from dried matchsticks. Long hours were made even more gloomy by the low lighting, which was typically just daylight coming in through high windows or perhaps gas lamps. There may be wood shavings or chemical residue all over the floors, too. Many of the workers were already vulnerable and undernourished, having come from the East End slums of London, especially in the Bryant and May factory, which conditions, of course, made their health even worse. The most notorious risk associated with this work was known as phossy jaw, a horrifying industrial illness brought on by prolonged exposure to phosphorus. First, victims would have toothaches and swollen gums, followed by oral sores and abscesses. Osteonecrosis, or the actual rotting of the jawbone, would eventually result in glowing greenish white bone tissue, excruciating pain, tooth loss, and an unpleasant discharge from the gums. Facial disfigurement could result from the lower jaw's eventual death and disintegration. Many of the patients died from infections or organ failure brought on by the phosphorus, and their jawbones may be surgically removed to save their lives. And one could hardly imagine how the surgical removal would go back in those times. In the 19th century, phossy jaw affected dozens of match workers. In addition, workers frequently experienced respiratory issues from breathing in wood dust and chemicals, such as asthma, bronchitis, and persistent coughing. If exposure to phosphorus was severe, it could also result in systemic poisoning, which could cause symptoms like seizures or brain damage. Another risk was accidental fires or explosions if a worker accidentally struck a match, or if a batch of white phosphorus dried incorrectly, it could ignite. A small fire could of course quickly grow into a conflagration in a workshop that is so densely populated and filled with flammable materials. Numerous matchgirls had burn scars from mishaps at work. On the factory floor, fainting episodes were caused by the long hours and malnutrition. All things considered, it was probably one of the riskiest manufacturing operations in Victorian Britain. Matchgirls received infamously low pay too, which is no surprise. I'm sure you've seen the trend. A typical match factory worker in the mid-1880s made only 4 to 8 shillings per week, which is equivalent to 60 to 70 hours of work. Many workers and their families lived on the verge of starvation because this was hardly enough for subsistence. Additionally, employers frequently docked pay with fines. For instance, if an employee was a few minutes late, they might lose half of their day's pay and may be withheld to cover any damaged goods. Because of dire circumstances, the Bryant and May matchgirls famously went on strike in 1888. Hundreds of matchstick makers demonstrated against their poor wages and appalling conditions with the aid of social activist Annie Besant. Pay did remain low, even after the strike brought about some improvements, such as the elimination of fines and a slight increase in wages. But despite their meager pay, many matchgirls served as their families' main providers. Victorian society and factory owners justified the extremely low wages by claiming that the work was unskilled woman's work. Prior to the 1888 strike, matchstick makers were regarded as the lowest strata of society, or were mainly invisible to polite society. Poor working-class girls, they were frequently written off as nothing more than factory drudges. A newspapers and medical journal began to cover this matchmaker's disease. The startling deformity of phossy jaw victims did gradually bring attention to their predicament. The strike by the matchgirls itself was a watershed moment because it attracted sympathy and extensive media coverage. Teenage girls' ability to band together and challenge the influential factory owners shocked the middle-class Victorians. Following the strike, the matchgirls came to represent the early labor movement against the struggle that sweated industries exploited the people through. Society's perception on them was somewhat improved by their increased visibility. They were no longer seen as helpless victims of an industrial disease, but rather as courageous young ladies demanding simply equitable treatment. Nonetheless, all this considered, A match factory girl in Victorian London would frequently be despised on a daily basis for being impoverished and crude. The awful stereotype of the fussy-jawed match girl did not start to disappear from popular culture until the early 20th century, when white phosphorus was finally outlawed and safety precautions were put in place. And at number 4, perhaps you'll consider this as your opportunity to gain your riches. Rat catchers. These workers made a living by eliminating the disease-carrying rodents that plagued Victorian cities. Hunting and catching rats in residences, workplaces, sewers, and streets, well, that was their responsibility. And they used a variety of strategies, such as keeping ferrets or small terrier dogs trained to chase rats out of their hiding spots. Some cleverly lured rats by applying sweet-smelling oils to their skin with their bare hands. They would search barns, city cellars, or haystacks, snatching rodents as they scurried away. In addition, rat trappers set traps to make their own poisons, which they sold on the side. It's not a bad little side hustle, isn't it? Because live rats were frequently sold to public figures or event planners for use in rat-baiting pits, a gruesome spectator sport in which dogs were timed on how quickly they killed dozens of rats. Yes, they had that sort of thing. It was possible to make money by catching rats alive rather than killing them. Kind of like a modern-day Colosseum for animals, I suppose. As a result, a Victorian rat trapper might keep a cage of live rats for sale, or use of the public poisoning of one of 2 rats as an advertisement to show off the potency of his poison. Jack Black. Not that one. We're talking about Queen Victoria's rat catcher, and other well-known rat catchers made a show of their work by putting on brightly colored costumes and showcasing cages filled with hundreds of live rats. It doesn't sound very impressive. Imagine your friend pulls one of them out when you go over for dinner. These hunters, of course, followed rats everywhere, from the most vile city sewers to the luxurious basements of Buckingham Palace. Since rats were most active at night or early in the morning, they frequently worked during these times. The surroundings were dangerous and dirty, of course. In search of a scuttling rodent, a rat catcher may scuttle beneath floors, into garbage piles, or down into the sewer manholes. They had to contend with savage, biting rats in cramped, dimly lit areas. Many only had a candle or lantern with them for illumination. For those working in the city's slums, the smell of sewage and decay was a constant companion. Rat catchers were accustomed to handling wriggling, squealing rats and getting rid of carcasses, so it was certainly not a job for the faint of heart. Furthermore, after capturing the rats, they had to move them, possibly in dozens in wooden cages or burlap sacks, until they could either sell them or find somewhere to put them to death. Just imagine it. You can picture yourself carrying this sack full of live, screeching rats over your shoulder, walking home after a long day of sweaty and disgusting labor. Say what you want about our modern work conditions, but I would not swap them for that. Undoubtedly a disagreeable circumstance. Of course, the work never really ended. They would be out rain or shine, because the infestations never stopped. A certain daring willingness to go anywhere a rat could go was necessary for this job. Now, in terms of occupational hazards, you can imagine that you would often get painful rat bites. And believe me, their jaws are quite strong. Not that I've been bitten by a rat, touch wood, but I know a bit about it. When cornered, scared rats would give ferocious bites and scratches, which frequently resulted in infected wounds. Even a minor bite could result in a serious infection or illness like rat bite fever, if modern antibiotics are not available. And guess what? They weren't. Many rat catchers became ill as a result of handling the rats, which also exposed them to diseases spread by fleas and rodents. The exact link between these diseases and diseases like typhus or plague at the time was not fully understood, germ theory still within its infancy. Now, the actual work environment, alleys, stables, sewers, meant ongoing and brutal exposure to pathogens and filth. In order to kill rats, too, some rat catchers used toxic chemicals, such as strychnine or arsenic, which could, of course, poison the rat catcher himself, if handled improperly. There was also the risk of mishap tripping and breaking a limb in a dark cellar, or getting ambushed by angry property owners or guard dogs while skulking around at night. Regarding rat baiting, a rat catcher who kept and sold live rats was at risk of suffering severe bites when moving the rats from one cage to another or into a fighting pit. These bites would have the potential to spread infections that result in sepsis and extreme swelling. Even though some showman rat catchers were brash, many probably had scars on their hands and arms from years of being nipped and scratched. Perhaps they built up an immunity. But to put it briefly, there was a chance of suffering and illness with every rat hunt. As far as the wages, catching rats may be more of a feast or famine situation. Some received a fixed fee per job or per rat killed while working under contract for wealthy estates or city authorities. Others worked as freelancers, charging homeowners to remove pests or selling rats for baiting. Catching dozens of rats in a day could earn a few shillings, because prices may be a few pence per rat. 50 rats in a barn could be cleared by a competent rat catcher with a good dog, earning a respectable day's wage. For example, Jack Black stated that he once provided 2,000 live rats for a rat baiting event. You can certainly see how you could get onto the grind with this kind of work. Ingenious rat trappers also produced and marketed rat poison. Showcasing a poison in the marketplace by immediately killing a rat could increase sales, but the income was not consistent, as infestations fluctuated seasonally, and there were days where there was very little work. As a result, many rat catchers led precarious lives, making ends meet in any way they could. Notably, Jack Black could have been more on a steady wicket due to his unofficial royal appointment, and the fact that apparently he sold fancy-colored pet rats. Now that is interesting. However, the average rat catcher, the man on the street, led a modest life, spending a large portion of their income on supplies. We're talking dogs, ferrets, and ingredients for poison, as well as likely medical expenses due to all the bites. Of course, rat catchers were viewed with ambivalence by society. On one hand, they served a vital public function during a time where rats posed a threat to food supplies and public health. They were viewed as courageous, or perhaps insane, individuals who were prepared to perform menial tasks that others simply shied away from. They were fascinatingly portrayed in Henry Mayhew's interviews for London Labour and the London Poor, particularly the quirky Jack Black, who was kind of a folk hero of sorts, especially among the lower classes. Jack Black's semi-official role stems from the fact that even Queen Victoria's court recognized the necessity of having a rat catcher in the residence. Rat catchers, on the other hand, frequently had low social standing. Their work exposed them to the underclass and made them smell of filth. They could be compared to renegades or outlaws who prowled the streets at strange hours. Their exploits probably piqued interest but also disgust of the general public. The Victorian rat-catcher was seen as a gritty but necessary character. A refined person would certainly not invite him around to dinner, but he was respected for his practicality, a necessary unpleasantry. They were frequently portrayed as half scavenger, half entrepreneur in the literature and newspapers of the era. And all in all, through all the unfortunate realities of the job, they made city life just that little bit more tolerable by being brave enough to take on the rodent hordes, and perhaps, for some people with a stomach for it, a little bit more entertaining in those rat-pit fights. Alright, so the last one for today is the night soil man, also known as the sewer cleaner. Oh, we certainly leave the best to last, don't we? Well, here we go. Of course, cities relied on outhouses and cesspools prior to the invention of modern sewers. The night soil men were responsible for the unpleasant duty of emptying these. After all, someone had to do it. It was the responsibility of a night soil man to gather and transport human waste, which of course they gave the name night soil to make it a little bit more pleasant. These would gather in privies and cesspits during the dead of night. They came with shovels, buckets and carts after midnight, working in teams. One man, known as the holeman, would stand in the privy or dip into the cesspit to scoop the vicious sludge of human waste into tubs. The full tubs would be lifted by his partners and dumped into a big barrel or cart. To get to the cesspool underneath, they frequently had to pry up floorboards or open access holes as they moved from building to building and house to house. By daybreak, they dragged the foul-smelling carts, sometimes pulled by horses, sometimes pushed by hand, out of the city to farms or disposal sites. The waste could be spread as fertilizer in rural areas. In London, some of it was sold to farmers as manure. The others were processed to make chemicals. Strength, coordination, and don't forget the iron stomach, all necessary for the job. They say you can get used to anything, but I don't know. In an effort to empty as many cesspits as possible before dawn, teams of 4 frequently worked in coordinated unison to clear one cesspit effectively before swiftly moving on to the next. The overall working environment, you can imagine, was unbelievably filthy. With the exception of faint lantern light, the men frequently worked in complete darkness, while knee-deep in human filth. In addition to the fact that the waste smelled a little less in the colder night air, they worked in the cold to avoid the public's attention, and perhaps the public's retching. The stench was still overpowering. Householders frequently offered a bottle of gin as a token of appreciation to the night soil crew, probably as much as a courtesy to help them tolerate the stench. The night soilmen frequently smeared tobacco or ointment under their noses to try and deal with it, and they wore tattered, old clothes, because the waste would simply ruin them. With sloshing carts, they lumbered through tiny alleys, occasionally dumping trash onto the streets. After years of accumulation, their work sites or cesspits could be in yards or basements, were frequently overflowing and neglected. Imagine using a shovel that slips in the slime while standing in a pit, walls literally covered in excrement. Although many landlords and residents needed the service, they were still despised by everyone who saw them. These pits also contained hazardous conditions, such as methane and ammonia fumes. The men were soaked with foul matter and exhausted from hours of heaving full tubs. By morning, they may be completely covered in God knows what, and need to hose themselves as well as their tools clean before going to bed. Surely The wives would not want them coming in wearing that, I can imagine. And there was also a genuine chance of contracting an illness or dying in an accident. Cesspools were dangerous places where a digger could be overcome by poisonous gases such as sulphurous or methane and either die or lose consciousness. Such incidents continued to happen in Victorian times, as evidenced by the grim tale of Richard the Raker, a worker who literally drowned in human sewage while on the job centuries ago. Rest in peace to that poor soul, and I mean it. The muck itself was contaminated with parasites, cholera, typhoid, and dysentery. Despite the late Victorian era's acceptance of germ theory, night soilmen were naturally aware that exposure to raw sewage could cause severe illness. Many experienced persistent nausea, headaches, and lung problems as a result of breathing in vapors that were high in ammonia. Hernias, strained backs, and other injuries resulted from the strenuous physical labor of lifting heavy tubs and shoveling tons of waste. Additionally, they had to work in slick, awkward conditions where a slip could result in a broken limb or a plunge into the cesspit. A man's weight could cause a cesspit wall or floor to collapse if it were unstable. Furthermore, night soil workers frequently suffered from infected cuts or skin conditions as a result of improperly sanitary waste handling. After years of work, it was not unusual for them to completely lose their sense of smell. The average night soilman's health unavoidably suffered under the assault of human waste and exhausting nightly toil, even though there was some protection from the strong constitutions and excessive gin consumption, but perhaps that just made things worse. One might anticipate that this job would pay well, and it did, at least by those working-class standards of Victorian times. The night soilmen in London charged around a shilling per cesspit emptied by the middle of the 19th century. In comparison to other labour, this was extremely profitable. Remember the matchstick girls, only making 7 to 8 shillings per week. A skilled tradesman's daily wage was about a shilling, though, so a team that emptied multiple cesspools a night could earn a few shillings, which is equivalent to several days' pay in a single night. Their pay was at least twice of that of the average skilled labourer, according to Henry Mayhew. People only emptied cesspits when they filled up, which may have happened a few times a year per building, so the work was irregular. However, a night soilman may have weeks where he is very busy, and then times where he is not. However, some seasoned night workers made enough to live a little better than the poorest workers. Some even bought off officials or police to get the best routes. However, the high salary comes at a high cost. Some men used a large portion of their income to buy alcohol as a coping mechanism, and the negative health effects of the job could shorten their working years. Notably, cities started making investments in sewer systems in the 1840s and 50s as cholera outbreaks were raging. The old-fashioned night soilman began to become obsolete as the underground sewers grew, as the Basildgate system in London after 1858, known as the Great Stink. Yes, when the old river had dried up and all of the horrors of it were just scattered along the banks. Anyway, many people lost what had been a filthy but comparatively lucrative job. At the periphery of Victorian society, night soilmen were both essential and despised. The need to stop overflowing cesspools in crowded neighborhoods was reluctantly accepted by city authorities and landlords. However, they were completely shunned. They worked covertly whenever possible, and there were mere mention of their job. Well, that could make the stomach turn. The fact that they were referred to as nightmen or night soilmen suggests that the society would rather they be kept hidden away Out of sight, out of mind. Very few would shake their hand, but they might get paid, sure. Nevertheless, the workers and other lower-class labourers, such as dustmen and toshers, which we will get to in the second part, shared a certain sinister camaraderie. They established a subculture with a rough reputation of its own. They are independent contractors, on the very edge of an almost legitimate economy. It's interesting to note that some Victorians were aware of the night soilmen when they were discussing public health issues. Reformers used the ridiculous condition of cesspools and the limitations of using night soil collection to support their calls for modern sewers, and it was very hard to argue against. Society essentially bid farewell to an unsightly necessity by replacing their jobs with the new sewers, thanks to Bazalgette. All things considered, Victorians viewed the night soil man as a rough, unclean person who was needed until the improved sanitation arrived, sometimes pitying him for performing such squalid labor. Their lives spent in knee-deep muck to keep everyone else clean. What do you think? Does that make them the unsung heroes of sanitation? Or perhaps the unsung martyrs? Hello and welcome back to part 2 of Terrible Victorian Jobs. I hope you enjoyed part 1. If you haven't watched part 1, I will leave a link to it in the pinned comment. Now, there's not much of an introduction needed, besides a thank you to my patrons, and thank you in advance for liking and subscribing. Now, with that out of the way, let us get on to it. The first job we're looking at today is that of the pure finder. That doesn't sound so bad, doesn't it? Well, although the title, Pure Finder, sounded clean, it was actually one of the dirtiest scavenging jobs that you could get. When they say pure, they actually mean dog waste, which was gathered from the streets by the pure finders, who then sold them to tanneries. You see, in the final stages of leather tanning, dog waste was used to soften and purify hides. The enzymes within it helped remove hair and make the leather a bit more gentle. So, the pure finder's daily routine consisted of searching for dog feces in city alleys, parks, and courtyards, carrying a wooden spatula, a scraper, and a bucket, usually with a lid. At least that helped a little bit. Every time they saw a new pile of dog waste, they would go and add it to the bucket. Pure finders frequently had their regular routes they would check, such locations as where stray dogs roamed or where carriage horses, with accompanying coach dogs of course, might stop. It was a door-to-door, street-to-street hustle. They would either take the collected dung to a dealer or straight to the tannery district. There were numerous tanneries in London's Bermondsey neighbourhood to sell it by the bucketful, once the bucket was full or the day was over. Tanners kindly called the product pure, and those who collected it took the term as a perverse badge of the trade. The word pure itself is derived from the industry. Pure finders trudged through filthy, horse manure-strewn streets of the city, working outside in every weather condition. The grind never stops. In an effort to locate the overnight deposits before street sweepers or pedestrians trampled them underfoot, they frequently got started early in the morning. Of course, the work was very solitary and odorous. With a foul-smelling bucket in hand, a pure finder may walk for miles with their eyes fixed upon the ground. Some chose to handle the waste with a single glove, usually on the right hand, while others preferred to use their bare hands and simply rinse them off, because it was just difficult to keep the glove clean anyway. I still would have preferred the glove. All day long, They had to put up with the smell of their product coming from the bucket and their hands. Well, one can only imagine when they made the deal at the end of the day at the tannery, it was not a handshake agreement. At least I hope not. Added to this, they were, as you can imagine, surrounded by flies. Purefinders frequently slipped on the dung unintentionally or stepped in the very thing that they were looking for. They also needed to be somewhat discriminating, because dog feces at the time might be mixed with straw or have a specific desired consistency. Of course, dried feces would fetch a different price because of the enzymes, not as potent. Trying to do my best with the descriptions here. I know this is a good one to start with. According to some sources, older white dog droppings were rich in ammonia, and drier were actually preferred by purefinders. Other than a scraper, they lacked any practical tools, and their only form of protection was probably just some old boots. A purefinder would be physically exhausted from walking and bending down so much by the end of the day, of course, and they would probably be reeking, which of course caused people to avoid them. They constantly were exposed to bacteria and parasites while handling the animal waste. Through hand-to-mouth contamination, they ran the risk of contracting intestinal infections or illnesses like dysentery, which of course can be a death sentence on its own. Any cut to the hand could become infected with something nasty from the feces if they are not wearing gloves or practicing good hygiene. In addition to being a stressful and frankly demeaning job, purefinders frequently faced harassment from street urchins or derision from bystanders for literally picking up waste. Additionally, approaching a new pile could enrage a stray dog defending its territory, increasing the risk of dog bites. The contents of the bucket would stew and release ammonia fumes on hot days, which could cause respiratory and visual irritation. Purefinders had their own special little disease, Glover's itch, a type of eczema that is known to occur in people who come into contact with tanning liquids such as dog dung solution or chronic skin conditions of the manner. Malnutrition and fatigue were also risks. Many purefinders were elderly people, unable to perform more strenuous labor, and the lengthy walks, while malnourished, could result in collapses or disease. Although it wasn't a job as immediately dangerous as mining or tushing, the health effects of spending every day in filth, well, they were as real as any other danger. As their immune systems were continuously put to the test, furthermore, purefinders' mental health might be impacted by their social isolation, because few friends wanted to hang out with somebody who smelled like a kennel. Now, we have talked in the previous episode about the night men who would go around and empty the sewers. At least they usually worked in teams. But the purefinder, that was a solitary existence. Apart from being a source of mockery, they were essentially invisible in society. But it may surprise you to learn that this wretched labor could actually provide a small but necessary income. Not as good as some other things, but certainly not as bad. For each bucket of dog dung, purefinders were usually paid 8 to 10 pence, about half a shilling per bucket, since 20 pence is equivalent to a shilling, by the way. If lucky, a diligent purefinder could fill a bucket or two each day. Midway through the 20th century, Henry Mayhew observed that a hard-working purefinder could earn about £13 annually, which is definitely not to be snuffed at for the poor. It was marginally harder than what a street beggar might have made, on par with the earnings of other street scavengers. Price may be influenced by the quality of the pure, dry, aged droppings with high ammonia content were actually reported to command a higher price. As long as there was supply, there was constant demand, because tanning simply required as much as possible. Since pure finders only had a bucket and possibly a cheap scraper, their earnings were not offset by operating expenses, perhaps with the exception of soap and water if they bothered with that, but I'm not holding my breath, or rather I am holding my breath. Of course, there was a limited supply of waste on London streets, and hundreds of pure finders were looking for it, so the competition could be quite intense. Ironically, pure finders offered a kind of cleaning service, because more dogs meant more waste, which made the streets unpleasant for everyone else. At least with the pay, it was somewhat on subsistence level, with their meager daily income going towards tea, stale bread, and possibly inexpensive housing. Many pure finders lived hand to mouth, which is probably not the best way to put it, but that's how it is. Now, in Victorian England, pure finders were considered to be at the bottom of the social scale. Their occupation was viewed by their peers as both repulsive but also somewhat humorous. Because of their work, people would avoid pure finders in conversation and in society, and they would literally avoid them on the street because they smelled horrible. There was occasionally a hint of sympathy, because, as Mayhew had noted, there were frequently elderly women or poor widows who simply had no other way to make money, and you must feel sorry for them. Imagine your own grandmother, or your mother, grandfather, or your father having to do such a thing. You wouldn't want them to be thrown away by society like this. However, these pure finders were frequently the target of jokes, because Victorians had a strong sense of scatological humour, and the pure finders were simply the most convenient target. Henry Mayhew details pure finders in London Labour and the London Poor, highlighting their surprisingly business-like approach to such a filthy trade and securing their place in history. But what about the tanners? Surely they were happy to receive the product that they so needed. Well, tanners did not show respect for the people who gathered, even though they undoubtedly valued the material they bought. In essence, society made a collective effort to ignore them, much like the aforementioned night soil men, since they removed something unsavory and exclusively beneficial to industry. A pure finder would be greeted with insults or curled noses, and that's if they were noticed at all. Nevertheless, they were only one of many scavengers in the street work community, besides, mudlarks, toshers, rag and bone men. Things like this, we'll get to them. All of whom just trying to make a living from the city's abandoned waste. Since someone had to sit next to you at the end of the day when you smell of such a substance, well, they might find some camaraderie in perhaps sticking to their own. However, in general, Victorian society regarded their line of work with a mixture of disgust and humour, appreciating that someone was willing to do it, but content to keep them at a distance. Well, once again, we're off to a good start, aren't we? Alright, now these one or two videos are perhaps the filthiest videos that I've done, so you'll have to forgive me when I'm trying to explain things in the most polite manner as possible. But at least we got that one out the way. This one's not so bad. The mudlark. In essence, a mudlark was a river scavenger who made a living by searching for valuable items in the mud of the Thames River at low tide. These individuals were usually children or extremely impoverished adults. They would wade into the muck-covered banks of the river when the tide was out and pour through the slime in search of treasures, or more frequently trash that could be sold. Typical finds included stray pieces of wood, lost coins, bones, pieces of rope or canvas, lumps of coal that had fallen from barges, and scrap metal such as nails and bits of iron. Driftwood might be collected and then sold as firewood. Bones and metal could be sold to rag and bone shops for a few pence. And coal could be dried and sold cheaply to low-income families for fuel. Mudlarks were basically the best recyclers of Victorian waste. After all, everything sort of got thrown into the river. Now, no one really hired a mudlark. Instead, they just went out and did the work, selling whatever they discovered. A large number of mudlarks, too, were homeless kids who saw it as a daily struggle for survival. They waited for the waters to subside before squelching into the dirty riverbed, frequently wearing tattered clothing and simply going barefoot, searching for solid objects by feeling through the sticky mud. Now, I said that this one was slightly less unpleasant, but only slightly. Of course, the mudlark had its own dangers, perhaps more than the pure finder. He lived in a hazardous, cold and dirty environment. During the Victorian era, the Thames shore was essentially an open sewer, with raw industrial and human waste flowing straight into the river. See The Great Stink of London. I made a video on that a while back. That might interest you. Mudlarks would be wading through a disgusting concoction of human waste, dead animals, rotting trash and mud. One could easily sink to their knees in the thick, sucking mud. In the summer, the stench was intolerable. In the winter, the icy mud would almost have them succumb to frostbite. They frequently worked in loose bunches of groups, not so much because they wanted to work together, but because they were all drawn to the same low tide, picking through mud and sludge up to their waist. The mudlarks spent hours hunched over. They ran the risk of getting cut by jagged objects that could sever bare feet or fingers, such as broken glass, rusty nails, and scrap metal that were concealed beneath the mire. They also needed to watch the river, because the tides of the Thames, they could rise swiftly, and many mudlarks could be and were caught off guard as the water rushed back, the unwary drowning. By the end of a session, they were usually covered in head to toe in foul-smelling mud, and clothing offered very little protection. They would drag themselves to a dealer, such as a rag shop, to sell their haul after collecting their finds in a sack or pockets, frequently still shivering and covered in muck. Working outside in the blazing sun or driving rain was demoralizing and exhausting, and they were always worried that the next step or wave might be their last. One could argue that mudlarks had to deal with every danger that the city had to offer. Drowning was a risk because of the incoming tide, especially for those who might venture a little too far out. A tiny mudlark might become trapped in sludge that resembles quicksand and be unable to escape, and the mud itself could turn into a maze. Cuts on the feet and other physical injuries were frequent. Because of the filth, even small wounds frequently resulted in dangerous infections. A large number of mudlarks hobbled on infected legs or feet. Henry Mayhew recounts a child who was lamed for months after he sunk a copper nail into his foot in the mud. Diseases were common. Wading in the sewage exposed one to parasites, cholera, typhoid, or hepatitis. They most likely suffered from diarrhea and chronic illness. Additionally, the work was sometimes very cold, causing rheumatism or hypothermia in people who were always wet. Mudlarks frequently had chronic coughs, which could have been caused by the tuberculosis made worse by their appalling living circumstances. There was also the chance of getting bitten by a sewer rat, which was common in the mud, and could bite a scavenger who was sticking a hand into a crack. Another risk was the human element. Occasionally, mudlarks would venture too close to shipyards and docks, where they were not welcome and might be pursued or even attacked by watchmen. It was a psychologically difficult existence. Child mudlarks lived day to day, constantly competing with one another for scraps, which could result in fights between the frantic scavengers. As a last humiliation, a mudlark might be arrested or imprisoned if they were found to be stealing. For example, stealing some coal from a barge instead of merely picking up random lumps on the shore. In fact, a 13-year-old mudlark had told Mayhew that he would rather be confined for a brief period of time, where he would receive food and dry shelter, than to be left freely on the muddy banks. The mudlark's earnings were scarce and uncertain too. According to Mayhew's work, the majority of mudlarks only made an average of 3 pence per day, when 12 pence was worth a shilling. That is 3 in old pence, basically not even a quarter of a shilling. It could hardly amount to 3 or 4 pounds in a year. A mudlark might find enough to bring a few pence on a good day, which would include a half-pound of coal, a few nails, and possibly, if they were lucky, a discarded tool. Nothing at all on a bad day, though. To supplement this, some mudlarks turned to petty theft, which is extremely dangerous and involves stealing small items from unattended boats. A piece of bread, some boiled potatoes, possibly a night in a doss house, were their only sources of income, because they had no expenses, living on the streets in subpar housing, and possibly eating food scraps or the cheapest bread. In order to pay for a shared meal, child mudlarks occasionally joined forces with parents or siblings. Many of them were in danger of starvation because of how precarious their existence was. They had no savings, and were unable to work if they became ill or hurt. Mudlarks frequently resorted to begging when it was feasible, because on a good day, even begging could produce more than the mud of the river. To put it briefly, mudlarking offered little more than enough to get by, and frequently less. Mudlarks were generally regarded by Victorians with a mixture of sympathy and disgust. They represented the most impoverished people. They were ragged, mud-caked urchins that shocked anyone who came across them, and Mayhew said that they were certainly the most deplorable in appearance of any I have met. Many middle-class and upper-class spectators thought of mudlarks as pathetic street children, similar to the impoverished beggars or crossing sweepers. However, there was also a regrettable propensity to blame the impoverished for their own circumstances. Some perceived mudlarks as vagrants or truants who opted for a lazy life of scavenging, rather than proper employment, ignoring the fact that you would hire a child without shoes and covered in sewage, of course. Not the best impression at the interview. Mudlarks weren't as common in literature and the media as pickpockets or chimney sweepers. You'd probably not heard of them. But when they were used as representations of filth. It wasn't like the pickpockets and chimney sweepers in movies like Oliver, where it's this. No, they're dirty, fine, yes, they're criminals, but it's accompanied by the song and dance, and it's romanticized somewhat. Mudlarks were nothing like that. Mudlarks were absolutely miserable. They were occasionally, even though to be bothersome or small-time criminals prowling the docks. Sometimes, especially if they were suspected of stealing, the law would round them up and send them to reformatories or workhouses. Perhaps a step up. However, the traditional mudlark became less common as sewers and river cleanliness marginally improved toward the end of the century. Of course, they were primarily viewed as these tragic characters of Victorian times, with children and the elderly women wading in poisonous mud for a few scraps. Today, observers like us frequently romanticize them as tough scavengers. Either way, they were living proof of the poverty and filth that industrial wealth had not yet eradicated, and their existence contradicted Victorian notions of progress, right there on the river for everyone to see. Although some kind-hearted people made an effort to assist the mudlarks by providing other jobs or care, Mayhew himself describes helping one boy land a job as a printer, by the way. Mudlarks generally continue to live on the periphery of society, with the exception of a startling tale about the extremes of poverty. They operated in the shadow of London's affluence, and were mainly, like all the others, disregarded. Okay, so next up on the list of dream jobs, we have the sewer tosher, which sounds exactly as bad as it is. Toshers, also known as sewer hunters, were daring scavengers who ventured into the maze-like sewers of London, once London had sewers, in order to retrieve misplaced valuables. The city's sewer system was outdated, of course, overflowing labyrinth that carried waste beneath the streets by the Victorian era. Entering these sewers, occasionally via manholes or intercepting drains, and looking through the raw sewage for anything of value was how these toshers earned their living. Coins dropped down grates, pieces of jewelry, or cutlery washed from sinks, scrap metal, and even the occasional misplaced watch or ring were actually common finds. But to rake through the sludge and debris, they employed long poles with hooks or hose on the end. They scooped and sorted as they methodically worked in small groups through the mess. A few coins, or maybe some tools and copper nails that fell from workshops upstream, could be considered a good haul. Toshers kept these rather in their leather aprons, pockets, or in sacks. Later, the loot would be cleaned up and either pawned or sold for money. In essence, they viewed the sewer as a possible treasure trove hidden beneath the surface. It was frequently a covert operation because of the health and potential legal ramifications. Many toshers worked at night or in the early morning to avoid being discovered. Now, as for the sewers, you might imagine that they were not in the best of shape. Imagine wading through raw sewage that is knee or thigh deep, foul-smelling mixtures of urine, industrial chemicals, human waste, and trash that is moving slowly through brick tunnels with very little airflow. Toshers usually wore heavy boots and old patched canvas pants, a leather apron usually, occasionally a cloth around their nose and mouth. To provide light in the complete darkness, they fastened lanterns to their chests. The tunnels were small inside, with some parts requiring stooping or even crawling. There were places where the oxygen content of the foul air could be oppressively low. Along the walls or around their feet, they had to contend with hordes of sewer rats. When upstream sluice gates were opened or during periods of heavy rain, abrupt flushes of water could surge through, sending a wave of waste that could knock a man off his feet and subsequently drown him. The constant fear of being swept away certainly helped keep them vigilant, but the physical surroundings were also dangerous, because old brickwork could suddenly collapse. Some tunnels featured sump holes or steep drops. For safety, toshers frequently worked in groups. One could stand watch, or assist a friend in climbing or escaping if necessary. They spoke in a strangely resonant shouts or whispers, slogging through sucking mire, carrying a sack of scrap metal, and shoveling through thick filth was back-breaking work. Naturally, the dim light of oil lanterns, was responsible for everything, creating unsettling shadows in an area that most people wouldn't venture to visit. Keeping a low profile, slipping out of a manhole with their finds, hopefully before anyone noticed, that was all part of the job. Even though these men probably stank to high heaven above ground after a sewer foray. I'm sure you'd probably smell them before you saw them. One of the riskiest occupations, that's what it was. Toxic and explosive gases were present in the sewers. Methane or hydrogen sulfide pockets could suffocate a tosher or spontaneously catch fire. Many people carried a candle as a makeshift gas detector. If it suddenly died, it was time to run because of the contaminated air. Additionally, there was a direct risk of disease. Coming into contact with deadly pathogens could cause cholera, typhoid, dysentery, etc. And the dirty water could easily infect cuts or scratches, causing severe illness or even death. Sewer workers were also at risk for rat bite fever and other illnesses due to the possibility of being bitten by swarming rats. If a tosher makes a mistake in dark waters, they could be completely dunked down, ingesting sewage or possibly drowning if they panic. The abrupt floods of wastewater were also well known, especially during periods of intense precipitation. The flow could be made a trickle 1 minute, and then a wall of water the next. Toshers might be beaten up against tunnel walls, or carried away and drowned in the sewage. Another nightmare scenario was tunnel collapses, where an old brick ceiling might fall and trap, crushing the tosher. Even in the absence of accidents, the job could be taxing. Continual exposure to filth caused lung problems, infections, and skin diseases due to the miasma. Their lives were probably also shortened by the stress and fear they endured. Given that starvation was frequently the alternative, it is telling that toshers continued to operate in spite of these risks. And speaking of money and all the rest, a tosher's income was entirely based on the treasure they discovered. So there was no set salary. It's all up to you. Surprisingly, compared to other slum jobs, some people found it profitable despite the risks. Coins and metal worth a few shillings could be found during a successful sewer night. A tosher could make a lot of money if they discover a silver spoon or perhaps some jewelry. A silver spoon could sell for several shillings, you know. Numerous coins, bits of plate, and other items ended up in the muck, according to Mayhew's account. Although it was very unpredictable, a tosher might typically produce 1 or 2 shillings of scrap and coin in a day. A gold ring, or a few misplaced pennies, could be found on some nights, while others would be fruitless. Toshers were free to practice their trade prior to 1840, but they had to be cunning after it became illegal to enter sewers without authorization. Their haul had to outweigh the additional risks or fines or jail time, but that didn't stop them. Coins were either spent or kept. Due to the group nature, they occasionally combined fines and divided profits, particularly when one man made a significant discovery. One of the reasons why the job remained alluring is that there are stories of some seasoned toshers making enough money to feed their families and even dress a little better than mudlarks or purefinders. Even so, a tosher's pay might have been comparable to that of unskilled workers, a few shillings per week on average, albeit with much more variation. In essence, it was similar to gambling in a sewer. You get rich one day, you get poor the next. But they continued because of that small chance that they might hit the jackpot down there somewhere in the drains. Toshers were viewed as members of the city's shadowy underclass like everybody else mentioned in this one, who were frequently criminalized and mainly invisible. Although they probably cleared some blockages by removing debris, authorities saw them as trespassers and accused them of causing damage to the sewer infrastructure or creating blockages. Toshers were specifically targeted by a law that was passed in 1840, that prohibited entering the sewers without authorization. But that did not stop them. The Toshers had to work covertly, which gave their persona a hint of Robin Hood, if we could put it that way. Toshers may have been admired by the impoverished for their courage, and the sporadic tale of striking it rich underground. Because of their unique clothing and equipment, some Londoners may have recognized these men when they saw them walking to a manhole with a lantern and hook in hand. Sewer hunters were generally viewed by the general public with a mixture of fascination and disgust. Middle-class readers shuddered at the thought of people literally swimming in sewage for money after journalists like Henry Mayhew spoke about it. The Toshers were frequently grouped with other scavenger occupations as proof of the impoverished people's resourcefulness and desperation. But the Tosher era gradually faded as the modern closed sewer system, established after the reconstruction of the Basilicat in 1860s, took over. Daring sewer pirates from a bygone London, they became almost legendary. In conclusion, people were glad they didn't have to go down into the sewers, even though Victorians probably thought of them as vile criminals or pathetic desperados, depending on one's level of compassion. In the depths of the city's underworld, the memories of the Toshers are both as heroes of survival and also outlaws. Right, next one. The Crossing Sweeper. An impoverished youngster, known as a crossing sweeper, would stake out a portion of the street, usually a busy intersection or crossing, and keep it clear of trash, mud, and horse manure, so that people could dress without getting their boots or dresses dirty. Many pedestrians welcomed this service during a time when the streets were filthy, covered in dust and trash, and of course a lot of horse dung. To quickly clear a path, the crossing sweeper would wait until they noticed a well-dressed individual about to leave a curb before leaping forward with a broom. They did not have a schedule or an employer, so they worked informally, and every sweeper selected a patch of the street and made an effort to keep it noticeably cleaner than the neighborhood. The sweeper would frequently move forward when a prospective customer crossed, constantly sweeping to make sure the following few yards were clear. Kind of like a weird game of curling. With an outstretched hand or cap, the child may follow the person who crossed in hope of receiving a tip for the service. When several affluent individuals arrived, the child hurried back and forth, making every effort to serve them all. They frequently swept vigorously while addressing people politely, saying things like, "Allow me, sir." In essence, these young business people transformed a broom and fast feet into a means of surviving. Clever work. Not a bad idea. In addition to physically sweeping, their duties included establishing diplomatic claims to territory, and occasionally repelling rival sweepers and children, and gaining enough favor to be paid. Working in the open street, crossing sweepers were subject to all types of weather condition, as well as the ongoing dangers of city traffic. The street turned to sludge when it rained, and swirled with dust when it didn't. A sweeper may stand on a corner for hours on end, inhaling the smoke and manure stench. They'd jump between moving carts and carriages if they were not careful. A wheel or horse could run them over. Even though it might be extremely cold in the winter, they'd still be out there, possibly in their ragged clothing, shoveling slush or snow as far away as they could. The heat and the smell, well, the summer would make that unbearable. They had no official claim on the location, though, which made their job more difficult because they could be ejected by police officers for being beggars, or having their spotless crossing ruined by more muck being washed over it by street sprinklers. Their primary tool was a broom, which was frequently used and second-hand. Many crossing sweepers felt every cold spot and jagged rock because they were barefoot, or at least ill-shod. They also needed to stay alert because another urchin might take over if they left their crossing even for a short time, like to get water or follow a tip. As a result, it was a persistent, nervous presence on the corner of the street. They were frequently shouted at or ignored in social situations. They would listen to the sound of the hoofs, the cries of those passing by, and sometimes the taunts of onlookers who thought that they were an annoyance. Despite these challenges, many people chose it over direct begging, because at least they were helping others, and felt somewhat respected when a nice woman smiled and gave them a penny. In any case, a crossing sweeper's life was full of illness and peril. As previously stated, there was a significant risk of traffic accidents, because small children could be easily trampled when they darted in front of horses. In such incidents, some kids suffered broken bones or worse. Additionally, they were continuously breathing in dust and all manner of filth, which increased their risk of lung infections and persistent coughing. Frequent colds, pneumonia, and other illnesses resulted from being outside in all weather conditions with insufficient clothing. Due to their weakened immune systems, and the fact that many sweepers were homeless or from extremely low-income families, malnutrition was widespread. They were also exposed to disease-causing agents by working among the trash of the streets. Although the link to the contaminated dirt was not entirely clear, Victorian streets during cholera outbreaks were particularly dangerous. Additionally, crossing sweepers could hurt themselves by slipping on cobblestones or using their brooms. For a child, the job could be extremely stressful because of the ongoing concern about earning money, the potentially violent territorial disputes with other homeless kids, and the general roughness of life on the streets. Some were the targets of bullying or exploitation by gangs or older boys who might tax their corner, or simply just beat them up and take their money. Many sweepers started at dawn and stayed out until dusk, constantly on the lookout, rarely resting, so mental and physical exhaustion, well, that was all but inevitable. They lived day in, day out in danger, rejection, cold, and hunger for a meager wage. They relied solely on tips to make their ends meet. They had no guaranteed income. In exchange for a timely sweep, generous pedestrians might give a penny or two. Some donated bread crusts, farthings, or halfpennies. Most just ignored them and gave them nothing. After all, they didn't ask for the service. In a busy area of town, a conscientious child could earn several pence on a good day. Crossing sweepers hoped for the occasional copper from onlookers, which is essentially an income comparable to begging. In an effort to add a little stability, some wealthy people adopted a regular crossing sweeper and made it a point to tip their local child every day. Earnings, however, were inconsistent overall. On a wet day, there'd be fewer people around, therefore fewer tips. Or on the other hand, a messier street would make their service more necessary, but more difficult to perform. They indirectly save money on clothing by sweeping and preventing muck from ruining their clothes, but don't be fooled. The majority of crossing sweepers barely made ends meet. Some days, there was nothing at all, but if they were lucky, you could expect 4 to 6 pence a day. Just a little bread and possibly a doss house bed for the night could be purchased with this amount of money. They also had to perform odd jobs or beg in their free time, if we had to call it that. Notably, Dickens and other authors occasionally depicted kind-hearted men giving a poor sweeper half a crown, or substantial 2.5 shillings, but in practice that would have been extremely uncommon. Therefore, even though the public paid them, the rate was low and completely determined by others. In Victorian cities, crossing sweepers were a common sight, and frequently provoked a mixture of pity and derision. The genteel classes frequently appeared in Victorian literature as archetypes of the deserving poor, because they found a small boy sweeping a path with earnestness to be both pathetic and enduring in a sentimental way. Since they at least made an effort to earn their money, many people thought they were superior to ordinary beggars. Indeed, it was common to refer to crossing sweepers as just a step up from beggars. They were cited by some philanthropists as proof that poverty and child labor needed to be addressed, but on the other hand, some people thought they were just an annoyance, especially riders or coachmen who might have to slow down for a child who was running around, or pedestrians who saw an overzealous sweeper hounding them for a tip. One can imagine that that is annoying. Either way, crossing sweepers were occasionally ridiculed as petty or cheeky in historical caricatures and illustrations. However, they also gained some notoriety, According to a possibly fictitious tale, Queen Victoria even invited a crossing sweeper to her wedding, highlighting their status as representations of the underprivileged. They began to disappear, however, as the 19th century went on, and cities began to organize street cleaning. But for a large portion of Victoria's reign, they served as a constant reminder of the glaring class divide. Ragged kids, making room for lords and elegantly dressed ladies. Sometimes their presence pricked society's conscience. Sometimes. Overall, the society that created the need for crossing sweepers provided little systemic assistance to them, but they were accepted and occasionally treated with kindness by individuals. Many Victorian memoirs contain memories of a specific little crossing sweeper, demonstrating how these kids were subtly assimilated into the urban fabric and continued to represent the make-do mentality of the urban poor. And finally, we reach number 5. This one's a little bit different. I've saved the most interesting one to last. Perhaps not what you were expecting. The resurrectionist, also known as the body snatcher. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Well, the macabre practice of exhuming recently buried bodies and selling them to medical schools for dissection was practiced by resurrectionists, also known as body snatchers, in the early 19th century, overlapping with the early Victorian years. Even though legal changes caused the practice to decline in the middle of the Victorian era, it still had a negative impact on employment during that time. These people, who frequently worked in gangs, would scout cemeteries at night, find recent burials, ideally of those impoverished, whose graves had fewer safeguards, and just dig up the coffin. Because damaged bodies were less valuable, it was their grim duty to remove the body without causing any harm. They frequently did this by tunneling at the head of the coffin, cracking it open, and removing the corpse by the arms. To avoid being noticed by family members or cemetery watchmen watching the grave, they had to work fast, but quietly. To conceal the theft, they would rebury the empty coffin after the body was recovered. After that, the body would be placed in straw-filled sacks or crates and delivered, typically at night or right on dawn, to a surgeon or anatomy instructor who'd be willing to pay. I'm serious. This actually happened. It happened all the time. Of course, at any given time, resurrectionists needed to know which private anatomy lecturers or medical schools were purchasing the bodies. In essence, they participated in a covert supply chain as suppliers. They went straight to murder in well-known cases like Burke and Hare in order to obtain bodies, although they were not considered body snatchers because they killed rather than dug up. Their case highlighted the demand. We'll talk more about them. However, the majority of resurrection men continued to just do it the old-fashioned way. Dig. A successful night could include 1 to 3 body thefts. Important duties include finding a target, excavating effectively, moving a bulky body, and haggling over payment with reticent surgeons. The working conditions were, as one might expect, pretty appalling. The snatchers operated in cemeteries and in the dark, usually during bad weather because it was less likely they would be discovered. Rainy and moonless nights were ideal. Under tremendous time pressure and stress, they carried out strenuous manual labor, such as moving heavy earth and digging with a shovel. The surroundings were a mixture of the smell of recently turned earth and the early stages of decomposition. They occasionally exhumed bodies, only a day or 2 after burial, so the corpses were largely undamaged. But other times, if they were not careful, they would come across a body that was already decaying, which was not only less valuable, but physically repulsive. For their own safety, and because doctors might reject them, they usually avoided coffins of people who died of highly contagious diseases. But really, you couldn't be sure what you'd find. They were exposed to blood, bodily fluids, and illness while handling corpses. They frequently only had sacks, shovels, and crowbars as tools. In winter, the work was even more difficult if the ground was frozen. Additionally, while they dug, they were required to remain silent, speaking in only gestures and whispers, because graveyards might have armed guards, and citizens occasionally organized watch groups. There was a great fear of being discovered. In order to deter the body snatchers, traps such as spring guns or coffin torpedoes, basically explosive devices, have been reported, and that pose a real threat. It's not a new thing. Think about the old grave robbing problems we have in different parts of the world. People generally don't want it to happen, and if it does happen, they certainly want to make it as unpleasant for the thieves as possible. But of course, getting the body is one thing. Then you have to transport it. And this process through quiet city streets after they had recovered was just as nerve-wracking. If somebody happened to stumble upon a cart carrying a corpse in the middle of the night, it could turn into a mob lynching. Imagine that. Walking through the streets, every little noise, heart racing, while riding that little rattling cart with a corpse wrapped in a sack at your feet. Extremely stressful, very gory, full of crime and death. This profession came with both legal and physical risks, you see. Body snatchers ran the risk of catching diseases from the cadavers. For example, a body that died of cholera or tuberculosis, well, that might still be infected. And you do not want to get cholera or tuberculosis. They may sustain also cuts or injuries from broken coffin wood, coffin nails. Scratches could also become septic, or even while digging. It's bad for your back. Rheumatism or illness were frequently the results of exertion on chilly, rainy nights. Many likely experienced psychological trauma because of their fear of being captured and the ongoing close contact with the dead. But the greatest danger was being apprehended by the police, or perhaps even more dangerous, irate family members. Regardless, the vigilantes continued to administer street justice, despite the fact that body snatching was only a misdemeanor, believe it or not. But interesting, stealing a body wasn't a felony under British law, because the corpse wasn't considered property. Yeah, nice little fact for you there. Either way, that did not stop the vicious mob beatings. And, well, it's probably something I would turn a blind eye to as well. They risked fines or jail time if they were caught by the actual law, as well as public shame. Some churchyards employed armed patrols to put up heavy mort safes, iron cages over graves, that is. A body snatcher attempting to get past them might be just shot on sight. Then there is the case of Burke and Hare, which we have mentioned, who began as shady body dealers but turned to murder, raising the possibility that any resurrection man could cross that line. The public's hatred of body snatchers peaked after their crimes were made public, because suspicion of serious robbing could spark riots. Resurrectionists of the later era thus operated in greater danger. They were also at risk when transporting corpses. If a constable stopped them and discovered a body, they were done for. Some body snatchers had escape plans or carried weapons for pursuits across cemeteries because of the high stakes. One mistake could result in death at the hands of others, or at least incarceration. But the financial lure persisted in spite of everything. Due to lack of legality around the obtained bodies, medical schools and private anatomy lecturers were willing to pay handsome fees for fresh cadavers. Early in the 1800s, a single corpse could bring anywhere up to £10, which is about several hundred US today. In the Victorian era, an adult corpse in London would normally cost about £4, more if it was in good condition, less for a child, which, we don't want to talk about that, don't we? Given that a worker may make only £1 per week, one person's wages could cover a month or more, so that's certainly tempting. Even so, 2 men splitting £4 for a night's work was profitable, but that's if they could pull it off regularly. Resurrectionists typically worked in teams and divided the profits. In Edinburgh, the notorious Burke and Hare were paid between £7 and £10 per body, which of course pushed them to take drastic measures. Frequently, their money was paid in cash, discreetly, and without inquiry. Due to its legality, the trade was based on supply and demand, with prices rising as demand peaked during winter months, during dissection season, when bodies were kept longer and medical classes were in season. A few body snatchers turned it into a semi-regular occupation, possibly making a meager living that was on par with that of a skilled craftsman, albeit occasionally. But there was a great deal of unpredictability, you see. Sometimes you'd score several bodies. Other nights you'd just get nothing, due to the guards, the soil being too hard. Yeah. I guess you could say it was a dead industry. Well, the Anatomy Act of 1832, which permitted medical schools to use unclaimed bodies, such as those from workhouses, thereby undermining the black market, also closed the window for making large sums of money as public awareness increased. The traditional resurrectionist trade essentially died out after that. It was buried. However, in the early years of the period, body snatching was a quick, if morbid way, for those who were too desperate or bold to make other amounts of money in different ways. Of course, the public, they feared and hated body snatchers everywhere. No one pitied them. They were perhaps the most hated of these professions that I've listed. Not because they were disgusting or smelly or anything else, just because they were morally reprehensible. They offended Victorian religious and moral sensibilities by violating the sanctity of the grave. There was a great deal of fear and rage at the thought of a loved one's body might be dug up and taken away for dissection. As a result, people started forming vigilante groups, guarding cemeteries, bought heavy coffin locks, and so forth. Now, public outrage was sparked when newspapers reported on ghouls caught in the act. That was the revelation of Burke and Hare's crimes in 1828, which technically went beyond body snatching to include body supplying through murder. It was a scandal that appalled the entire British public. To kill someone for anatomical gain, the word burking even made its way into the language. Nonetheless, the public had not forgotten the incidents that continued into the early Victorian era, late 1830s, when apprehended. The body snatchers were subjected to extrajudicial punishment. It was not common for a vengeful mob to severely beat a resurrection man or to toss rocks and trash at him while being transported to court. They were effectively a boogeyman in popular culture. Parents would scare their kids by telling them if they misbehaved, the body snatchers would come and get you. The horrifying trade is remembered as one of the most ghoulish jobs in history, a dark aspect of Victorian life that most people were eager to put behind them forever. They forced society to face the tension between moral ethics and medical advancement. Well, thank you very much for listening, everyone. Did you enjoy that? It was all a little bit grim and macabre, but I know you like it. So let me thank the top-tier patrons and supporters. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulf, Ednea, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Melissa, Madeline, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Video Man, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, the HMSHH, Crystal, and Towery. In a dimly lit London parlour of the 1860s, a circle of respectable Victorians sit with breaths held, hands clasped, huddled together in a silent room. In one séance, the poet Dante Gabriel Rossetti and his brother whisper questions into the air, and a series of raps answer back from the void. The spirit medium with them claims to be channeling Rossetti's late wife, who offers brief, cryptic replies from beyond the grave. It's an eerie scene, somewhat reminiscent of Gothic fiction, but this was a real event, recorded in February of 1866, 4 years after Elizabeth Rossetti's death. Such was the atmosphere of Victorian Britain, an age of steam and reason, utterly captivated by the other world. From the grand drawing rooms of the elite to humble country inns, Britons of all classes gathered around tables in those dark rooms, driven by an obsession with the occult and a burning question: can we truly commune with the dead? And so today, that's exactly what we're going to talk about: the Victorian obsession with the occult, as it permeated everyday life in Britain during the years of 1837 to 1901. But rather than focusing only on famous magicians and secret societies, topics for other videos, our emphasis is going to be on the grassroots fascination, the ordinary people who held seances in their parlors, joined ghost hunting clubs, and played with spirit communication devices. Also, the occult periodicals that were rolling off the presses in record number. But we will meet prominent figures like Helena Blavatsky and the founders of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, but always in the context of how their ideas filtered into popular engagement. Along the way, we'll also relive the seance culture of table rapping and spirit mediums, visit the interesting ghost clubs of gentlemen investigators, and thumb through those occult publications, considering how contemporary religious and scientific voices critiqued the widespread paranormal craze too. And I think that by the end, we'll all understand how a society famed for its prim morals and scientific rationalism became equally renowned for crystal gazing, ghost summoning, and psychic adventure. It is a tale of paradox, a culture enthralled by technology and empire, yet equally enchanted by mysticism of the old world, a tale filled with earnest belief, brazen fraud, social rebellion, and that eternal human hope that there is more to our reality than meets the eye. So let me welcome you If you're new to the channel, I invite you to click that subscribe button. It's right next to the like button, too. All good for the engagement. You know how it is. And thank you to those who keep everything ad-free by supporting on the Patreon, and who checked out the merchandise store as well. You have my thanks. Now, without further ado, and with introductions and e-begging out of the way, as is customary, let us begin our journey back to Victorian times. So why did occultism flourish so wildly in Victorian Britain? Perhaps the answer lies partly in the unique anxieties of the age. You see, at this time society was intimately acquainted with death. Epidemics of cholera, smallpox, and typhoid ravaged rich and poor alike, leaving a tinge of grief in nearly every household. Over 177,000 people died from infectious diseases in the late 1800s alone. Even Queen Victoria herself entered permanent mourning after Prince Albert's untimely death from typhoid in 1861. Surrounded by mortality, many Victorians sought comfort in the idea that their lost loved ones were not gone forever, but somehow lingered in spirit, eager to reach out and communicate. Spiritualism, the belief that the dead can speak to living through a medium, offered a seductive promise of hope and reunion in an era of high infant mortality and frequent bereavement. At the same time, traditional religious certainties were wavering somewhat. The Victorian era saw challenges to Christian orthodoxy from the new scientific and intellectual developments. The publication of On the Origin of Species in 1859 and advances in geology and biology led some to doubt the literal interpretations of the Bible. Many educated Victorians seem to have found themselves caught between scientific materialism on one hand and prescriptive conventional religion on the other. And so it was within this climate the occult emerged as a third path, an alternative source of meaning that could reconcile science, religion, and the supernatural. As one historian notes, a growing number of Britons turned to the hidden knowledge of the occult as a way to explore spiritual questions outside the confines of church doctrine. Moreover, the occult revival did not spring from out of nowhere. It was built upon earlier movements like mesmerism and Swedenborgianism. In the late Georgian and early Victorian years, Franz Mesmer's theories of animal magnetism, that being hypnosis, and Emanuel Swedenborg's psychic visions of the afterlife had already piqued the interest in paranormal phenomena. By the 1840s, public demonstrations of mesmerism, placing objects in trance to exhibit mysterious mind powers, were popular entertainment. Swedenborg's writings, which claimed detailed tours of heaven and hell, circulated among spiritual seekers, suggesting that communication with unseen realms was indeed possible. Thus Victorians were primed to accept even stranger phenomena when they arrived. The spark that truly ignited modern spiritualism occurred across the Atlantic. In 1848, in a humble cottage in Hydesville, New York, two teenage sisters named Kate and Margaret Fox reportedly heard persistent rappings on the walls. Astonishingly, the rappings answered questions, supposedly the spirit of a murdered peddler communicating from the world beyond. News of the sisters' otherworldly communication, of course, spread like wildfire, and by the 1850s this Rochester knockings craze jumped the Atlantic and swept through Britain with equal fervor. And then came the mediums, individuals who claimed to serve as conduits for the dead. They began hosting table-rapping seances in English parlors and drawing rooms, recreating the mysterious knocks and messages first heard in New York. In 1852, one of the very first American mediums, Maria B. Hayden, traveled to London and offered seances for a guinea a head. All that basically kick-starting the British spiritualist movement. To the public of the time, stricken with grief and curiosity, the idea that science might have missed a profound truth, that the veil between life and death could be lifted, was irresistibly appealing. By 1865, spiritualism was being practiced widely throughout Britain, and had permeated all levels of society. It is worth noting that Victorian spiritualism often complemented, rather than contradicted, religious sentiment. Many saw it as not a rejection of Christianity, but rather as a new proof of it, evidence of an afterlife, and the soul's survival. Indeed, some clergy and devout believers embraced seance messages as validation of heaven's existence. But there were others, especially within established churches, who condemned spiritualism. They condemned it as either fraudulent, or in the worst cases, demonic. That is a point that we will explain later in a bit more detail. But for now, suffice to say that the cultural soil of Victorian Britain was fertile for an occult revival, a potent mix of bereavement, religious questioning, scientific wonder, and prior fascination with the supernatural. And so into this milieu stepped the spirit mediums, and right behind them, an explosion of occult phenomena in everyday life. By the mid-19th century, seance culture had become a national pastime. In cities and villages across Britain, people from all walks of life gathered in those dark rooms hoping to converse with spirits. What had begun as a peculiar import from the New World rapidly grew into a mass movement. As one contemporary observer noted, by the 1860s, spiritualism was practiced widely throughout all of Britain and had adherents in every social class. It was not just fashionable aristocrats indulging on a whim, although many did, of course, but also middle-class shopkeepers, clergymen's wives, clerks, mill workers, pretty much everybody. The notion of contacting the dead struck a chord that resonated far beyond society's traditional classifications. Seances, that is, by the way, from the French word for sitting, you didn't know, well, they were the heart of this movement. A typical Victorian seance was an intimate gathering of perhaps 6 to 12 people seated around a table. The room would be arranged to encourage a hushed, mystical atmosphere. Heavy curtains drawn, lamps turned low or candles flickering, and often a spirit-friendly red or blue light bathed the scene. Before beginning, participants might sing a hymn or offer a prayer and appeal for the benevolent spirits to join them. The seance leader was almost always a medium, and notably, this role was frequently filled by women. In an era when women had scant avenues for public authority, strangely, mediumship became the one domain where they truly excelled. There was no barriers to entry, no barriers to ascent, and they really were respected. Victorians believed that women's supposed qualities of piety, passivity, and intuition made them ideal vessels for otherworldly forces. One commentator in 1871 observed that the female medium's more gentle, trance-like openness allowed spirits to take control of her psyche more easily than a man's. Well, whether or not that was true, the fact remains that spiritualism was one of the few areas in Victorian society where women could gain renown and authority. Female mediums like Emma Hardinge, Florence Cook, and Georgina Doddy Marshall became household names, and in a sense, kind of like early celebrities, at least in these spheres. During the seance, the medium would often clasp hands with the sitters to form a circle, a ritual meant to concentrate spiritual energy. And what followed could range from rather simple to quite spectacular. In many parlors, the initial phenomenon was table tipping or table rapping, the very manifestation that the Fox sisters had popularized. As the group sat in expectant silence, the heavy table might begin to quiver and then lift up onto two legs, or a distance of series of knocks would echo from its wooden frame. Each rap was typically interpreted as a yes or no communication. One knock for no, two for yes, that sort of thing. Or perhaps with pre-agreed codes, even spelled out letters of the alphabet. Attendees would eagerly pose questions. They'd ask if someone was there, what their name was, and if they could give a sign of some sort. Of course, the room would erupt in astonishment as invisible hands answered via bumps and thumps. These experiences became startlingly commonplace. By the late 1850s, one did not need to travel far to find a spirit circle in progress. Quite soon, table rapping swept the American continent, and in the early 1850s, it managed to cross the Atlantic. Seances began to take place in parlors and dining rooms of France, Germany, Italy, and Britain, recounts one historian. But what's more, no single demographic monopolized the activity. A rich diversity of peoples, genteel ladies in fashionable London squares to workers in provincial towns, they all took part. They formed local clubs and circles to pursue the mysteries together. In fact, in some neighborhoods, a medium's weekly home seance was as much of a social fixture as going to church on Sunday morning was. I'm sure that was much to the chagrin of the priests being, overtaken by such a different kind of practice. So, we know that it truly spanned classes, but it really went right to the top. In fact, even Queen Victoria herself was said to have contacted spirits in private settings. More on that shortly. While at the other ends of society, impoverished trance speakers would demonstrate their gifts in exchange for a few shillings. One contemporary journal in 1860 sneered at the popularity of a poor, vulgar medium like Miss Marshall, deriding her seances as abominable profanity and wickedness, yet ultimately having to concede that she was hugely eminent among believers. The very derision in that tone shows how wide-reaching her fame had become. The seance itself evolved over time, growing more and more elaborate as mediums competed to impress. Always a one-up game, and reputation was everything. By the 1870s, many mediums went far beyond mere rapping and tapping noises. They produced full-fledged manifestations, objects levitating in mid-air, ghostly hands appearing and touching the living, musical instruments playing on their own, and phantom figures materializing. For example, one of the era's most celebrated and, controversial mediums, Miss Florence Cook, routinely astonished guests by causing a spirit named Katie King to materialize in visible form during her seances. In a typical session at a darkened London house, Miss Cook would sit entranced in a cabinet, and after tense anticipation, a white-robed female figure would step out to converse with the sitters. This apparition would float about the room, even flirt playfully with the astonished gentleman, and at least on one occasion gave the sitter a kiss on the cheek. In one sensational incident, Florence herself, still in a trance, was reportedly levitated above the sitters' heads, so high that her shoes and outer garments fell to the floor. These theatrical flourishes made her seances the talk of London. It was said that no respectable drawing-room was complete without at least one appearance by Miss Cook's ghostly friend. And indeed, Katy King became so famous that the prominent scientist Sir William Crookes attended several sessions to investigate, even photographing the alleged spirit. Crookes' involvement led a hotly debated scientific credibility and kept spirit phenomena in the public eye. But not all gatherings were quite so dramatic. Most seances were small, sincere affairs. A widow seeking a final word from her departed husband, or parents hoping to reach out to a lost child. In these intimate circles, the tone could be deeply devout and emotional. One observer noted that seances ranged from spectacular displays of showmanship in theaters to intimate, devout gatherings akin to a prayer meeting. But in both cases, the primary motive was pretty much the same: the need to contact a loved one. The heartbreak of loss, coupled with the promise of communication, it drove people again and again to that dark room. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, the famous poet, turned to seances to reach her beloved brother who had drowned. That is Alfred Russel Wallace, by the way, a co-discoverer of evolution, and he became a staunch spiritualist after the death of his young son in the 1860s. And even Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who was a young doctor in the 1880s, began dabbling in psychic research, and he would later confess that the death of his son in the First World War strengthened a lifelong belief in the occult and communication with spirits. In Victorian times, such personal tragedies were, sadly, common. Spiritualism provided what conventional religion or science often could not, and that's immediate, tangible solace. A grieving person might enter a seance, weighed down by sorrow, and emerge with tears of joy, convinced they had just spoken with the very voice of their dear departed. As one critic reluctantly acknowledged, despite many tricks and ploys, grieving people are desperate and often willing to believe anything if it gives them comfort. The heart reigned over the skeptical mind. But it's important to emphasize that ordinary people's engagement with spiritualism went far beyond attending just mere seances. In the 1870s and 80s, a whole infrastructure of grassroots organizations and publications had formed, allowing the enthusiasts to connect and share experiences. Spiritualist societies sprouted in towns and cities. The British National Association of Spiritualists was founded in 1873, the London Spiritualist Alliance in 1884, and of course numerous local clubs and spirit circles existed by the dozen. In London alone, there has been groups tallied like the Charing Cross Spirit Power Circle, established 1857, the Marylebone Spiritualist Association, the East London Spiritualists, and more. These groups all held regular meetings, lectures, and demonstrations. In parallel, a vibrant spiritualist press emerged to cater to the curious. By the late Victorian era, Britain had multiple weekly and monthly papers reporting on occult happenings. The Spiritual magazine, founded in 1860, Human Nature, The Medium, and Daybreak, Two Worlds, and a long-lived journal simply called Light, founded in 1881, were among just many of the leading titles. These periodicals printed seance reports, accounts of ghost sightings, philosophical essays, letters from readers, and advertisements for the latest spirit photograph or healing medium. An enthusiastic reader in, say, Manchester or Bristol could follow the exploits of a famous London medium in the pages of Light, read advice on developing their own mediumistic gifts, and feel part of a national community of believers, all for a penny or two a week. And so in this way, the occult ideas circulated widely and bound together far-flung individuals who might otherwise have felt isolated in their unorthodox interests. There were also more informal conduits for spreading occult enthusiasm. Parlor games with a mystical twist became extremely popular. One such craze was the planchette, a heart-shaped wooden board on little casters with a pencil attached. Around 1867 to 68, planchettes became a fad in Britain, widely sold in stationery shops and toy stores as a scientific marvel, allowing users to practice automatic writing. Families would sit with their fingertips on the planchette, which supposedly skated across paper under spirit guidance, writing out messages from the beyond. This fad was so widespread that it was dubbed the planchette's first great craze of the 1860s. Even those who were too squeamish to hold a formal séance might happily experiment with this intriguing device at a weekend party. Newspapers initially ran amused pieces praising planchettes, but as the novelty wore off, skeptics published exposés with titles like "The Three-Legged Impostor," puncturing the public's gullibility. Still, the very availability of planchettes for purchase shows how commercialized and even normalized spirit communication had become. It was literally a parlor pastime to be bought off a shop itself. Later, in the 1890s, this trend culminated with the invention of the more recognizable and famous Ouija board, essentially a planchette with letters printed on a board. We all know what they look like. And it became a quintessential Victorian and Edwardian toy for those curious about the unknown. Victorians could thus DIY their occult experiences at home without even needing a professional medium. Just follow the instructions and you'll be fine. Anyone can do it. And so amidst this popular fervor, some unique clubs and societies took shape, blending social amusements with earnest inquiry. One notable example was the formation of ghost clubs. The original ghost club was founded in London in 1862, building on an even earlier Cambridge University Ghost Society of the 1850s. It included a mix of curious gentlemen, clergymen, and later famous members, like the poet W.B. Yeats and the author Charles Dickens. These clubs weren't about holding séances per se. Rather, members met to discuss and investigate reports of hauntings and psychic phenomena. The Ghost Club conducted confidential investigations of purported ghosts, aiming to either verify or debunk them. Dickens, for instance, was deeply interested in those spooky tales but maintained a healthy skepticism. Club lore suggested he attended some meetings, though he died in 1870 before the club really hit its stride. Another organization, the Society for Psychical Research, or SPR, founded in 1882, took ghost hunting to a more scientific level. While the SPR was led by notable scientists and scholars, like Cambridge academics and even Prime Minister William Gladstone as an early member, it drew upon accounts contributed by ordinary people. In 1894, the SPR organized a massive census of hallucinations, collecting over 17,000 first-hand accounts of ghostly apparitions from the general public in Britain and abroad. The very existence of such projects shows how widespread these experiences were. Thousands were willing to write about seeing their grandmother's spirit at their bedside, or hearing mysterious footsteps in their hall at night. Thus, from parlor séances to survey questionnaires, Victorian Britain was actively engaging with the supernatural on a grassroots level. The veil between the mundane and the mystical, had grown so thin in the public imagination. But before we move on from that, let's circle back to the royal seal of approval, as it were. Earlier we hinted that even Queen Victoria might have dabbled in spiritualism. Indeed, contemporary reports and persistent legend claim that after Prince Albert's death in 1861, the grieving monarch sought comfort through mediums. An often cited anecdote involves a teenage medium, Robert James Lees, who allegedly delivered a message to Queen Victoria from Albert, using a pet name for her known only to the couple. The story goes that Victoria was so impressed by this evidential detail that she invited young Lees to perform seances right there in Buckingham Palace. While the archival proof of these seances is scant, as the royal household would certainly keep such matters discreet, it is documented that as early as 1846 the Queen had shown interest in clairvoyance. That year a renowned clairvoyant, Georgiana Eagle, gave a private demonstration of second sight for Victoria and Albert at Osborne House. So at minimum, the highest in the land were not strangers to occult experimentation. So little wonder then that the broader public felt it socially acceptable to indulge in their curiosities. If the widowed Queen Empress herself reportedly found solace in a medium's parlor, well, who could fault a commoner for doing the same? Well, let's move on. Spiritualist seances were the most widespread expression of Victoria's occult obsession, but they were not the only manifestation. You see, as the 19th century progressed, the hunger for this esoteric knowledge took on new forms. Many Victorians, after tasting the basic spirit communications of seances, craved deeper occult insights, ancient wisdom, exotic mysticism, and even magical practices. And so it led to the rise of new occult philosophies and secret societies that went beyond just chatting with ghosts. Two of the most influential currents were Theosophy and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. While these were more elite and doctrinal than spiritualism's free-for-all, they still had significant impact on popular culture and attracted a following among the educated middle classes. In 1875, a colorful Russian noblewoman turned mystic named Helena Petrovna Blavatsky co-founded the Theosophical Society in New York. By the late 1870s, she had set her sights on Britain and India. Determined to spread a new gospel of esoteric wisdom, Blavatsky was a larger-than-life figure, part scholar, part show woman who claimed to have traveled in Tibet and studied with hidden adepts. She emerged as a charismatic guru for those dissatisfied with both orthodox religion and the limiting approach of spiritualism, rather than just summoning spirits of the departed. Blavatsky's teachings, called Theosophy, meaning divine wisdom, sought to synthesize ancient Eastern philosophies, Western occultism, and more science of the modern era into this grand explanation of the universe. Her first monumental book, Isis Unveiled, in 1877, was a sprawling compendium of occult philosophy and critique of materialist science. It caused a sensation. By 1887, she had established herself in London, where she founded a theosophical journal, cheekily titled Lucifer, meaning, of course, light-bringer, not Satan in her usage, and attracted prominent British disciples. Theosophy taught that spiritual truth underlies all religions, and that humanity could evolve into higher planes of consciousness. But it also offered alternative explanations for the phenomena spiritualists knew well. For example, Blavatsky criticizes spiritualists for assuming that every communication was from dead human spirits. She argued that many seance phenomena were caused by elementals, or astral forces, not the souls of the departed, but rather nature spirits or psychic energies. In her view, mediums often didn't realize that they might be challenging astral impersonations. As one analysis notes, Blavatsky asserted that what the spiritualists believe were spirits of the dead was just something else. This more complex occult framework drew many educated Victorians who wanted a cosmology more sophisticated than just knocks and table tilts. Despite its lofty ideas, Theosophy still had appeal at the popular level. Blavatsky herself demonstrated what one might call paranormal stunts to intrigue followers, famously producing letters from her mysterious Tibetan masters that would phenomenally appear in closed rooms or fall from the ceiling. These Mahatma letters, as they are called, became legendary and were studied intensely and controversially by believers and skeptics alike. The Society for Psychical Research investigated Blavatsky's phenomena in 1884 and concluded that it was largely just fraudulent trickery. In fact, their report dubbed her, quote, one of the most accomplished, ingenious, and interesting impostors in history. But the ardor of her followers was not dampened by this. By the 1890s, the Theosophical Society had branches across Britain, and public lectures on karma, reincarnation, and Eastern mystic lore drew sizable audiences. In essence, Blavatsky and her co-founder, Henry Olcott, helped shift the Victorian occult conversation eastward, from table rappings in a dark parlor to contemplations of Sanskrit scripture and Himalayan sages. It's important to note that while Theosophy introduced complex ideas, it was still very much a popular movement. Many who joined attended lectures were ordinary folks, school teachers, clerks, housewives with spiritual curiosities, and a notable English convert was Annie Besant, a fiery social reformer who, after reading Blavatsky's work in 1889, embraced Theosophy and would later lead the society herself. Under Besant and others, Theosophy in Britain around 1900 held events that were open to the public, teaching meditation, spiritual development, and comparative religion. Some Victorians thus engaged with the occult not through ghostly thrills, but through intellectual study of mystical traditions. It was a different flavor of the occult craze, a lot less sensational, a lot more philosophical, but part of the same broad impulse, seeking truth beyond the material realm. Parallel to the Theosophical wave, another occult enterprise was brewing in London, one focused not on spirits or Mahatmas, but rather on ceremonial magic. In 1888, 3 British gentlemen, all Freemasons, by the way, with an interest in esoteric lore, founded the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. This secret society would become one of the most famous magical orders in history, influencing occult practice well into the 20th century. At its core, the Golden Dawn was an attempt to systemize occult sciences, as alchemy, tarot, astrology, Kabbalah, Enochian magic, and the invocation of angels and spirits into a more structured path of spiritual development. Members underwent initiation ceremonies and studied graded curriculums of arcane wisdom, learning how to perform rituals intended to connect them with higher planes of being. Though it was a secretive order, the Golden Dawn was very much a product of the Victorian occult revival. The Golden Dawn was both the product of and an influential contributor to a broader social investment into the occult during that era. In other words, Its emergence was made possible by the prevailing fascination with hidden mysteries. The founders, Dr. William Westcott, Samuel Mathers, and Dr. William Woodman, were all deeply steeped in occult literature that had become readily available in the 1880s, from medieval grimoires to Rosicrucian manifestos. In fact, the order's founding legend revolved around cipher manuscripts and secret Rosicrucian adepts, reflecting the treasure-hunting spirit of the time for the lost mystical knowledge. Despite being secretive and selective, members were usually invited and sworn to confidentiality. The Golden Dawn's membership was a cross-section of middle-class Victorian society. Lawyers, doctors, clergymen, and a notable number of women as well. It was one of the first occult orders to admit women on equal terms, echoing spiritualism's relatively egalitarian approach. Within a few years, the order's roster, included literary figures like W.B. Yeats, actress Florence Farr, novelist Arthur Machen, and later in the 1890s, the infamous Aleister Crowley. Ooh, full video on him soon. I'm looking forward to that one. Well, they gathered in West London Temple to enact rituals of Egyptian gods and angelic sigils, donned colorful robes and regalia, and kept their activities carefully guarded from public view. While the Golden Dawn itself remained closed to the average person, its influence leaked into popular culture. Some of its members were writers who wove the occult themes into their works. Yeats' poetry, or McCain's supernatural stories, for example. Occult concepts like tarot cards, Hebrew Kabbalah, and Enochian angel language, once obscure things, began to trickle out via books ordered by Golden Dawn initiates. For instance, A.E. Waite wrote The Book of Black Magic and of Pacts in 1898, and other treatises that brought ritual magic and lore to this broader audience. The order's very existence also attracted rumor and intrigue. London newspapers in the 1890s occasionally hinted at the goings-on of hidden magical fraternities, and, as Denisov notices recruiting members were quietly placed in Blavatsky's Lucifer magazine in the late 1880s, meaning any attentive occult-minded reader might catch wind of an occult society open to initiates. Thus, even if most Victorians never witnessed a Golden Dawn ritual, the idea that groups were practicing high magic in the heart of the metropolis fed into the sense of a society enchanted. In a way, the Golden Dawn represented the scholarly or high cultural end of the Victorian occult obsession, just as table-turning represented the grassroots end. But both grew from that same origin, dissatisfaction with a purely material world and the desire to uncover what is hidden. One could say that the Golden Dawn was attempting to intellectually and ritually master the unseen forces that spiritualists approach more emotionally. The very term, occult, from the Latin occultus, meaning hidden, applied perfectly. These were hidden groups chasing hidden knowledge. The Golden Dawn peaked in the 1890s, coinciding with the late Victorian flourishing of mysticism, and then splintered by 1900 due to internal conflicts and scandals, partly thanks to Crowley's disruptive influence. But the legacy endured, and it exemplified how far the Victorian occult craze had evolved, from simple knockings on walls to complex magical ceremonies and philosophies, all in the span of just a few short decades. But I'm sure you can imagine not everybody was on board. In fact, given the ubiquity of occult practice, it's really no surprise that a robust critical backlash developed. Many Victorians, scientists, clergy, and skeptics looked upon the occult craze with either alarm or just plain ridicule. It was in their view this fascination with ghosts and magic was a regression, a betrayal of reason, and on the other hand, a betrayal of the Christian faith. So let's have a look at how the voices of science and religion responded to the movement, often engaging in heated public debates. Early on, men of science took interest in investigating spiritualist claims, if only to expel what they saw as superstition. In June of 1853, as table-turning became the latest fad in drawing rooms, the famed physicist Michael Faraday decided to test it out. He devised simple experiments with boards and rubber bands that demonstrated that the sitters themselves were unwittingly pushing the tables due to quasi-involuntary muscular action. In other words, the participants, through subtle unconscious movements, caused the table to tilt. No spirits involved. Faraday published his findings in the Times newspaper, concluding pointedly that if well-educated people could believe that tables were moved by ghosts, then, quote, the educational system must be deficient. His letter was both a scientific explanation and a scolding. He essentially chastised the public for lacking critical thinking. Faraday's debunking was widely reprinted and set the tone for the scientific skepticism to come. Of course, it wasn't just Faraday. Other scientists followed suit. Doctors and physiologists explained mediumistic phenomena through natural causes. William Carpenter posited the ideomotor effect, where muscles enact ideas without conscious will, to explain Ouija boards and dowsing. Eminent biologist T.H. Huxley refused to even attend seances, famously saying that if mediums could prove the existence of spirits, it wouldn't be of much interest, as it would tell us nothing about evolutionary biology or the business of life. It's quite a boring point of view, I suppose, but, well, he is a scientist, I suppose. Not to say scientists are boring. They're just vehemently rational. Well, across Britain, local scientific societies and publications took up the challenge. Papers like the Lancet and Scientific Opinion ran reports of experiments that yielded only trickery or self-delusion at seances. Stage conjurers like Maskelyne and Cook became folk heroes to the skeptics, touring the shows that duplicated spirit phenomena by sleight of hand, implicitly saying, if we conjurers can do this with trickery, perhaps all the mediums do. Maskelyne's 1876 expose bluntly called spiritualism, quote, one of the greatest impostures of the day, and he took particular aim at the famous Davenport brothers and others whom he caught cheating. A dramatic confrontation occurred in 1876 with the case of Dr. Henry Slade, an American medium known for slate writing. Now, Slade's trick was to produce written messages from spirits on blank slate hidden under a table. In London, the distinguished zoologist Ray Lancaster attended Slade's séance and caught him out in a fraud, essentially sliding the slate out and writing the message himself. Lancaster and a colleague hauled Slade into court, where he was prosecuted under the old Witchcraft Act, that is, for pretending to conjure spirits. And guess what? He was convicted, making headlines as a warning to other purveyors of occult marvels, though he escaped on appeal due to a legal technicality. The Slade trial demonstrated that the law itself could be invoked to combat mediumistic fraud, something that gave pause to professional mediums thereafter. Indeed, mediums began issuing disclaimers that, for legal purposes, phenomena are considered as experimental to avoid charges of illicit fortune-telling and conjuration. Yet in a twist, a handful of scientists, and serious ones at that, actually became convinced, in some mediums at least. Well, that certainly complicated the public discourse. But as they say, science is never a democracy. The chemist Sir William Crookes is a prime example. Around 1871 to 74, Crookes investigated several noted mediums, including D.D. Home and Florence Cook, with her materialized spirit Katie King. But to the astonishment of his peers, Crookes reported that he had witnessed genuine phenomena that defied normal explanation. Accordions playing with no one touching them, bodies levitating, ghostly figures appearing that he even grasped, finding them tangible, yet strange. He published these accounts in scientific journals, lending a momentary credibility to spiritualism that believers trumpeted widely. But skeptics accused Crookes of being duped, or even of an imprudent romance with the young Florence Cook that clouded his judgment. Now that's a scandalous rumor. Well, the episode revealed a split in the scientific world. A minority, which included evolutionary biologist Alfred Russel Wallace, a fervent spiritualist advocate, accepted that some occult phenomena was real and worthy of research, but the majority remained unconvinced, and more often than not quite scornful of the issue. The split would later spur the creation of the Society for Psychical Research, which aimed to apply rigorous study to such claims. The SPR, founded in 1882 by academics and intellectuals, was essentially a bridge between believers and skeptics. Its members, who included Cambridge scholars like Henry Sidgwick, philosophers and writers, did not flatly deny occult phenomena, but they did sort to catalogue and probe them without bias. They investigated haunted houses, tested mediums in controlled conditions, and collected thousands of first-hand experiences. The SPR's approach was scientific in spirit, though mainstream scientific communities largely viewed it with skepticism. Still, the SPR provided a forum where claims could be examined critically. For instance, they dispatched researcher Richard Hodgson to India in 1884 to investigate Blavatsky's theosophical phenomena. Hodgson's report the following year in 1885 concluded that Blavatsky's miracles were faked by tricks, letters dropped through secret panels, etc., delivering a severe blow to her reputation among the English intelligentsia. But the SPR also exposed fraud closer to home. They caught spirit photographer William Hope cheating in the early 1900s and revealed several celebrated mediums as frauds by observing hidden methods. By the end of the century, thanks to such efforts, a considerable catalogue of fraud techniques was public knowledge. Trapdoors in seance rooms, luminous paint used to simulate ghostly ectoplasm, accomplices masquerading as spirits, contortionists escaping ropes, ventriloquism, and much more. This accumulation of evidence made it a lot harder for the most ardent believers to ignore the possibility that many supernatural events had very easy explanations. And after all, it's a bit awkward. No one likes to look stupid. No one likes to put their hand up and say, "Yes, I've been tricked. I was one of the people who fell for it." Those who do, well, good for them. It takes a lot of guts. Of course, satire and media mockery were another potent tool against the occult excesses. The irreverent magazine Punch led the charge at poking fun at spiritualism. Week after week, They published cartoons and humorous pieces on seances, mediums, and gullible believers. One 1860 Punch cartoon titled Home, Great Home spoofed the feats of D.D. Home, the superstar medium, portraying him as a charlatan serenaded by a spirit hand placing a crown of folly on his head. Below the illustration ran verses parodying the popular song Home Sweet Home, wittingly suggesting there's no case like home, and joking that if you extinguish the lights, an allusion to seances in the dark, of course you won't be able to see a trickster at work. Victorian skeptics often used this humor and caricature to counter the wave of spiritualism, pointing out how respectable dead come back at 5 shillings apiece. Publications like Punch kept the urban middle class laughing at the absurdities of seance phenomena, perhaps the people who were participating in it just months or years earlier. But it certainly helped to deflate some of the more extravagant claims. Literary figures, too, joined the debunking. The novelist George Eliot attended a seance or two out of curiosity, but quickly denounced the whole affair as a sham, calling one leading medium a, quote, object of moral disgust. And then we have G.H. Lewes, who wrote a scathing article about the logical impossibilities and crass deceptions of mediums. Most famously, the poet Robert Browning became so incensed by what he viewed as the fraud of D.D. Home, whom his own wife admired, by the way, that he penned a lengthy satirical poem called Mr. Sludge, the Medium, in 1864. In this poem, Browning ventriloquizes the confession of a fictional medium, Sludge, who cheerfully admits to tricking naive seekers. Through biting humor, Browning's poem essentially shouted what skeptics already believed. Mediums were con men, preying on the bereaved. Browning eventually publicly called Home a cheat and a rogue, to Holmes' great indignation. By the 1880s, religion and morality also entered the fray against occultism. Many clergymen felt spiritualism led people away from the proper faith, and potentially into diabolic realms. The Catholic Church had long condemned spirit communication, considering it akin to necromancy. And in 1898, the Church of England issued an official report cautioning against spiritualism. Some Victorian clergy initially investigated seances and came away convinced the phenomena were demonic in origin. In a few cases, publicized incidents of supposed spirit possessions or poltergeist activity in spiritualist circles prompted ministers to perform exorcisms, which in turn were reported in the press with a mix of sensation and moral waning. This religious critique tended to frame the occult craze as a spiritual danger. Even if some phenomena were real, they argued, how could one be sure that the entities responding weren't actually evil spirits or the devil in disguise? Good question. Well, therefore, it's better not to knock on all the forbidden doors. That was their logic. Yet, it has to be said, it's quite interesting, too, that not all religious commentary was hostile. A segment of devout spiritualists emerged, founding spiritualist churches that blended Christian theology with mediumship. It was often called Christian spiritualism. They contended that communicating with spirit was a gift from God to affirm immortality, and that it could actually reinforce the communicator's faith. These spiritualist congregations, however, remained outside the mainstream, which largely saw them as heterodox. The majority of Victorian churches and religious leaders maintained a skeptical or condemnatory stance, which influenced many ordinary believers to steer clear of occult practice, for fear of endangering their soul. In the court of public opinion, at least by the late 1890s, the initial wide-eyed wonder of the 1850s had been moderated down into a more divided viewpoint. Belief in the occult, that certainly hadn't vanished. In fact, millions found meaning or just entertainment in it. But there was a stronger countercurrent of skepticism, armed with decades of debunking experience, not to mention real science. Newspapers grew less gullible. Where they once might report a sensational séance uncritically, now they were apt to include a rejoinder of a scientist or an aside about possible trickery. The late Victorian period has experienced a crisis of evidence around spiritualism. People had seen enough fraud exposed that even believers felt pressure to prove their claims with better evidence. The push for proof ironically laid groundwork for more sophisticated investigations, and some argue helped usher in modern paranormal research and scientific approach to physical phenomena in the 20th century. And so by the end of Queen Victoria's reign, the British obsession with the occult had left quite a mark on society. What began as parlour amusements and grieving mothers seeking solace grew into a more complex cultural phenomenon, touching every stratum of life. For over 6 decades, Britain hummed with the excitement of possibilities. Maybe death is not the end, maybe unseen forces really do permeate our daily lives. Maybe we all have latent psychic powers just waiting to be awakened. The widespread engagement was met with both enthusiasm and backlash. On one hand, I suppose it democratized spiritual exploration, even giving women a rare platform as celebrated mediums, providing alternative forms of community and meaning outside those traditional institutions, and inspiring creative literature and social discourse. But on the other hand, sharp criticism from the rationalists and religious authorities, who perhaps feared the nation was losing its grip on truth and morality. The Victorian family might have held a solemn séance to contact a dearly missed child. The very next week attend a stage show gleefully debunking that séance with trickery, perhaps finding value in both experiences. The occult craze gave the Victorians an imaginative playground in which to renegotiate the boundaries of life and death, natural and supernatural, what is permissible and what is diabolical. In this period defined by material progress, railways, factories, Darwinian evolution, this flirtation with the occult, it reminds us that human beings do not live by logic and industry alone. So in those flickering shadows, they sought personal connection, cosmic understanding, and maybe even just a good fright, a story to tell. They attended those ghost club meetings and told the stories by the fireside, reading scientific pamphlets debunking ectoplasm, even as they preserved a lock of a medium's spirit hair as a sacred memento. The Victorian enchantment with the unseen world was not a rejection of the age's achievements, but in some ways a complement to it, an attempt to ensure that amid so much visible change, the invisible and eternal were not forgotten. Walk through a narrow alley, shrouded in grime and fog, the air thick with the smell of sewage and coal smoke, while under your feet a slick of mud and refuse makes each step more treacherous than the last. It's dawn in Victorian London, and you find yourself in the heart of one of the city's most notorious slums. Permit me to take you back into these overcrowded warrens of poverty. From the tenements where entire families huddled in single rooms to the desperate labor of children, we will explore how the poorest lived and survived in the shadow of the world's richest empire. The information you're about to hear comes from the authentic voices of Victorian observers, reformers, and slum dwellers themselves, to paint an authentic picture of this dark underside of 19th century London. But it's not merely a tale of squalor and misery. There's also glimmers of hope. It's a story of resilience, community, and the slow march of reforms sparked by these harsh conditions. But before we do proceed, the scene must be set. Where and when are we? Victorian London, 1837 to 1901, a city of explosive growth, swelling from about 2 million people in 1840 to over 6.5 million by 1900. This rapid urbanization, fueled by the Industrial Revolution and migration from rural areas, created extreme overcrowding. By the 1880s, investigators like Charles Booth estimated that roughly 1/3 of East End Londoners lived in extreme poverty. And we'll see what that meant for daily life. How exactly was extreme poverty felt? And so, with those timelines set, let's go back into the slums, the overpopulated districts with names like Whitechapel, Bermondsey, and Bethnal Green, and witness the conditions that contemporary writers variously called pestilential human rookeries and darkest London. I think by the end, we'll better understand not only the deplorable conditions that spurned the reforms, but also the humanity and agency of those who had to go through it. And with that, let's begin. If you like this sort of content, give it a like and subscribe. And thank you very much to those supporting on the Patreon and who checked out the merch store. To the outsider, the most striking feature of the Victorian slums was the extreme overcrowding, along with the dilapidated housing. Rows of tumble-down houses, many subdivided from once respectable Georgian homes into labyrinths of tiny flats and single-room dwellings, cramped people together in unsanitary conditions. As one 1883 account famously described, these were those pestilential human rookeries where tens of thousands lived amid horrors, which call to mind the slave ship. Now, if you've watched my video on slave ships, well, you'll know exactly how terrible that is. Perhaps he was exaggerating, but, you'll see. Sunlight, that was a commodity. It rarely reached the interior of these slum courts. They were hemmed in by tall, sooty buildings, and sometimes by the arches of railways overhead, as depicted in those Gustave Dor engravings, the ones that I've added for your viewing pleasure. I don't think they were quite impressed when Dor gave too much of an honest depiction of London in his art, but, well, he was only the messenger. Filthy, unventilated alleys reeked of human waste and stagnant air. There was little to no proper sanitation. No sewers, no clean water. Inhabitants often just dumped garbage and chamber pot contents directly outside the window. One journalist described stepping into a slum court in Southwark and finding nameless filth and garbage coating the ground. A thick paste of indescribable filth obscuring even the cobblestones. Such vivid first-hand descriptions, well, it makes it pretty plain that slum housing was not just unpleasant, but whether they knew it or not, it was actively dangerous to health and safety. Now, you might think that inside the tenements things would be a little bit better, but unfortunately not. Most dwellings lacked basic amenities like plumbing and running water. A single outdoor tap might be shared by dozens of families, and privies, the outside toilets, overflowed or went unemptied. The buildings themselves were often decrepit fire traps, rotten and reeking tenements, in the words of one witness, with crumbling brickwork and leaking roofs. It's no wonder things like the Great Fire of London happened. Now, just a little note on Victorian firefighting. They wouldn't show up with water most of the time. What they would do, they'd show up with these fire hooks, and they would effectively just isolate the fire by ripping down the surrounding buildings. That's all they could really do. If you're interested in that, watch my Great Fire of London video. As for the buildings themselves, well, not many of them stand anymore. Now, wooden staircases decayed to the point of collapse, too. An 1883 missionary report noted stair rails missing, likely burned as firewood by tenants. Now that's desperate poverty for sure. And gaping holes that could send an unwary person plunging between floors. Windows, if not broken or boarded up, were encrusted with so much dirt that little light or fresh air entered. The slum rooms were tiny, dark, sparsely furnished. Andrew Mearns, the author of The Bitter Cry of Outcast London in 1883, which I do recommend you reading, was shocked to find many rooms scarcely 8 feet square, so that's about 2.5 meters square, with walls, quote, black with the accretions of filth accumulated over years. In such a room, one might be lucky to find a broken chair or a pile of rags serving as a bed, but many had nothing but bare, grimy floorboards for people to sleep on. Overcrowding was the norm. Every inch of space was monetized by slumlords, making multiple families, often sharing a single room. He wrote in 1883, "Every room in these rotten and reeking tenements houses a family, often two." The words of Mearns certainly sums it up quite well. Privacy was non-existent, as you could imagine. One missionary recounted finding 7 people living in one underground kitchen with a deceased child's body lying in the same room, just because the family had nowhere else to put it. In another instance, a sanitary inspector discovered a household of father, mother, and 3 children, and 4 pigs cohabiting in a cellar. One can imagine the ventilation issues. Elsewhere, a widow lived with her 6 children, 3 of them adults, all together in one small room. Infants and the gravely ill shared space with everyone else. One sick man with smallpox was found in a single room, along with his wife recovering from childbirth, and their half-naked, dirt-covered children running about. Of course, conditions like this bred disease at an alarming rate. That's a point we'll get back to later on. But the overcrowding also meant that everyday life, the chores like cooking, washing, and also sleeping, had to take place in the same cramped area, and that made basic hygiene nearly impossible. People cooked over small coal fires or braziers in rooms lacking proper ventilation, adding smoke to the foul air. Clothing and bedding, rarely, if ever, properly cleaned, would be hung or laid out in these damp and dirty quarters, contributing to infestations of lice, fleas, and other vermin. One contemporary noted that it was common to, quote, grope your way along the dark and filthy passages swarming with vermin, and that was just while you were on your way to the slums. Yet despite these conditions, slum rooms were not that cheap, at least not for the poor. Exploitative landlords charged high rents relative to workers' incomes, precisely because housing was so scarce. A destitute widow might even rent out a corner of her own squalid room to lodgers to afford the weekly payment. In one tragic example, a widow occupying the only bed in a room let out space on the floor to a married couple for 2 shillings and 6 pence a week. It was common practice for labourers or homeless individuals to pay a few pence for a spot to sleep in an already crowded room or a corner of a hallway. These informal arrangements blurred the line between what was a home and common lodging housing. The absence of regulated, affordable housing forced the poor to accept any shelter they could, no matter how cramped or degrading it was. Thus, living arrangements in the slums defined what we might consider normal family structure. Nuclear families, extended relatives, even unrelated lodgers, and, in some cases, animals all mingled together under one roof. Privacy was a luxury that only the better off could afford. In the slum environment, family life often unfolded in public view, every joy and sorrow witnessed, and I imagine overheard by neighbors separated by only thin walls or partition curtains. Despite this, families strove to create a semblance of a home. Many poor Londoners were migrants from the countryside, or Irish immigrants fleeing the famine, bringing with them strong ties of kinship. It was not uncommon for relatives to cluster in the same street or court. A widow might take in a niece's family, or adult children might remain with parents because they could not afford to marry and set up elsewhere, which sounds quite like what's going on in our modern time, to be honest. Well, the notion of childhood as a protected, separate stage of life, that's also more of a modern concept, and that barely existed for the slum poor. Children as young as 5 or 6 had to contribute to the family's survival, as we will see with the child labor later on. As a result, children in the slums matured quickly, often exposed to the harsh realities of adult life, hunger, work, and even crime from their earliest years. Daily life demanded cooperation among family members and neighbors alike. With limited resources, people had to share what they could. Communal bonds developed in these tight quarters. Women might mind each other's children, borrow a cup of tea or sugar if they even managed to get their hands on such things, or help nurse the sick next door. There was this kind of rough code of solidarity. Everyone knew that a fire, an eviction, or an illness could happen to any one of them at any time. One first-hand observer noted that even in the worst slum courts, some residents tried to maintain a bit of order and decency. For example, scrubbing their doorstep or patching a broken window with rags. Amid the filth and the chaos, small acts of domestic pride shone through. In the 1851 work, London Labour and the London Poor, journalist Henry Mayhew described visiting a garret where a poor seamstress, though destitute, had managed to keep one tablecloth immaculately clean, a surprised possession, a sign of self-respect in a world determined to strip her of it. Things like this put a human face on this situation, I think. Reminds us that the slum dwellers were not just passive victims, but they strove to create home and community under seemingly impossible conditions. However, the pressures of poverty could also strain and splinter families. Overcrowding and hardship led to frequent quarrels, and in some cases domestic violence fueled by alcohol or just sheer desperation. Many slum neighborhoods had a pub on every corner, and drunkenness was a common escape from misery. Victorian social investigators often castigated the poor for intemperance, noting that men sometimes drank away little money they had, while their children went hungry. And that's not just a slander. There's truth to those observations. At the same time, we have to recognize the context. Gin or cheap ale offered brief relief from cold and hunger. And for some, a pub was the only warm, lit place that was accessible at night. The toll of alcoholism on family life was real. Reformers reported cases of wife beating or child neglect in the slums where drinking was rampant. At the same time, many women in these communities became the de facto heads of households, stretching scant budgets and doing informal work, like washing or sewing, to keep their families afloat when the male breadwinner fell victim to drink, illness, or abandonment. Tragically, death was always around, too. Infant mortality in London's slums was astonishingly high. Roughly 1 in 4 children born in the slums would die before they reached their first birthday. 1 in 4. Not very good odds. Diseases like measles, diphtheria, diarrheal infections swept through the tenements, claiming young lives with horrifying regularity. Parents might lose multiple children in succession, a trauma documented in death registered and poignantly described in the letters of the poor. Overcrowding meant that the death of a family member often occurred literally in the arms of the living. The dead might share the same bed or floor until a coffin could be obtained, or a pauper's grave arranged. Mearns, in the work Bitter Cry, noted that one case of a poor widow in the slums who had her child's corpse lying in the one room for 13 days because she had no money for burial. The husband had taken his own life in despair. Now, just imagine that. It's pretty heartrending, isn't it? The immense emotional strain on these people. Well, even in death, neighbors would sometimes collect pennies to help pay for a funeral, or women would prepare the body of a deceased child or friend, performing these last rites of dignity when official society took a step back. But if there is one image that really captures the reality of the slums, it is that of the working child. If you haven't watched my video on terrible Victorian jobs, maybe you don't understand how bad it actually is, but we'll do the best we can to explain it in this brief section. Poverty forced virtually every able-bodied member of a slum family to contribute, and children, they were no exception. In an era before compulsory schooling, that was in 1870, they made the Education Act, by the way. It gradually made school attendance more common, but the enforcement took decades. Slum children, as young as 5 or 6, took on work at home in the workshops or on the streets. Some labored alongside their parents. Little girls might help their mothers sew or prepare matchboxes at home for a pittance, and little boys might assist their fathers in trades like street vendoring, which they used to call costermongering, or dock work. Others struck out on their own as soon as they could walk and talk. They became crossing sweepers, shoe-shine boys, errand runners, and gutter scavengers. One of the most famous first-hand accounts of a slum child's life comes from Henry Mayhew's interview with an 8-year-old girl who sold watercress on the streets of London. This little watercress girl, as Mayhew dubbed her, had already been working for years. At the age of 8 years old, she was, in his words, entirely lost all childish ways, and was indeed in thoughts and manner a woman. Mayhew's 1851 narrative lets the child speak for herself, revealing the life of hardship and premature adulthood. She explained that she spent mornings at the crowded Farringdon market at 5 a.m., buying watercress by the bundle, and then walked the streets for hours crying out 4 bunches a penny watercresses to attract customers. Bareheaded, and wearing only a thin cotton gown and oversized old slippers even in winter, she endured the bitter cold. She said in Mayhew's interview, "I gets up in the dark by the light of the damp in the court. When the snow is on the ground, there's no creases. I bears the cold, you must." On a good day she might earn 1 shilling and 6 pence in sales, but out of this she had to pay back 6 pence for the crest stock, leaving perhaps 1 shilling profit. Often she made far less. I oftener makes 3 or 4 pence, she said, or 4 more hours of trudging work. Her earnings went straight to her mother, though, who is so very good to me, the girl insisted. She doesn't often beat me. Not often. That's a bit telling. But in exchange, the girl was given meager sustenance. When offered a hot meal by Mayhew during the interview, the girl refused more than a few bites, explained that if she ate too much, it made her sick because she wasn't used to meat, only on a Sunday. Indeed, she typically had no midday dinner at all. Quote, "Mother gives me 2 slices of bread and butter and a cup of tea for breakfast. Then I go till dinner time and has the same. We has meat of a Sunday, and of course, I should like to have it every day." This candid admission paints a stark picture of semi-starvation. 2 bits of bread with a bit of butter doesn't quite cut it, especially when you're covering that much ground trying to sell as much watercress as you can. And indeed, the diet of many slum children was largely bread, cheap margarine or dripping, and some tea if they could get it, with an occasional bit of meat once a week, and that's if they were lucky. Instead of play and school, childhood in the slums meant work and responsibility. The watercress girl, for instance, had already spent a year as a toddler minding an infant, a common job for little girls, essentially unpaid babysitting for relatives or neighbors, and had briefly attended a ragged school until the teacher's harsh beating scared her away from school entirely. Many children in the slums never attended school or dropped out very young. They simply could not afford the loss of income or the fees for basic schooling before the late 19th century reforms. By the 1860s and 70s, charitable ragged schools and then board schools did reach many kids in the slums, but the attendance could be pretty sporadic. Thus, illiteracy was widespread among slum-dwelling adults and children alike, and that only perpetuated the cycle of poverty. Children worked in some of the most dangerous and demeaning jobs of the Victorian age. In London slums, very young boys sometimes became chimney sweeps, sent up narrow chimneys to scrape soot, a practice that was actually made illegal in 1840 but continued illicitly for years. After all, the laws changed, but the chimneys did not. Other boys might get casual jobs as messenger boys or factory errand boys if they were slightly older, but the girls had fewer options. Some did street selling, like the watercress girl, or sold flowers and matches. Others assisted their mothers in sweated home industries, as they were called, like piecework, sewing artificial flowers, and garments for pennies per dozen. But of course, I'm sure you've already guessed that many girls heartbreakingly drifted into becoming women of the night, especially as they reached their early teens. A contemporary social worker, Flora Tristan, noted that in certain London slums of 1840s, half-grown girls often openly solicited customers because they had no other way to earn money for their families. Victorian society was shocked by revelations of children doing this, such as W.T. Steed's 1885 expose, Maiden Tribute. But it was poverty and neglect that drove those girls to the streets in the first place. Everybody already knew about that. And so one consequence of child labor and poverty was the phenomenon of street children, orphans or runaways who essentially lived rough in the city. London slums produced countless of such children, often referred to as street Arabs in the slang of the day. They slept in outhouses, under bridges, or huddled together in alleys. Dr. Thomas Bernardo, a young Irish philanthropist, encountered these homeless children in the late 1860s in the East End. One famous anecdote tells of how an 11-year-old boy named Jim Jarvis guided Bernardo through the slum streets at night to show him where all the orphans slept, on rooftops and in barrels, which so moved Bernardo that he founded homes for destitute boys and girls. By 1870, Bernardo's homes were rescuing hundreds of children from the street. Though this was still a fraction of those in need, but you gotta start somewhere, don't you? The presence of ragged, hungry children, begging or working, was simply part of the everyday scenes. Novelist Charles Dickens had drawn public attention to such children decades earlier with characters like Oliver Twist and Joe the crossing sweeper in Bleak House. But these depictions were rooted in reality. People just didn't really take them too seriously because it was in a fiction book, I suppose. As one observer noted in 1883, the children of the slums grew up where all regard for decency and morality, let alone comfort, is out of necessity set aside. In other words, the environment forced them to become survivors above all. That was the important thing. Some of these youths fell into petty crime or gangs, which brings us to the next aspect of slum conditions, of course, crime and law enforcement. Now, I'm sure you can imagine that Victorian slums had a fearsome reputation as havens of crime. In fact, the very word slum was often used interchangeably with rookery, implying a nest of thieves. It is true that desperate poverty and overcrowding provided a fertile ground for criminal activity. When honest work did not pay enough to eat, some slum dwellers turned to theft, fraud, or vice. They had to scrape by somehow. Contemporary police reports and journals like London Labour and the London Poor offer insight into the criminal classes of the slums. These included pickpockets, burglars, con artists, and fencers. A fence is a receiver of stolen goods, and they often lived among the general poor. Certain streets or lodging houses were notorious as criminal hideouts. For example, the St. Giles Rookery in central London, earlier in the century, and parts of Whitechapel and Bluegate Fields in the East End, later on were well-known thief dens, where the police entered only warily. Rookeries typically had a warren of interconnected buildings and alleyways, perfect for criminals to hide from constables. In these enclaves, stolen goods could be quickly sold off or altered, and the residents often maintained a code of silence against informers. Petty crime was most common, hunger-driven theft like snatching food or picking pockets. Many slum criminals were opportunists rather than hardened felons. For instance, the street sellers or costermongers might smuggle goods without paying duties, or a poor woman might steal laundry off a line to sell for bread money. But that doesn't mean that the slums didn't harbor more organized forms of criminal gangs. Teenage and adult gangs with colorful names like the Wild Boys of Bethnal Green, or the youths later depicted as hooligans, sometimes roamed the poor areas, engaging in theft and brawls. The late Victorian period saw much public anxiety about the East End criminal gangs, especially after the sensational Jack the Ripper murders in 1888 in Whitechapel, which spotlighted the area's poverty and vice. While the Ripper's crimes were a bit singular, They unfolded in a milieu of dangerous streets where violence was routine. Now, in terms of people selling their services of vice, that was widespread in the slum districts too, considered both a crime and a social ill by Victorians. Poverty drove many women and girls, unfortunates as they were euphemistically termed, to sell sex to survive. Slum accommodations even facilitated this. Mearns noted a case of a slum mother who turned her children out into the street at night so she could rent the room for immoral purposes until long after midnight. Such lodging house services were important income sources for desperate families, albeit a terrible moral cost in Victorian eyes. The police estimated thousands of these women operated in the mid-19th century London, many of them working in the poorest neighborhoods, and of course, falling victim to abuse or disease. Incidents of assault and murder, often linked to drunken fights or robbery, peppered the newspapers. The dregs of society, from ex-convicts to loafer men who refused to work, found refuge in the anonymous slum crowds. One social investigator in the 1860s characterized the lowest class of London's poor as vicious, semi-criminal, and noted their neighborhoods in black on a map. Policing these areas was a huge challenge for the Metropolitan Police, founded in 1829. Early Victorian policing was still finding its footing, and slum residents were initially distrustful, or at worst times openly hostile to police interference. Gradually, slum policing did improve, with constables patrolling even in the worst rookeries. But it remained dangerous. In fact, Charles Booth's team in the 1890s had to be accompanied by police when they went to map poverty street by street. But despite all this, it's important to note that the majority of slum dwellers were not criminals. They were just honest poor people struggling to survive. Contemporary reformers often remarked on this. General William Booth of the Salvation Army wrote in 1883 that he personally knew, quote, thousands who had been down to the lowest depths, homeless, penniless, ragged, hopeless, and who were now respectable working people living decent lives. This suggests that with opportunity or aid, many slum residents eagerly escaped vice and crime. Furthermore, slum communities had their own form of order. Neighbors knew each other's business. A child stealing or a man beating his wife might be scolded or shamed by those around him. While outsiders saw only lawlessness, there were internal social checks. For example, informal penny banks or fellowship societies sometimes operated in pubs or churches, encouraging thrift and mutual aid even in these rough areas. In some, crime was present in the slums, and often born out of desperation, but it did not define every slum dweller. So, we're going to transition to the next section now of public health. Keep in mind that a lack of sanitation and healthcare probably killed more slum residents than crime ever did. Indeed, there were few places in Victorian Britain that were as unhealthy as the inner city slums. The convergence of overcrowding, poor sanitation, and malnutrition created ideal condition for disease. Slum streets were often described as fever nests or cholera dens. In the cholera epidemics that struck London, that is 1832, 48, 54, and 1866, the highest death tolls were in the impoverished districts, with contaminated water and open sewers. An observer of the 1849 cholera epidemic noted that in Bermondsey, the terribly poor Southwark slum, the living and dead shared the same space, with bodies sometimes left in rooms or piled in courtyards as cholera mowed down entire families. Part of the reason was the lack of a clean water supply. Drinking water came from pumps or standpipes, often polluted by nearby cesspits. The famous physician John Snow demonstrated in 1854 that a cholera outbreak centered on Broad Street, Soho, was caused by a contaminated pump, a microcosm of the slum sanitary crisis. Human waste piled up in courtyards and overflowed from basement cesspits into the gutters and waterways, making epidemics almost inevitable. But of course, people in the slums, they had pretty much no understanding of germ theory. That emerged slowly after the 1860s. But they knew, from bitter experience, that their neighborhoods were unhealthy. They used the word fever to describe a host of deadly infections. We're talking typhoid, smallpox, typhus, measles, all striking in wave after wave. Public health statistics gathered by early epidemiologists like William Farr showed shockingly high mortality rates in these districts. For instance, life expectancy at birth in some mid-century London slums has been estimated at under 30 years, dragged down by sky-high infant mortality and deaths of young adults from disease. Common diseases in the slums included tuberculosis, which they used to call consumption, which thrived in damp, unventilated rooms. Victims coughed their lungs up in one-room apartments shared with family who inevitably were exposed to the illness too. Smallpox periodically swept through, and before vaccination became common, it killed or disfigured many poor Londoners. One slum missionary's diary from the 1870s recounts going from hovel to hovel, finding smallpox patients or trying to get them to hospitals, often in vain. Scarlet fever and diphtheria preyed on undernourished children. Without access to proper medical care, a child's simple cough or rash could escalate to a fatal illness. Poor nutrition made things worse, of course. Diets low in vitamins meant diseases like rickets, bone deformities from vitamin D deficiency, and even scurvy from vitamin C deficiency occurred among slum kids. A government report in the 1850s remarked on East End children with bowed legs and stunted growth due to chronic malnutrition and even lack of sunlight. But of course we have to mention the great stink of 1858, when the Thames, which was essentially a giant open sewer, smelled so terrible that Parliament was compelled to fund a modern sewer system. The engineer Joseph Bazalgette's construction of the massive sewers in 1860 did gradually alleviate some sanitary issues for London at large. Sewage was carried away from the central districts. However, many slum precincts lacked local drainage to connect to the new system, so the benefits were uneven. Even by the 1880s, observers noted courts where the sun never penetrates, and never a breath of fresh air circulates, with refuge and ordure littering the ground. In such stagnant environments, infant diarrhea each summer was a major killer, what one reformer called cholera infantum. Perhaps the most visceral description of the slum filth come from the bitter cry of outcast London in 1883. Its investigators wrote of having to climb over mountains of garbage and dodge rotting carcasses of dead cats or birds just to enter the tenements. The author exclaimed that, compared to these tenements, the lair of a wild beast would be a comfortable and healthy spot. It doesn't seem like much of an exaggeration, I don't think. Ventilation and cleanliness were practically impossible under such congestion. People rarely could afford soap or fuel to heat water for baths. Public hygiene suffered. Many of the poor had only one set of clothes, which might never be properly washed. Not surprisingly, vermin infestation was rampant. Lice, rats, bedbugs. There's actually a line from an 1843 poem by Thomas Hood, The Song of the Shirt, that goes like this. Oh God, that bread should be so dear, and flesh and blood so cheap. The poor seamstress in the poem works herself sick for a bed of straw, a crust of bread, and rags. And indeed, many in the slums lived and died in rags amid the filth. Well, eventually, public health did improve slowly in later Victorian years thanks to vaccination, better medical knowledge, and some charitable clinics. By the 1880s, there were a few free dispensaries and hospitals, like the London Hospital in Whitechapel, where destitute patients could seek treatment, though these were overwhelmed and not easily accessed by all. The government began to take small steps, appointing medical officers of health for each borough who reported on the sanitary conditions. Laws were passed, like the Public Health Acts of 1872 and 75, compelling local authorities to provide clean water, sewage, and garbage removal. But enforcement lagged, especially in private slum properties. Still, by 1900, there was decent progress. Massive cholera outbreaks had been eliminated in London. The last was in 1866, and overall death rates in the city dropped significantly from mid-century peaks. Yet at the close of the Victorian era, the poorest districts had mortality rates double of those affluent areas, and some children remained the most at risk. It was clear that broader social change was needed to cleanse the slum. And this brings us to the economic hardships underpinning social life, why people ended up in these conditions, and how they coped or failed to cope economically. Employment opportunities for the slum poor were typically irregular, harsh, and extremely low paying. Unlike the stable factory jobs of some industrial cities, London's economy was diverse but also highly casualized, meaning many workers were day laborers or part of informal trades with no real guarantee of income. The instability was a key factor in driving people into keeping them in slum conditions. These kinds of jobs slum residents held varied by gender, age, and district. A great many men in the East End, for example, worked on the docks or in riverside industries. These dock laborers epitomized precarious employment. Each morning, hordes of men gathered at the dock gates, hoping to be chosen for a day's work unloading ships. The work was back-breaking, and the hiring system brutal. Foremen would literally point to the strongest-looking men, while others were left empty-handed to try again tomorrow. Pay might be a few shillings for a full day's hard labor, perhaps 3 or 4, though it could be less if the work was task-based. In better times, a dock worker who got picked regularly could afford scant lodging and food for his family. But in worse times, he might go weeks with little work, falling behind on rent and pawning all the family's possessions. This casual labor system basically meant perpetual insecurity. Other men took jobs as construction laborers, costermongers, street cleaners, cab drivers, or worked in small workshops, etc. furniture making in Bethnal Green or boot making in Southwark. These sectors, too, were often seasonal or fluctuating. Many trades had more workers than work, so wages stayed low. Skilled artisans like printers, jewelers, and tailors could earn a decent living, but they generally did not live in the worst slums. It was the unskilled or semi-skilled laborers who filled the tenements. According to Charles Booth's survey, about 62% of London's poor were employed but in jobs with low or irregular wages. Even regular work paid pretty poorly. For instance, a costermonger or street vendor might gross 10 shillings in a week, but have to pay for his goods and cart, netting only a few shillings profit. A seamstress Sewing shirts at home might earn as little as 1 shilling for 12+ hours of sewing each day, a case famously highlighted by Thomas Hood's poem, where the seamstress laments, "What are its wages? A bed of straw, a crust of bread and rags." Women's economic roles were crucial, but often even more underpaid. Many slum women worked as charwomen, cleaning other people's rooms and laundry, taking in washing, or even doing piecework like shirt making, matchbox folding, or brush making for a few pence per lot. These home-based industries were dubbed sweated labor because of the long hours and disgraceful pay. A report in the 1850s calculated that a woman making military shirts at home earned only about 6 pence for finishing a dozen shirts, which might take her all day. If she kept at it all week, she'd not even clear 3 or 4 shillings. Barely enough to survive. Even the whole family helped at such work, children threading needles or pasting matchboxes to increase output. Married women also had to maintain their own households with no labor-saving appliances, cooking on coal stoves, hauling water, cleaning in cramped quarters, all while possibly trying to earn some income on the side. And so with income so low, debt and pawn shops were constant features of slum economies. Families frequently pawned clothing or tools on Monday to buy food, and then redeemed them on Friday when the wages came in, only to pawn them again next week. This knife and fork economy, as they called it, living hand to mouth, trapped people in a cycle where any extra expense, any illness, a new child, a rent hike could spell complete catastrophe. The Watercress girl's testimony illustrated how even a child's pennies mattered for survival. In another first-hand account from the 1877 work Street Life in London, an elderly destitute woman, one of the so-called crawlers who begged while barely able to walk, expressed her frustration that she could not find work. She said, "I would much rather my hands were cut, blistered, and sore with toil than swollen, red, and smarting from exposure." This quote shows that the slum poor were often willing to work to exhaustion, cut and blistered hands, if only work was available. Unemployment or forced idleness was to them much worse, because it meant starvation and the shame of begging. When work failed or wages fell short, the last resort for many was the dreaded workhouse, or seeking charitable relief. And so, I suppose that's where we're at now. The dreaded workhouse. Well, the workhouse, a physical institution and a symbol of Victorian policy. Under the 1834 New Poor Law, relief for able-bodied poor in Britain was largely confined to these workhouses, deliberately harsh institutions intended to deter people from seeking help. In London, every parish or poor law union had its own workhouse, and by the 1850s, most had been rebuilt or organized to fit the new model, part almshouse, part prison. To enter the workhouse, or to go on the parish, as they called it, a destitute family had to submit a separation. Men and children and women were housed apart, and perform work assigned by the masters, such as breaking stones or picking oakum, that is, teasing apart the old rope fibers for hours on end. I'm sure you've seen that. In case you're wondering what they were doing with those fibers, they used to put them in between the planks of the ships to sort of make them waterproof, and then put a tar seal over it, kind of like an insulation. But yes, they needed it, so it's one of those finicky old jobs. Well, while cleaner than the slums, perhaps, conditions in the workhouses were notorious for their regimentation and meager rations. The gruel doled out became infamous thanks to that Oliver Twist asking for more. Well, indeed, Dickens' fictional depiction of the boy Oliver's hunger was based on the real regulations that forbade second helpings. One serving was deemed sufficient for paupers. But for slum dwellers, the workhouse was a last resort, seen as almost a living death. People would endure incredible hardship to avoid it. The common sentiment was that going to the workhouse meant surrendering one's own freedom and dignity. This aversion was well-founded, as a first-hand expose by journalist James Greenwood showed. In 1866, Greenwood entered a workhouse undercover as a homeless casual and wrote the work, A Night in a Workhouse. He described being stripped, forced to bathe in foul communal bathwater. That's right, with everybody else. And given only a wooden plank bed in a shed among scores of vagrants. Supper for those casuals was a bowl of skilly, kind of like watery oatmeal, which Grinwald actually missed because he arrived late, and the staff nonchalantly told him that, well, he was late for dinner, so he just wasn't going to get any. His account revealed the repugnant conditions and callous treatment in these institutions. Such reports, widely read, reinforced the public's understandings that the workhouse was a place of hardship, not help. Yet for all the fear and loathing, thousands did end up in workhouses, especially the most vulnerable, orphans, widows, the disabled and elderly. Inmates might include destitute older people with no family to support them. The workhouse was, effectively, an old-age home for the impoverished, or infants and children born there to single mothers. Most workhouses did have an infirmary for the sick, and by the 1880s, some evolved into primarily hospitals or refuges for the old, rather than work factories for the fit. The Poor Law did also allow limited outdoor relief, help given without entering the workhouse, such as small weekly stipends. But after 1834, this was strongly discouraged for able-bodied adults. Some London boards of guardians who ran the poor law unions eventually softened and gave outdoor relief in extreme cases, like a few loaves of bread or medicine to starving families. But the general rule was to refuse aid unless the person came into the workhouse. For a slum family, the decision to seek poor relief was an agonizing and humiliating one. It meant the breakup of the family unit, at least temporarily. Men and women were segregated in the workhouses, and children over the age of 7 were usually separated from parents, often sent to separate industrial schools. Pride also played a role. Many working-class poor had a deep-seated aversion to being labeled as paupers. They would say that they didn't want charity. All they wanted was a fair wage. This attitude was widespread, enough that even in the dire conditions relatively few people actually went to the workhouses, unless they were absolutely destitute or physically unable to earn anything. For example, during the severe East End winter of 1867, newspapers noted that large numbers of unemployed dock workers still tried to fend for themselves through pawn shops, begging, etc., rather than immediately swelling the workhouse rolls. Nonetheless, by the end of the 19th century, millions had passed through workhouse doors at some point in their lives. The slums continually fed people into the workhouse, and sometimes back out. Some individuals went in and out in a cycle, especially casuals, who would stay a night or two when they were utterly broke, and then leave to try fortune on the streets again. This was so common that workhouse casual wards became a part of the slum ecosystem, serving as a grim safety valve. But we should also note that the charitable shelters began to emerge later, such as Bernardo shelters for children or the Salvation Army shelters for men, to provide alternatives to the workhouse for some. Well, the economic hardship of the Victorian slum was certainly characterized by low wages, insecure employment, high living costs, indebtedness, and inadequate official relief. The average slum dweller lived on a financial knife edge. If they could work, they worked to exhaustion, and they remained poor. If they could not find work, or were too sick and old, they relied on family, if they were lucky, or charity. Perhaps they would risk destitution. Money was spent above all on food and rent. Very little was left for clothing, fuel, or other needs. A minor economic shock could mean eviction, and indeed London slum dwellers were highly mobile, often forced to move when they fell behind on rent, and they often did. Some ended up in common lodging houses, called doss houses as a semi-permanent lifestyle, paying nightly for a bed in a crowded dormitory, another facet of the slum economy. Well, somebody had to do something about this. Surely. It was noticeable to everyone. And some people took the steps themselves. Long before the government got seriously involved in housing or welfare, individual and organized philanthropy stepped into that breach. The Victorian era is famous for its energetic philanthropist, who funded charities to tackle social ills, and the slums of London were a prime target for their efforts, especially from the 1860s onward. One major area was education and child rescue. The Ragged School Union started in 1840, with Lord Shaftesbury as its figurehead, set up free schools in impoverished areas to give basic education and religious instruction to slum children. These ragged schools often run in lofts or stable yards with volunteer teachers, and they reached thousands of children who would have otherwise had no chance. Dr. Thomas Bernardo, as we've mentioned a few times, established not only orphanages, but also these ragged schools and workshops to train destitute boys in trades. His famous motto was, "No destitute child ever refused admission," a direct challenge to the workhouse approach. By the 1880s, Bernardo's homes were housing over 1,000 children, and similar institutions like the Maria Rye Homes for Girls or the Waifs and Strays Societies sprouted. Religious missions played their own role too. Christian evangelists, both Anglican and nonconformist, set up city missions in slum districts. Sure, they'd be preaching, of course, but they were often providing soup kitchens and penny dinners along with shelters. The Salvation Army, founded by William Booth in 1865 in East London, was particularly influential. By the 1880s, they had food for the body and soul programs, including cheap food depots and night shelters for the homeless. William Booth's book, In Darkest England and the Way Out, 1890, laid out a scheme for social relief that included hostels, training centers, and even farm colonies for the urban poor. While not all of Booth's grand plans came to fruition in Victorian times, the Salvation Army did start some and demonstrated a model of practical help, combined with a moral uplift. Another philanthropic innovation was the concept of model dwellings, decent housings for the working class, provided by charitable companies. The Peabody Trust, endowed by American banker George Peabody in 1862, built large tenement blocks in various parts of London, offering flats with ventilation, courtyards, and shared facilities at affordable rents, though still somewhat above what the poorest could pay. The first Peabody buildings opened in Spitalfields in 1864, right amidst slum territory. Others followed in Westminster, Deptford, etc. Similarly, the Guinness Trust of 1889 and organizations like the Metropolitan Association for Improving the Dwellings of the Industrious Classes, say that 10 times fast, founded earlier in the 1840s, constructed hundreds of new units. The efforts were limited relative to the scale of need. By 1900, only tens of thousands of people were housed in such model dwellings, out of hundreds of thousands in the slums that needed them. But they proved that better housing could be built and managed, even for the lower-income tenants. Of course, by the late Victorian era, there was a small but growing movement for broader social reform that extended into politics itself. Some social reformers entered Parliament or influenced it. Lord Shaftesbury, that is Anthony Ashley Cooper, is an early example, known for his factory reforms and child labour laws. He also advocated for better housing and chaired the Ragged School Union. His evangelical conservative approach was to improve conditions to stave off revolution or moral decay. On the other end of the spectrum, emerging socialists and radicals, such as members of the Social Democratic Federation or the Fabian Society, argued that poverty was structural and called for state intervention, an idea that gained quite a bit of traction by the 1890s. Journalists and writers kept public attention on the slums. Besides Dickens and Mayhew in the mid-century, later figures like George R. Sims wrote articles like How the Poor Live in 1883, describing Southwark slums in gritty detail, shaming the nation into action. These advocates often spurred middle-class readers to support charities or demand government response. The emergence of more democratic local government in London, the creation of the London County Council in 1889, provided an avenue for reformers to implement changes. And indeed, that same council in the 1890s started its own housing projects and began clearing some slums rather, under the new 1890 Act. The Poor Law itself came under criticism towards the end of the century. Reformers like Canon Samuel Bartlett, who founded Toynbee Hall, by the way, a settlement house where university graduates lived in Whitechapel to do community work, championed a more constructive approach to poverty than the Workhouse. Toynbee Hall was a hub of progressive ideas. From there sprung initiatives like evening schools for working men and clubs for youth, aiming to educate and elevate slum residents rather than just give them food for the night. The settlement movement spread to other cities and later influenced social policy. The idea of university settlements was to bridge the class divide and study social conditions specifically. And so, before we go, I'm going to do a few more little anecdotes and voices from the slums, just to spotlight a few lesser-known stories. Now first, we've heard of that watercress girl. We met this 8-year-old street vendor earlier. But her story bears one more mention for what it tells us about Victorian childhood. So here's a young girl who's never seen London's parks and doesn't even know where they are. The parks, she replied in wonder. Where are they? Her world was a few streets around Clerkenwell. When asked if she plays with other children, she is puzzled in the work. Concept of play is foreign when survival is at stake. Quote, "We children never play down there, 'cause we're thinking of our living," she said of her mornings at market. Now that shows how poverty robbed children of childhood. The watercress girl's innocent wish, quote, "Would they let such as me go to the park just to look?" Now that is a bit heartrending, isn't it? Well, perhaps it did. The same reaction for those Victorian readers, prompting charitable responses. Her voice, preserved in print, is one that helped 19th century society acknowledge the injustice faced by the youngest poor. And then we have The Old Nichols, 9 dead in the attic, which sounds as bad as it is. In the Old Nichols slum, later made famous by the Arthur Morrison novel, A Child of the Jago, one anecdote often cited by reformers was the discovery of 9 people living and some people dying in one tiny attic room. All siblings of the same family, ranging from 29 years old down to infancy. This family had remained together as a strong family bonds, but at a terrible cost. Contagious disease ravaged them one by one. Such stories of extreme overcrowding, entire multi-generational families packed in a single room, helped spur the housing inquiries of the 1880s. But the uniqueness here is in the sheer number of adults who stayed under one roof rather than splitting up. It was later revealed that they feared that the workhouse would separate them, so they made the decision to cling together in their rented hovel. That image of 9 siblings, living, eating, and sleeping together in one space, it shows the slums weren't just den of vice, but also places where basic human attachments persisted, even in those hopeless conditions. And then we have the death of carrots. A notable anecdote from Dr. Bernardo's charitable work concerns a boy nicknamed Carrots for his red hair. According to Bernardo, around 1874, the boy was turned away from a Bernardo shelter one night because it was full. And a few days later, he was found dead, succumbed to the cold on the streets. Bernardo was haunted by this, and vowed never to refuse a child in need again, coining the pledge, "No destitute child ever refused admission." While Bernardo perhaps dramatized the story for fundraising purposes, there are rumors about that, it still resonated widely and highlights how perilously thin the line was between life and death for the children. Carrot's fate, put a name and a face, even if a pseudonym, to the countless anonymous street urchins. It influenced Victorian charity by emphasizing that delay or inaction could literally be fatal, children literally dying in the street. And then we have James Greenwood's undercover report, yielding memorable vignettes, such as the detail that entering the workhouse casual ward, he was handed a hunk of bread, his sole supper unless he had arrived in time for the once-per-day gruel serving. He also recounted conversing with fellow inmates, one whom joked that the workhouse bathwater was so filthy it looked like weak mutton broth. These small details published in newspapers scandalized polite society and became talking points. They also helped unify public opinion that reforms were needed in workhouse management, leading to some improvements in the 1870s. The anecdote of Greenwood nearly losing his boots to theft even inside the workhouse, the attendant of, quote, Daddy by name, okay, warned him to keep them near, as other inmates might steal them in the night. I wonder how he got that name. Well, that shows how destitute and terrible even a place designed to help them could be. Well, the last one is a little bit bizarre, often disbelieved in the early 19th century. It was that of a man selling his wife, effectively deserting her, so she would not be his financial responsibility, thus skirting poor relief obligations. While it wasn't common, it did happen. One report notes cases where a husband would auction off his wife for a few shillings in a market, rather than have her become a burden on the parish and on him. The most famous literary depiction is in Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Casterbridge, but real instances were recorded in London's press as late as the 1840s. It's pretty shocking. Even poverty can fray the bonds of marriage and family. And do you think that marriages in our common day would break up because of money problems? How absurd. Well, it shows the lengths, at least, at which people might go to under the harsh poor law regime. A pretty extreme anecdote that reformers used to argue that the system undermined the most basic decency and social order. Certainly hard to argue with that. The workhouse, perhaps the most feared and also emblematic institution of Victorian Britain. Established under the 19th century poor law system, these institutions housed the destitute in conditions that contemporaries likened to prisons. Generations of Britain grew up hearing the grim stories of lives in the workhouse, a term that became so synonymous with poverty, drudgery, and social stigma. Even novelists such as Charles Dickens seared the image of the workhouse into the public imagination, with the scenes of the orphaned Oliver Twist pleading for more porridge. Yet, behind the literary dramatization is the very real history, the very real system, born of ideological zeal and economic stress. And that's what we're going to talk about today. The origins of the Victorian workhouse system, the daily routines, the hardships of the people who had to deal with these institutions, and we'll examine the wrenching separation of families too, along with the strict work and discipline imposed. But don't worry, we won't miss out on the gory details. We'll shine a light on the experiences of the child workforce, the plight of the sick and the elderly, and eventually the shifting public perception that eventually brought much-needed reform. Well, let me first welcome you to the channel. Introductions out of the way, you certainly know what you're in for. If you've not yet subscribed, consider clicking the button, and the like button, and leaving the comment. You know how it is. And thank you very much to those supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who checked out the merch store, keeping the video ad-free for everybody's enjoyment. Now, without further ado, let's get to the topic at hand, nice and relaxed. The Victorian workhouse system did not emerge in a vacuum, but rather it was the product of long-standing debates about how to handle the swaths of poor on the streets of Britain. England had provided relief to its poor since Tudor times, guided by laws such as the Elizabethan Poor Law of 1601. Traditionally, each parish dispensed outdoor relief, small cash or food aid given to the needy in their own homes. By the 19th century, however, mounting social and economic pressures led many in power to conclude that the old system was completely broken. The population had boomed, agricultural jobs dwindled with mechanization, straining parish resources. The cost of supporting the poor was climbing to unsustainable levels by the 1830s, and officials believed the system bred dependency and idleness. In 1832, the government appointed a royal commission, led by figures like Reverend Thomas Malthus, famous for warning that population growth would outstrip resources, and the utilitarian reformer Edwin Chadwick, both tasked with investigating the problem. The Commissioner's influential 1834 report concluded that relief should be made less attractive than laboring for one's own wages. The recommended solution was radical: abolish the outdoor relief and make the only way to receive public aid entering the workhouse. This approach was grounded in the principle of less eligibility. Well, in plain terms, living conditions of any able-bodied pauper on relief were not to be as desirable as those of the poorest independent laborer. If workhouse life was sufficiently hard and unappealing, then only the truly destitute would submit themselves to it. Poverty theorists argued that this deterrent would weed out the, quote, undeserving from the genuinely needy. As one contemporary critic, Charles Dickens himself, summarized, with bitter irony, society had come to such a monstrous pass that, quote, the dishonest felon is better provided for than the honest pauper. To the architects of the new poor law, the workhouse was not intended as a torture chamber, but a tool of moral and economic discipline. They insisted that strict rules and forced work, not outright cruelty, would make life inside unpleasant for idle vagrants, while still providing a refuge for those truly helpless. In practice, walking this fine line proved pretty much impossible. The Poor Law Amendment Act of 1834, or the New Poor Law, passed Parliament and created a nationwide system of poor law unions, each obliged to maintain a workhouse. By 1839, over 95% of parishes in England and Wales had organized into some 583 unions for this specific purpose. The era of the Victorian workhouse had begun in earnest, earning these institutions dark nicknames like the Bastilles, after the notorious French prison, from critics who saw them as punitive warehouses for the poor. The ideological origins of the workhouse thus lie in the intersection of Enlightenment thought, industrial capitalism, and a deep-seated fear of pauperism. Victorian policymakers, many influenced by Benthamite utilitarianism, believed that they could engineer social behavior through a mix of incentives and deterrents. The workhouse was deliberately designed as a last resort. A popular quip held that the choices for a jobless man were stark: find work, resort to crime, or go to the workhouse and suffer the indignity of relief. Even families on the brink often sold their last possessions to avoid entering such foreboding walls. To the architects of the system, such desperation was proof that the workhouse test was indeed working as intended. Only the neediest would come. But, as we shall see, this deliberate harshness came at a tremendous human cost. I know, right? Surprise, surprise. The noble aim of instilling industry frequently collapsed into misery and abuse on the ground. The very features meant to enforce less eligibility, the Spartan-like diet, uniforms, regimentation, loss of liberty, they all added together to make the workhouse experience so degrading that it seared itself into a legacy that no one really expected. So what was it all like, that daily life behind the closed doors of the workhouse? In a word, regimented. A monotonous existence, governed by strict timetables and endless rules. Upon admission, paupers were stripped of any remaining tokens of individuality. New arrivals underwent a supervised bath, often a humiliating scrub in front of staff to combat dirt and lice. They surrendered their clothing and belongings, which were disinfected and locked away, only to be returned upon release. In exchange, the workhouse issued coarse uniforms, men in rough woolen trousers and jackets, women in shapeless dresses of cheap fabric, with aprons and frayed bonnets. These outfits were practical, warm and hard-wearing, but they were also symbolic, immediately marking the wearers as inmates and enforcing a visual conformity. Once processed into the workhouse, inmates found themselves living according to a rigid daily schedule set by the Poor Law Commissioners in 1835. A typical day began early. In the summer months, the rising bell clanged at 6 a.m., and in winter, 7 a.m., rousing men, women, and children alike from communal dormitories. After a meagre breakfast, often a bowl of porridge or bread with a little butter, eaten in silence, the workhouse master would assign the day's labor. Work started at 7 in the summer, 8 in the winter, and continued for 5 hours until a short midday dinner break. After the dinner hour, toil resumed for another 5 or 6 hours. The toll of a bell again signaled the day's end around 6 p.m. The inmates then received a scant supper at about 6 or 7 p.m., followed by a brief period allotted for recreation, though in many workhouses this simply meant an hour of enforced idleness, perhaps a prayer service, or sitting in the yard if weather permitted. By 8 p.m., it was lights out, and back to the dormitories under watchful eyes. Day after day, the routine repeated with military precision. One former inmate bitterly described it as a life where, quote, the bell regulated everything. And yet, indeed, the relentless schedule was intended to instill discipline and break any habit of sloth. Material conditions inside were deliberately austere. Housing was basic and often overcrowded. Larger workhouses, especially in cities, were built to hold hundreds of paupers in cavernous wards. Rows of narrow beds or hammocks lined the sleeping rooms, sometimes so tightly that there was barely space to walk between them. Privacy was non-existent. Dormitories, dining halls, and even bathrooms were communal. In some notorious cases, sanitary facilities were shockingly inadequate. One 1866 investigation found a London workhouse where over 550 inmates had to share 332 beds, and doorless latrines opened directly into the wards, with no washing water. Such conditions invited the spread of disease. Epidemics of smallpox, measles, and cholera periodically swept through the crowded workhouses. Ventilation was poor, and nutrition meager. Most workhouses were cold and drafty in winter, sweltering in summer. Though some had infirmaries or sick wards, these were often just as crammed and bleak as the rest of the institution. Food in the workhouse, while intentionally plain, was not designed to starve people, at least not on paper. The Poor Law authorities mandated sufficient calories to keep inmates alive and working, but without any frills. A common diet might include bread, porridge, broth, potatoes, and the occasional bit of meat or cheese, but you'd have to be pretty lucky to get that. One London workhouse's weekly menu in the 1840s promised pea soup, boiled beef, and suet pudding with bread. Hardly appetizing, but it's better than nothing. Now, gruel is the staple, a thin oat porridge, achieving infamy through Dickens's fiction. That was not the sole affair. It wasn't like you had that every day. In reality, some workhouses even served modest variations like Irish stew or puddings, and tea or small beer was provided since clean water was scarce. Still, hunger was a frequent companion. Portions were tightly controlled, and any extra treats, as in, I don't mean any sweets or anything, I mean a pinch of salt or perhaps a spoon of sugar, or even a second helping, but there were luxuries strictly forbidden by regulation. The oft-quoted rule that no pauper shall receive second helpings was literally true. Oliver Twist's famous request for more was scripted from life. Inmates caught trading or supplementing their rations could be punished. Beyond this Spartan diet and spick-and-span uniforms, the daily routine enforced a kind of mental strain. Idleness was abhorred, except for the short time after supper. Inmates were either working, eating, or sleeping. Conversation was curtailed or banned during work and meals. Many workhouses had a rule of silence to prevent fraternization or complaints. The atmosphere, as a result, tended to be eerily quiet and oppressive, broken mainly by the bark of an overseer or the clatter of work. One can imagine the psychological impact of the monotony. Bored to death, that's for sure. For someone who had led an independent life, however poor, the transition to the workhouse regime, when nothing was one's own, where every hour was scheduled by authority, was a deep humiliation. Contemporary accounts describe newcomers, especially proud artisans fallen on hard times, breaking down in tears at their first sight of the barren dormitory or coarse fare. The workhouse was deliberately institutional in feel, akin to a cross between a factory, a barracks, and a jail. It aimed to grind down individual will, either to reform the pauper into a productive citizen, or simply to enforce compliance. And as we shall see next, one of the cruelest aspects of this system was the rigid separation of inmates by category, a policy that shattered the family bonds of those poor souls who entered. From the moment of entry, husbands, wives, and children were segregated into different wards, and they were often forbidden from regularly seeing one another. The new poor law authorities believed this was necessary to maintain order and uphold the deterrent principle. If life in the workhouse was too homely, or allowed families to enter and enjoy time together, it might actually cease to be feared. Thus, upon admission, each family member was classified and sent to the appropriate wing, regardless of any emotional outcry. So typically, inmates were divided into groups such as, first being able-bodied men, able-bodied women, children, infants, and toddlers, who, by regulation, by the way, could remain with their mothers up to about the age of 7 in many unions, and then aged or infirm men and Asian infirm women in their own sections. This classification meant that a husband would live in a different block from his wife. Older children would sleep and work apart from their parents, and even from their opposite-sex siblings. Only very young children were allowed to stay near their mothers, and even that had limits. For example, a mother with a baby could keep the infant with her, but her 8-year-old boy would be housed in the boy's ward, and might only see his mother briefly at regulated times. It might only be an hour a day. Married couples over the age of 60 might sometimes petition to share a room, but policy generally forbade even elderly husbands and wives from living together. The heartbreak this caused was widely noted. One 1840s report observed that the chief objection the poor had to workhouses was precisely this rigid sundering of family ties. You see, to paupers, the forced breakups of families was a torment that made many exclaim that they would rather starve outside than to enter as a family torn apart. The human toll of such separations is illustrated in countless Victorian testimonies. There were mothers who could hardly recognize their children after months apart, toddlers crying for absent fathers they only saw through a gate, and old couples literally dying of grief from loneliness George R. Sims' 1877 ballad called Christmas Day in the Workhouse became famous for dramatizing an old widower's fury that he was kept from his ailing wife until she passed away. He laments, "Her prayer for a human hand to hold in her last hour was denied," cursing the system that starved both body and soul. This kind of literary depiction, while melodramatic, resonated with people because it echoed a reality. In one recorded case, an elderly workhouse inmate did indeed slip past the rules to sit at his dying wife's bedside, only to be discovered and punished for the infraction. The strict segregation was not merely bureaucratic cruelty. It reflected the Victorian moral judgments. Authorities argued that separating the sexes prevented immorality. No illicit relationships could form if men and women never mingled, and that it also maintained discipline by organizing inmates by their capabilities. Yet critics countered that such harsh separation penalized the poor far beyond what any crime would warrant. Even convicted prisoners, they noted, were sometimes allowed visitors or correspondence, whereas pauper parents and children endured what one lawmaker called a, quote, daily living death of family ties. Over time, public pressure did force minor relaxations. Some workhouses began to permit limited family visits on Sundays, for instance, or set up supervised meeting yards where relatives could speak across a fence. But these concessions were exceptions, not the rule. The norm in the Victorian workhouse was that family members lived parallel lives under the same roof, each isolated in their own dormitory or workshop. A mother might catch a glimpse of her son marching with the boys to chapel. A husband might hear his wife's voice singing a hymn with the women. Yet they could not sit together. This enforced disconnection was one of the greatest psychological cruelties of the system, a constant reminder that poverty had stripped people not only of comforts, but of their dignity as husbands, wives, and parents. It is little wonder that so many destitute individuals held off entering until they absolutely had no choice, dreading not just the hard beds and thin soup, but this cruel parting above all. The workhouses were often called the pauper's prison, and nowhere was this more evident than in the regime and labor and discipline imposed on its inmates. While inside, able-bodied paupers were expected to work for their keep, performing menial and often back-breaking tasks. The intention was twofold: to make the workhouse self-sustaining as far as possible, and also to drill into paupers the habits of hard work, or simply wear them down so they might leave and seek employment outside. In practice, much of the workhouse labor was deliberately unproductive make-work, hard toil with little economic value, chosen to be as tedious or physically exhausting as possible, so that no one would seek the workhouse as a comfortable option. Typical jobs for male inmates included breaking stones into gravel for roads, chopping wood for firewood, and the notorious task of bone crushing. In the boneyard, men pounded old bones from carcasses of horses or cows with heavy iron rammers to produce bone meal fertilizer. This job became a scandalous symbol of workhouse life after reports emerged in 1845 that starving men at the Andover workhouse were fighting over the bones, gnawing at the dry marrow and gristle for just a little bit of extra nourishment. An official inquiry into the Andover scandal confirmed that half-starved inmates were indeed routinely scrabbled in heaps of rotting bones, sucking out any remnants of fat to save off hunger. Of course, the public was horrified that conditions in a state institution had become so appalling that men were driven to literally eat garbage. The end of a case exposed not only the brutal work, but the corruption and cruel management. How they would always turn the screw of suffering even tighter. Even a workhouse master skimmed food rations for profit. Another ubiquitous drudgery was picking oakum, a task given to men, women, and older children alike. Oakum picking meant unraveling old tarry ropes from ships to tease out the fibers, which could be used for caulking seams in wooden ships. It was slow and finger-blistering work. Each inmate would be given a quota of oakum to pick daily. Failing to meet the quota might result in a punishment or a delayed, meager meal. The oakum, stiff with tar, often left the workers' hands bleeding or covered in tiny cuts. It's mentioned in accounts of workhouse life, and in Oliver Twist, by the way, where the boys picked oakum when not eating gruel, became shorthand for monotonous, painful toil. Women's labor in the workhouse was typically oriented toward domestic duties and the upkeep of the establishment. Female inmates did the laundry, scrubbing the workhouse linens and clothes by hand. They worked in the kitchen, preparing huge vats of broth or porridge. They scrubbed floors, cleaned the dormitories, and mended clothing and linens. In some workhouses, they also did sewing or spinning to make cheap textiles that could be sold. Or they helped tend vegetable gardens and livestock. Pigs and chickens were raised in a few workhouses to supplement the diet a little. Elderly women often knitted socks or garments for the inmates. All of this labor, you must remember, was completely unpaid. It was simply the price of receiving relief. The workhouse master or matron oversaw the assignments and sometimes hired taskmasters to supervise the gangs of workers. Time for rest or personal activity was minimal. In theory, Sunday was a day of rest with the obligatory chapel services. But even that day could be filled with chores, like mending or extra washing, since there was always work to keep the huge institution running. Discipline in the workhouse was maintained by a combination of rigid rules, constant supervision, and swift punishment for infractions. The staff kept watch to ensure inmates stayed on task and followed orders. Talking back to a supervisor, disobeying orders, being slow at work, or violating the many rules, such as the no smoking rule, or trying to smuggle in food, it could all lead to penalties. Punishments, of course, varied in severity. For minor offenses, an inmate might be reprimanded or lose their next meal, being put on just bread and water for a day, for example. More serious rule breakers could be confined in a small room, essentially solitary confinement. That could last for several hours, up to several days. Nearly every workhouse had a couple of refractory cells for isolating and disciplining unruly paupers. The worst cases, such as violence against staff or persistent disobedience, could result in expulsion from the workhouse, which, for many, was effectively a death sentence on the streets, or handing the person over to civil authorities for imprisonment. The line between a workhouse and a jail could of course be blurry, and tellingly, dozens of Andover workhouse inmates in the 1840s committed petty crimes just to get transferred to prison, where they hoped to find better food and kinder treatment. The strict regime was sometimes eased for those considered deserving or incapable. The elderly, the sick, and young children were usually exempted from hard labor. But able-bodied men and women were expected to labor diligently. The guiding ethos was summed up by one Board of Guardians rule: no pauper shall be idle. This could reach, frankly, absurd extents, make work tasks performed for hours, and then undone just to keep hands busy. One example often cited is that of a workhouse where men spent days breaking rocks into small stones, and then another gang was made to carry the piles of stones to a different yard, where yet another group might be tasked with piling them back up again. Such punitive busy work broke spirits more than it produced any useful output. Abuse of power by workhouse staff was a recurrent problem. Masters and matrons wielded immense authority over the powerless. Some were compassionate, running their workhouses firmly but humanely. Others were not, rather petty tyrants who delighted in enforcing arbitrary cruelties. Scandals periodically erupted when investigations revealed that a workhouse governor was embezzling funds or mistreating inmates, beating children or selling off food supplies, or even exploiting female inmates. One infamous case in the 1870s was a workhouse master who was found to be fathering children with multiple women under his care. These sensational cases fueled the Victorian press and intensified calls for reform. But they also highlight how the power imbalance left inmates vulnerable. One workhouse medical officer, Dr. Joseph Rogers, later testified that complaining about conditions was futile. He said if the paupers spoke up, they risked imprisonment or being labeled rebellious. Rogers became a whistleblower who exposed how underfeeding and poor medical care were effectively killing inmates, all under the guise of discipline. Well, despite the grim picture, it's worth noting that not every workhouse was a chamber of horror. Conditions and strictness varied by region and over time. Some northern industrial towns had workhouse guardians who were relatively lenient, occasionally allowing small comforts or tolerating minor infractions. And by the late 19th century, as we will discuss, public scrutiny did improve standards somewhat. But in the popular mind, and in the testimony of many who experienced it, the Victorian workhouse remained a place of grinding work and harsh discipline, a place of last dread, where one toiled not to earn a living, but just the right to stay alive, at least until the following morning. Of course, the most unsettling aspect is probably going to be the presence of children. On any given day in the mid-19th century, thousands of boys and girls called the workhouses home. Some entered at birth, the infants of unwed mothers or pauper parents, and others arrived with their destitute families during economic slumps. While the architects of the poor law considered able-bodied adults to blame for their plight, they generally viewed children as blameless victims of circumstance. Now, in theory, workhouse children would be treated less harshly than adults and given opportunities for education and training. But in practice, and I'm sure you already know, that their lives could be just as bleak and quite dangerous. Although, we'll get to the reformers making progress gradually. Young children, typically under the age of 7, were allowed to stay with their mothers in the women's section. This policy recognized the need for maternal care in early childhood. However, once past that age, boys and girls were separated from their parents, that's if they had them, and housed in children's dormitories supervised by nurses or teachers. The daily routine for older children mirrored that of adults in terms of early rising, meals, and bedtime, but included hours of basic schooling. Education in the workhouse, of course, varied widely. Some large urban workhouses had a dedicated schoolroom and hired a schoolmaster or mistress to teach reading, writing, religious instruction, arithmetic, etc. In rural workhouses, schooling might be rudimentary or just non-existent, consisting of a few lessons from the Bible taught by the master or chaplain. And that's all good and well, but it doesn't look very promising on a resume once you get out of the workhouse, doesn't it? The quality of instruction, too, was often quite low. The priority of penny-pinching boards of guardians was not enlightening education. Still, the idea was to prevent pauper children from becoming pauper adults by instilling literacy and some work habits. And so, when children reached a certain age, usually around 9 or 10 in the early decades and later raised to early teens, they were often put out of the workhouse through apprenticeships. Since the 17th century, it had been customary to apprentice poor children to tradesmen or households, ostensibly to learn a trade in exchange for room or board. The new poor law continued this practice as a means to empty the workhouse of healthy children and give them a better start in life. Unfortunately, many of these apprentices were little better than child slaves. Greedy employers in need of cheap labor would take a workhouse child with a small payment, a bounty paid by the parish for taking the child off their hands. There were harrowing cases, too. A government report in 1842 found that the Dewsbury Poor Law Union had apprenticed boys as young as 5 to work in a damn coal mine. Very Victorian, I suppose. Well, one 5-year-old, Thomas Townend, was sent down into a mine as an apprentice hewer, essentially child laborer, and had to be returned after a few weeks because he was clearly too young. Scandals like this gradually became well known and spurred changes. By the 1840s and 50s, public concern over child paupers being exploited or abused led to greater oversight of apprenticeships and the development of alternatives, such as keeping children longer in school or sending them to special residential institutions. One significant reformer was James K. Shuttleworth, an assistant poor law commissioner who advocated in the late 1830s for pauper children to receive industrial training and moral instruction. He suggested separating children from the contaminating influence of the adult paupers by creating a large regional school system exclusively for workhouse youngsters. This led to the establishment of several large district schools, sometimes housing hundreds of children far away from the city centres. For example, the Norwood School in South London was set up to house pauper children in less prison-like environment. Charles Dickens, ever critical of workhouse abusers, visited the Norwood School in 1850, and to everyone's surprise, he actually said that it wasn't too bad, noting that its young inmates might leave almost with the certainty of becoming good and prosperous citizens due to the decent education and care provided. Such success stories were not universal, however. Critiques later charged that the large district schools were impersonal and could become breeding grounds for disease due to the continued congregation of poor children in one place. Moreover, not every union had access to a separate school, and many workhouse children still grew up within the grim institution itself. Inside the workhouse, children's experiences ran the gamut. Infants might be relatively shielded in nursery wards, and there were some kind-hearted matrons who took special care of orphans. Older children often helped the women with the chores. Girls might assist in the kitchen or laundry. and boys in the workshops or garden. And they too wore uniforms, sometimes shortened versions of the adult garb, and ate the same meals, with extra milk allowance for the youngest. Discipline for children could be strict. They were not spared punishment if they misbehaved. There are records of teenage boys being locked in solitary confinement for attempting to run away, or girls being whipped with a birch rod for repeated disobedience, though corporal punishment was officially discouraged. But they can't be watching them all the time, can't they? But what about just kids being kids, playing around, or any kind of affection? Well, in the stern moral climate of the workhouse, toys and playtime were scarce. Some workhouses allowed children a little play in the yard after lessons, and perhaps a doll or homemade toy might circulate, but generally it was just a drab and joyless environment. Siblings could sometimes find comfort in each other if they were housed in the same ward, sisters or brothers together. But opposite-sex siblings, even young ones, had limited contact. Many pauper children yearned for their families they'd been separated from, or if orphaned, for any loving attention at all. The workhouse staff were often too overwhelmed to provide much beyond basic care. After all, this was not the time and the place for that. But despite this hardship, it's important to note that some abandoned or orphaned children, the workhouse did offer shelter, food, and a chance at life that they might not have had on the streets. Victorian Britain had a few alternatives for parentless poor children. The workhouse or the street gang were the only real options. Reformers like Dr. Thomas Bernardo, who started founding orphanages in the 1860s, and others gradually provided more humane refuges outside the poor law system. In the late Victorian period, scattered homes and charity institutions started to take some children out of the workhouses, but throughout the 1800s, tens of thousands of children spent at least a part of their childhood in these stark institutions. Their memories, when later recounted, often included a mix of gratitude for survival and bitter recollections of the strict and cold treatment. One former workhouse boy, interviewed as an old man in 1910, recalled how Christmas in the workhouse was both a highlight and a torment. They got a rare treat of meat and something sweet, and even a small gift, but it reminded him painfully of the loving family Christmas that he had never had. Victorian society came to view the presence of innocent children behind workhouse walls as a barometer of the system's inhumanity. And that sparked a few questions, like if our social order demands that orphans live like prisoners, well, perhaps the social order needs to change. Workhouses were not just shelters for the unemployed, however. They also became, by necessity, the catch-all refuges for the sick, disabled, and elderly poor. They posed a fundamental dilemma. An institution designed as a deterrent for the able-bodied was ill-suited to care for those who genuinely could not work. Yet, across Victorian Britain, many people who were chronically ill or just too old to earn a wage ended up in workhouses because there was simply nowhere else for them to go. So, let's look at the reality of the workhouses, infirmaries, and the plight of those whose final years or days were spent under the workhouse roof. Not a good way to go, that's for sure. From the outset, the new Poor Law Commissioners acknowledged that the workhouse would need to serve as a hospital of last resort. Most workhouses had designated sick wards or infirmary rooms. In some rural workhouses, this might be just a corner of the building where a few beds were set aside for the ill. In large urban workhouses, separate infirmary buildings were eventually added. However, in the early decades, these infirmaries were dreadfully inadequate. Medical staffing was minimal. Typically, a part-time visiting doctor was contracted to drop in a few times a week, and maybe a couple of ill-trained nurses, who were often just female inmates assigned to play the role of a nurse. Cost-cutting by boards of guardians meant medical supplies were scant and conditions were unsanitary. One scandalous policy deducted the cost of any medicine given to a pauper from the doctor's salary, encouraging some workhouse doctors to prescribe nothing more than a placebo or a dose of soothing syrup. Cases emerged of sick paupers receiving no treatment at all. For instance, cancer patients left to writhe in agony with only, quote, colored water as medicine, because providing laudanum would eat into the doctor's meager pay. Disease was a constant threat. Tuberculosis, fevers, smallpox, and other infectious diseases have thrived in the close quarters of the workhouse. In times of epidemic, workhouses could become death traps. During the cholera outbreaks of the mid-19th century, some workhouses saw dozens of inmates die within weeks. The infirmary facilities and isolation practices were just not sufficient to contain such outbreaks. Additionally, many who entered the workhouse already in poor health found that things only got worse by the poor diet and stress. For the elderly, the workhouse was particularly perilous. These people in their 60s, 70s, or 80s, they might have already spent a lifetime laboring, only to have no savings or family to support them at the end, and they came to the workhouse as that last refuge. Technically excused from hard labor, the aged paupers still suffered from the environment. Cold dormitories, mediocre food, and often neglect if they were bedridden. A report in 1851 noted that a majority of workhouse inmates over the age of 60 were perishing slowly from chronic diseases and malnourishment, effectively just waiting for death. By the 1880s, those over 65 had become a significant fraction of the workhouse population, reflecting the reality that the workhouse had evolved into the default old age home for the penniless. This in turn fueled a growing movement for state old age pensions, eventually achieved actually in 1908, keeping the elderly out of such a fate. The most significant push for reform in workhouse medical care came from both insiders and the press in the 1860s. Dr. Joseph Rogers, who we met earlier, was a workhouse physician, and he was appalled by what he witnessed. He and others formed the Association for the Improvement of Workhouse Infirmaries in 1866. Around the same time, the prestigious medical journal The Lancet launched an extraordinary investigative series. In 1865 to 66, a Lancet commission of 3 doctors inspected many London workhouse infirmaries and thus published scathing reports. They found scenes of squalor, overcrowded wards with patients of all ages jumbled up together, lack of proper ventilation, untrained pauper women acting as nurses for want of professionals, and glaring neglect of hygiene. In one case, as noted, over 500 sick paupers shared barely 300 beds, some sleeping 2 to a bed or just on the floor. In another, dying patients had to endure the stench of open latrines next to their wards. Such revelations caused a public outrage. Polite society was never exposed to this sort of reality before. To think it was happening within a stone's throw, that's a bit shocking. The government verified the findings with its own inquiry, confirming the shameful neglect. Parliament was stirred to act. A major outcome of these pressures was the Metropolitan Poor Act of 1867, which required London to establish separate, well-equipped infirmaries for the sick poor, distinct from general workhouses. In the ensuing years, many large cities built modern hospitals for paupers, and the worst abuses in medical care were addressed. Pioneering nurses trained by Florence Nightingale herself even began working in some workhouse infirmaries by the late 1860s. For example, Nightingale sent nurses to the Liverpool Workhouse Infirmary in 1865, and Nightingale herself became an advocate for separating the sick from the able-bodied paupers and improving general nursing standards. These reforms meant that by the late Victorian period, a destitute person in, say, London might end up in a halfway decent infirmary ward, at least with a trained nurse. A far cry from the horror of the 1840s sick room. However, in rural areas and smaller towns, such standards often lagged, and workhouse medical care could remain very poor up to the end of the century. For those with mental illness, the situation was similarly dire. Early on, mentally ill paupers were kept in workhouses unless they were dangerously insane, in which case they might be sent to an asylum. This meant that many people with depression, dementia, or mild psychiatric issues languished without proper treatment, sometimes locked in small cells or restrained. The Lunacy Acts eventually required moving many of them onto county asylums, but again enforcement was uneven. Workhouse records show inmates labeled lunatic or imbecile living there for years. To die in the workhouse was considered a shame by many Victorians, a sad end that families tried to avoid for their loved ones. Nevertheless, thousands did die there. Workhouses had their own burial grounds or arrangements with local cemeteries for pauper funerals. A pauper's coffin was typically simple, unadorned. Unless a relative could claim the body, pay for the burial, the deceased was buried in an unmarked communal grave. The indignities sometimes extended beyond death. There were dark rumors, partially true, by the way, that pauper corpses were more likely to be handed over to medical schools for dissection, as the 1832 Anatomy Act had made unclaimed bodies available for that purpose. This added to the dread of entering the workhouse for many poor people, fear not only of suffering in life, but of post-mortem indignity. Well, let's talk about the sunset period, I suppose. Victorian workhouses occupied an outsized place in the public consciousness. They weren't hidden away. Most towns had a hulking workhouse building visible on the horizon, a constant reminder of those who couldn't support themselves. And as such, workhouses featured prominently in Victorian politics, literature, and debates about morality and social responsibility. Public perception of these institutions underwent a shift over the centuries, though fear and loathing remained the common thread. In the 1830s and 40s, when the new workhouse system was introduced, it met with immediate hostility in many quarters. The very idea of classifying and incarcerating the poor offended traditionalists and radicals alike. Rural communities that had been used to a more paternalistic parish relief resented the interference of central authority. In the north of England, textile districts reeling from economic depression saw the workhouse as a symbol of southern English oppression, London making decisions on their behalf and ruining everything. In fact, there were instances of direct action. During the Rebecca riots in Wales in 1839–43, ostensibly protesting toll roads, angry crowds also attacked workhouses, seeing them as instruments of an unjust law. Mobs in East Anglia and the Midlands stormed workhouses in the 1830s, and troops had to be called in to protect the buildings. In popular folklore, workhouses quickly earned the moniker the Poor Law Bastilles, likening them to the infamous fortress prison of the French Revolution. William Cobbett, a popular journalist, derided the new workhouses with this term, emphasizing their coercive nature. Cartoons in popular papers depicted the workhouse guardians as cruel jailers and the inmates as poor victims. Literature amplified the negative images. Dickens was, of course, the most influential voice. In Oliver Twist, serialized between 1837–39, he portrayed the parish workhouses as a starvation factory. All hypocrisy, all heartlessness. His unforgettable scene of little Oliver asking for more gruel encapsulates the public's worst fears, that the workhouse systematically underfed and mistreated the innocent. But he didn't stop with Oliver Twist. In his later works and letters, he continued to condemn the principles of the New Poor Law. In A Christmas Carol, 1843, Scrooge's infamous question, "Are there no prisons? Are there no workhouses?" is meant to shock the readers with the realization that some victors of industry view the poor with such cold, disdainful utilitarianism. Other writers followed suit. For example, Elizabeth Gaskell in Mary Barton, 1848, and North and South in 1855. It touches on the humiliation of the workhouse looming over struggling families. In fact, the very word workhouse became a byword for a fate to be avoided at all costs. Parents would threaten unruly children that they'd end up in the workhouse if they didn't behave right and work hard. However, not everyone in Victorian Britain was uniformly critical. Some officials and rate-paying citizens believed the workhouses were regrettable but ultimately a necessary institution. They pointed to instances where the able-bodied poor indeed avoided the workhouse by finding work, proof that the deterrent was effective. There were also accounts in local newspapers of workhouses masters who ran clean, orderly establishments and treated inmates decently, and you can certainly guess that those in support tended to tout those examples more than the other end of the spectrum. Well, for example, by the 1880s, some workhouses began organizing small outings for well-behaved inmates, an afternoon at the seaside for the elderly, or a Christmas tea for the children. These were publicized in order to counter the worst images. One article from 1896 showed a photograph of a London workhouse resident on a day trip to the country. He was with his friends enjoying mugs of beer, hardly the stuff of the Dickensian gloom. It's propaganda, if you didn't catch it. But either way, such a narrative suggested that conditions had improved, and that not all who lived in workhouses were utterly miserable. Of course, there were certainly the people who were not invited to the country trip. Indeed, there emerged by the late Victorian era the curious figure of the workhouse connoisseur, chronic homeless individuals who would drift in and out of various workhouses. Some of these paupers actually preferred the workhouse to life on the street and gamed the system by leaving just before they might be expelled for overstaying, only to enter another union's workhouse later on. One 81-year-old woman admitted herself to the City of London workhouse 163 times in the year of 1901 alone, treating it as kind of a revolving shelter. Such cases were rare exception to the general dread of the institution, but they showed that by the end of the 19th century the workhouse had taken on a more complex role, part deterrent, part welfare net. But public opinion on the whole steadily shifted toward pity and reform. The sensational exposés we discussed, Andover, the Lancet Commission, things like that. It all fueled outrage. Greenwood, a London journalist, posed as a vagrant and got himself admitted to the workhouse, later publishing an account of a single night there, called A Night in the Workhouse, detailing revolting filth, callous staff, and the despair of inmates. The article caused a stir and made workhouse conditions a topic of drawing-room conversation. Campaigners like Annie Besant and George Bernard Shaw in the late 19th century lambasted the workhouse system in political meetings, arguing that a modern civilized nation such as Britain should not subject its poor to such an ordeal. By the 80s and 90s, the workhouse had become less uniformly severe than in 1834. More allowances made for the vulnerable, but it was still stigmatizing. The poor themselves continued to use the term the spike or the house in hushed tones, reflecting fear. And as the Victorian era drew to a close, the writing was on the wall for the workhouse system. The number of inmates was actually rising, peaking in the early 20th century, with over 250,000 indoor paupers in England and Wales. But these were increasingly the old and the sick, not the sturdy loafers imagined in the 1830s. The Edwardian era brought new social legislation, old age pensions in 1908, and even job centers, at the time called labor exchanges. Promises of unemployment insurance came eventually too. The idea was to prevent people from needing the workhouse at all. In 1913, 250,000 paupers were in workhouses, but many were there essentially as hospital patients or infirm elderly. The social elite and working-class representatives alike agreed that the Victorian workhouse had simply outlived its time. And in 1929, the Parliament passed an act to officially abolish the poor law unions and convert or close the workhouses. Most workhouse buildings were then repurposed as hospitals, mental asylums, which we'll get to that in a different video, won't we? Or housing for the poor. By 1948, with the creation of the modern welfare state and the National Health Service, the very last vestiges of the workhouse system were all but dismantled. And that's where our story comes to an end. Rapid industrialization, deep social reform, and an unprecedented expansion of the British Empire, all hallmarks of the revolutionary Victorian era, which its namesake, Queen Victoria, presided over as monarch of the United Kingdom from 1837 until her death in 1901. While establishing strong domestic moral standards, her leadership propelled Britain to the position of preeminence in global power, altering the course of international trade, culture, and politics through its imperial influence. but the intricacies of colonial rule and the rigid social mores of the time cast a shadow over her reign. Regardless, the impact she had on contemporary innovation, global affairs, and governance is one that can never really be denied. So here we are today to talk all about Queen Victoria. Take a seat and relax, and if you like, well, click the subscribe button. You've got nothing to lose. So let's start first with the family background of Queen Victoria. Of course, we're not going to be referring to her as Queen Victoria throughout the whole talk, only until her coronation when we'll be using other naming conventions. We have Prince Edward, the Duke of Kent and Strathearn, the fourth son of King George III, and Queen Charlotte. That was the father of Victoria. Now, until 1817, Edward's niece, Princess Charlotte of Wales, that is the daughter of George, Prince Regent, who actually later became George IV, was King George's only legitimate grandchild. Her death in 1817 sparked a crisis in the line of succession, prompting Prince Edward and his still unmarried brothers to quickly have children and get married. Or rather, get married and have children. That is the general course of events at that time. In 1818, Edward married Princess Victoria of Saxe-Coburg-Saalfeld, a widowed German princess who actually already had 2 children of her own, that being the firstborn Karl, who was born in 1804, and Feodora, who was born in 1807. This was from her first marriage to Emich Karl II, Prince of Leiningen. Princess Victoria's brother, Leopold, went on to become Belgium's first king, and was once Princess Charlotte's widower. The Duke and Duchess of Kent's only child, Victoria, was born on Monday, May 24th, 1819, at 4:15 a.m. in Kensington Palace, London. And thus the story truly begins at the dawn of that new day. June 24th, 1819 was the date of Victoria's baptism in a private ceremony in Kensington's Palace Cupola Room by Charles Manners Southern, the Archbishop of Canterbury. She received the name Victoria for her mother, and Alexandrina in honor of Tsar Alexander I of Russia, who was actually one of her godparents. There is a little bit of interrelation between the Russian royal families, before the Bolsheviks took them all out, and the English royal families. We'll probably get to that in my video I'll do on Frederick at a later date. It is coming. So, under orders from the Prince Regent, the other names her parents had proposed, so Georgina or Georgiana, Charlotte, and Augusta, were dismissed. I would have chosen Augusta. That sounds like a good one. Well, Victoria was 5th in the line of succession at birth after George III's 4 elder sons. Her father, Edward, Duke of Kent, Frederick, Duke of York, William, Duke of Clarence, later William IV, and George, Prince Regent, later George IV. Since the 2 oldest brothers, George and Frederick, were estranged from their wives, who were past childbearing age, by the way, and had no surviving children, they were unlikely to produce future heirs. In a joint ceremony in 1818, Edward and William both married, although William's 2 legitimate daughters died as infants, which is a shame, pretty common at the time. Best doctors available, notwithstanding, the royal family still had the same problems as others when it came to infant mortality. They just hadn't quite figured it out yet. So on March 27, 1819, Princess Charlotte was born and then soon passed away. just 2 months before Victoria's own birth. Victoria then lost her father in January of 1820, when she was still under a year old. As for her grandfather, he died a week later, and his eldest son became George the fourth, moving Victoria to third in line after Frederick and William. From December 10th, 1820, until March 4th, 1821, she was fourth in line, while William's second daughter, Princess Elizabeth, lived but briefly. When Prince Frederick died in 1827, and George IV followed in 1830, Victoria became the presumed heir. Their surviving brother William IV assumed the throne. Under the Regency Act of 1830, if William were to die while Victoria was still a minor, her mother would act as regent. However, in 1836, King William openly questioned the Duchess's suitability for that role and declared, in her presence, his wish to survive until Victoria turned 18, thereby avoiding regency completely. Later in life, Victoria described her childhood as rather melancholy. She kept quite a detailed journal, by the way. Do you imagine if I took on the project of doing a full reading of her journal? Perhaps I should. I don't think anybody else has yet. Well, central to this was the Kensington system. Now, what exactly was the Kensington system? Well, you know, those manners and means in which a royal must conduct themselves. Well, that was basically it. It was a strict arrangement of protocols and rules designed by her mother, the Duchess, in collaboration with her ambitious and controlling Sir John Conroy, who was rumoured to be the Duchess's lover. Raised primarily apart from other children, Victoria was kept under her mother's intense protection. The system aimed to keep her frail and dependent on both the Duchess and Conroy by restricting contact with those they deemed unsuitable. And this, by the way, did include a lot of her paternal family. The Duchess, appalled by the presence of King William's illegitimate offspring, avoided the royal court entirely. Victoria's education, of course, followed a strict schedule with private tutors. She shared her mother's bedroom nightly and spent her free time playing with dolls and her King Charles spaniel, whose name was Dash, by the way. While English was spoken at home, of course, she also studied French, Italian, German, and Latin, and apparently she got quite good at them. In 1830, the Duchess and Conroy travelled with Victoria through the heart of England, stopping at various towns and grand country estates to visit the Malvern Hills. Similar tours followed in 1832, 33, 34, and 35, covering further parts of England and Wales. At each stop, Victoria was warmly welcomed, and King William did not really take kindly to this. He was not as warmly welcomed as she was, unfortunately. Concerned at these excursions and portraying Victoria as a rival rather than his heir, he equated them with royal progressions. The princess herself seemed to dislike the journeys. She often felt exhausted and ill from the numerous public events, leaving little time to recuperate. The schedule was just way too heavy for her. I somehow think of the scene in the opening scene of Roman Holiday, where Audrey Hepburn is read out a ridiculous schedule and she has a breakdown and they have to call the doctor. Remember, you must have some sympathy for the manner in which these people are forced to conduct themselves. It's no wonder some of the royals choose to simply leave. Well, she objected to all of this, of course, and she pointed out the king's disapproval, but her mother dismissed the king's complaints as jealousy and insisted that Victoria continue with the harsh schedule, regardless of what the king thought of it, and regardless of what Victoria herself thought about it. Bad luck. Back to work, Your Majesty. In October 1835 at Ramsgate, Victoria developed a high fever that Conroy initially dismissed as childish play acting, thought that she was faking the whole thing. But while she was unwell, Conroy and the Duchess tried unsuccessfully to have Victoria name Conroy as her private secretary. Even as a teenager, she steadfastly resisted their attempts to include him on her staff. Although the Queen later banished him from her immediate circle, Conroy did remain in her mother's household. By 1836, Victoria's maternal uncle Leopold, who had been King of the Belgians since 1831, wished for her to marry Prince Albert, the son of his brother Ernest I, Duke of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. To facilitate their meeting, Leopold arranged for Victoria's mother to host their Coburg relatives in May of 1836. King William IV, however, favoured Prince Alexander of the Netherlands, second son of the Prince of Orange, and opposed any Coburg alliance. He simply was not having it. A succession of prospective suitors was then paraded before Victoria, who evaluated them all with keen awareness of these competing marital schemes. Her diary attests that she took an immediate liking to Albert, where she had judged Alexander to be very plain. Poor Alexander. Bad luck, I suppose, mate. Well, after Albert's visit, she wrote in her diary, Albert is extremely handsome. His hair is about the same color as mine, his eyes are large and blue, and he has a beautiful nose and a very sweet mouth with fine teeth. But the charm of his countenance is his expression, which is most delightful. Yes, she's completely head over heels for Albert, it seems. Though she found Albert to be appealing, Victoria, who was only 17 at the time, still felt too young for marriage. She wrote to King Leopold, who she deemed her best and kindest adviser, thanking him for the prospect of great happiness you have contributed to give me in the person of dear Albert. She went on to say, he possesses every quality that could be desired to render me perfectly happy. He is so sensible, so kind, and so good and so amiable too. He has besides the most pleasing and delightful exterior and appearance you could possibly see. Rather than sealing a formal engagement at the time, both families assumed that the union would occur eventually. 17 is a little bit too young to get married. Enjoy your life a little. On May 24th, 1837, upon reaching the age of 18, Victoria no longer required a regency. Less than a month later, on June 20th, 1837, she ascended the throne as the Queen of the United Kingdom, following the death of William IV at age 71. And what good timing! Just as she turns 18, she can go straight into the role. No regency required. Crown on the head, sit on the throne. Let's get busy. She actually recorded the moment in her diary. I'll read the passage. I got out of bed and went into my sitting room, only in my dressing gown, and alone saw them. Lord Conyngham then acquainted me with my poor uncle, and said that the king my poor uncle, the king was no more, and had expired at 12 minutes past 2 this morning, and consequently that I am queen. Although Britain and the German territory of Hanover had shared a ruler since 1714, Hanover adhered to Salic law, which barred women from succeeding to its throne. Consequently, Victoria inherited the British crown while her unpopular paternal uncle, Ernest Augustus, Duke of Cumberland, became King of Hanover. Until Victoria had children, Ernest Augustus was seen as her presumptive heir. When Victoria succeeded, the government was led by the Whig Prime Minister, Lord Melbourne, who quickly became her primary advisor, offering guidance to the young and politically inexperienced Queen. She likely saw him as kind of like a father figure. The chronicler Charles Greville speculated that the widowed and childless Melbourne cared for her as he would care for his own daughter, took her under the wing, helped her out, and of course probably kept her safe from a lot of those dirty politics of the court. Victoria's coronation took place June 28, 1838 at Westminster Abbey, where more than 400,000 visitors came to London to celebrate. She not only gained revenue from the duchies of Lancaster and Cornwall, but also received an annual civil list income of £385,000. With her own frugality, she paid off her late father's debts and became the first monarch to make Buckingham Palace her primary residence. There's the trivia question for you. Victoria, the first monarch to have Buckingham Palace as a primary residence. Remember that one. Well, initially, Victoria was well received by the public, but it wasn't long until a scandal came forth. Her reputation suffered in 1839 because of the scandals surrounding Lady Flora Hastings, one of her mother's ladies-in-waiting. Lady Flora had an abdominal swelling widely assumed to be an illegitimate pregnancy by Sir John Conroy. Victoria believed the rumours. Of course, she harbored a deep dislike for Conroy and Lady Flora, which she had described as odious, due to their involvement in the Kensington system with the Duchess. Definitely made her childhood less enjoyable than the average. Although that being said, no one was having much of an enjoyable childhood back then, but hey. Lady Flora was first refused an intimate medical exam. When she finally consented in mid-February, she was shown to be a virgin. Well, that means she couldn't be pregnant. Conroy, the Hastings family, and the Conservative opposition then coordinated a press campaign accusing the Queen herself of spreading these falsehoods just out of bitterness and, frankly, just being a little bit mean to a woman who was suffering with a medical condition. Of course, the people who were not in the camp of supporting Victoria completely took the ball and absolutely ran with it. And they used this whole thing, drummed it up, to say, look how terrible she is. How can we have a queen on the throne who is so vindictive? Well, of course they would. But as for Lady Flora, the bad times were not over with her vindication. She actually died in July. The post-mortem revealed a large liver tumour, and that was what had caused the swollen abdomen. When Victoria appeared in public afterwards, she faced hisses and jeers, with some even calling her Mrs. Melbourne. That same year, after radicals and Tories, the latter of whom Victoria detested, voted down a bill to suspend the Jamaican Constitution, aimed at reducing the political power of plantation owners, opposed to anti-slavery measures, Lord Melbourne had no choice but to resign. The Queen invited the Tory Robert Peel to form a new government. At the time, it was typical for the Prime Minister to select members of the royal household, usually drawn from his own political circle. Peel expected to replace several of Victoria's bedchamber ladies, who were allied with the Whigs. However, following Melbourne's counsel, Victoria declined to remove them in what came to be called the bedchamber crisis. Unwilling to serve under those conditions, Peel stepped aside, allowing for Melbourne to make his triumphant return as Prime Minister. You can imagine he would have felt a little bit good about that. Now who's laughing? Despite tension over the Kensington system and her mother's ongoing reliance on Conroy, social norms dictated that as an unmarried woman, even though she was the Queen, Victoria had to reside with the Duchess. Consequently, her mother was housed in a secluded suite at Buckingham Palace where Victoria seldom visited her. Melbourne acknowledged Victoria's complaints that proximity to her mother would bring, quote, torment for many years. But marriage, they joked, would be a shocking alternative. Though she resisted any push to hasten her wedding, Victoria did show an interest in Prince Albert's preparation for the role he was expected to fill as her future husband. Following Prince Albert's second visit, in October of 1839, Victoria continued to praise his qualities. Only 5 days after he had arrived at Windsor, on October 15, 1839, she proposed to him once their mutual affection became clear. They were married February 10th, 1840, in the Chapel Royal at St. James's Palace, London. Although Victoria apparently ended up with a headache that evening and had to rest, which is a shame on the wedding night, she wrote ecstatically in her journal that she had never experienced such a night before. She wrote about Albert's excessive love and affection, which gave her a sense of heavenly love and happiness that she had never imagined. They embraced repeatedly in public, and she was overwhelmed by his attractiveness, sweetness, and gentleness. Being called by tender names for the first time in her life, she wrote in her diary, felt like bliss beyond belief, and it was the happiest day that she ever had. No, just as a wedding should be. Congratulations. During the early phase of her reign, Albert gradually replaced Lord Melbourne as Victoria's closest companion and key advisor. Soon after the wedding, Victoria's mother was obliged to move out of the palace to Ingestra House in Belgrave Square. When Princess Augusta, Victoria's aunt, died in 1840, Clarence House and Frogmore House were granted to the Duchess. Thanks to Albert's mediation, mother and daughter began mending their strained relationship. And a few months into their marriage, while Victoria was pregnant for the first time in 1840, an 18-year-old named Edward Oxford attempted to assassinate her. As the Queen and Prince Albert travelled by carriage to visit her mother, Oxford fired twice, though later he claimed there was no shot in the weapons. Tried, of course, for high treason, he was declared not guilty due to insanity, and he was committed to an asylum indefinitely, subsequently sent to Australia. What a punishment that is. Public sympathy toward Victoria soared, easing the lingering negative sentiment from earlier scandals. On November 21st, 1840, she gave birth to her daughter Victoria. The Queen, however, disliked pregnancy, found newborns to be unattractive, and abhorred breastfeeding. Over the next 17 years, she and Albert had 8 more children. She couldn't have disliked it that much. Now, maybe it's the pregnancy part that she dislikes. Well, these children were Albert, Edward, Alice, Alfred, Helena, Louis, Arthur, Leopold, and Beatrice. Oh, excuse me, that's Albert Edward, rather, the first one. 8 in total. The Baroness Louise Lettson of Hanover, Victoria's former governess and steadfast supporter against the Kensington system, oversaw the household early on, Yet Albert viewed Letzen as ineffective, arguing her poor management endangered the health of their daughter, Victoria. In 1842, after a heated dispute between Victoria and Albert, Letzen was granted a pension and effectively removed from the Queen's inner circle, ending their once close bond. John Francis pointed a pistol at Victoria, too, while she was travelling in a carriage down London's Mall on May 29th, 1842. But no shots were fired. The weapon failed to discharge. As for the attacker, he got away, and Victoria drove on the very same route the next day, albeit a little faster and with an escort this time, in an effort to trick Francis into taking another shot and catch him in the act. Now, that is brave, because Victoria had basically agreed to use herself as the bait to bring out an assassin. God knows how he got away the first time. He must have been a fast runner, that's for sure. Well, Francis fired at her again, which was to be expected, but he was apprehended by plainclothes officers who were waiting for him and found guilty of high treason. John William Bean also attempted to shoot the Queen on July the 3rd, 2 days after Francis's death sentence was commuted to transportation for life. Sent to Australia as well. His acquittal in 1840, Edward Oxford believed, encouraged the attempts. Bean received an 18-month jail sentence. A similar attack occurred in 1849 when William Hamilton, an unemployed Irishman, shot Victoria's carriage as it travelled down Constitution Hill in London with a pistol loaded with powder. The Queen was hurt in 1850 when she was attacked by Robert Pate, a former army officer who may have simply been insane. Pate struck Victoria with his cane while she was in a carriage, bruising her forehead and crushing her bonnet. Pate and Hamilton received sentences of 7 years in prison, which you'd think they would have gotten longer. I mean, think about the time. We're talking 1840s, 1850s, attacking the Queen. You'd think they would get more than 7 years. Well, perhaps they were ahead of their time in the courts then. Maybe. Well, during the early years of Victoria's reign, Melbourne's support in the House of Commons declined, and the Whigs lost the general election in 1841. The ladies of the bedchamber most closely associated with the Whigs were replaced when Peel was appointed Prime Minister. In 1845, Ireland had its own problems. Can you guess? Yes, it was the potato blight. Terrible. It became known as the Great Famine. More than 1 million Irish starved to death over the course of the following years, and another 1 million simply left. Victoria was actually known as the Famine Queen in Ireland, so you can probably tell how they thought about it. More than any other individual famine relief donor, however, she gave £2,000, roughly 8.5 million in 2020 money, to the British Relief Organisation in January of 1847. She also backed the Maynooth grant to a Roman Catholic seminary in Ireland in spite of Protestant opposition. Yes, do remember there is the consistent conflicts between Protestants and Catholics. We will get into more of that in the modern era. It was a myth created at the end of the 19th century that she gave just £5 in aid to the Irish and the same amount to Battersea Dogs Home on the same day. Now, this, of course, these rumours got back to Ireland and probably used by a lot of Catholic nationalists to sway opinion against the English side of things. The repeal of the Corn Laws passed presented a crisis for Peel's ministry in 1846. Peel, some Tories, the free trade-oriented liberal conservative Peelites, as they were called, the majority of the Whigs and Victoria supported the appeal, while many Tories, by then also known as Conservatives, were against it. Following the repeal's narrow passage, Peel resigned in 1846 and was succeeded by Lord John Russell. Now, turning to a more global scale, Victoria was very interested in the strengthening of France-Britain ties. The British royal family and the House of Orleans, who were related by marriage to the Coburgs, visited her on multiple occasions. She was the first British or English monarch to visit a French monarch since Henry VIII of England and Francis I of France met on the field of the Cloth of Gold in 1520, and she and Albert stayed with King Louis Philippe I at Chateau d'Eau in Normandy in 1843 and 45. Louis Philippe became the first French king to visit a British sovereign when he made a reciprocal visit in 1844. Following his overthrow in the 1848 revolutions, Louis Philippe fled to England and lived in exile. Victoria and her family fled London for the safety of Osborne House, a private estate on the Isle of Wight that they had bought in 1845 and renovated. During the height of the British Revolutionary Scare in April of 1848, the Irish nationalist and Chartist demonstrations did not garner much support at this time, and the scare subsided without any significant disruptions. Although Victoria's first trip to Ireland in 1849 was a success in terms of public relations, it didn't really do much to stem the effect of Irish nationalism. Nothing really could. Despite being Whig, the Queen did not approve of Russell's ministry. Lord Palmerston, the Foreign Secretary, frequently took decisions without first consulting the Queen, the Prime Minister, or the Cabinet. Of course, the Queen did not appreciate that very much. Despite Victoria's repeated protests, Palmerston was kept in office and continued to act independently. She complained to Russell that Palmerston had sent official dispatches to foreign leaders without her knowledge. Palmerston wasn't dismissed until 1851, when he declared, without first consulting the Prime Minister, that the British government had approved of President Louis Napoleon Bonaparte's coup in France. A short-lived minority government, headed by Lord Derby, had replaced Russell's administration by the time President Bonaparte was proclaimed Emperor Napoleon III the following year. Leopold, Victoria's eighth child, was born in 1853, thanks to the new anesthetic chloroform. Certainly helps. Despite opposition from members of the medical community who believed it to be dangerous, and members of the clergy who believed it to be against biblical teaching, she used it again in 1857, when her final child, Beatrice, was born, because she was so impressed by the relief it provided from the pain of childbirth. After many of her pregnancies, Victoria might have experienced postpartum depression. Albert occasionally laments Victoria's lack of self-control in letters. Albert, for instance, wrote to Victoria about her continuance of hysterics over a miserable trifle, approximately 1 month over Leopold's birth. Lord Aberdeen's government, which had taken Derby's place, collapsed in 1855 amid accusations of mishandling British troops during the Crimean War. Both Russell and Derby were approached by Victoria to form a ministry, but neither received enough support. So Palmerston was appointed Prime Minister. In April 1855, Napoleon III, Britain's closest ally following the Crimean War, paid a visit to London. Victoria and Albert then returned the favour from August 17th to 28th of the same year. After meeting the couple at Boulogne, Napoleon III escorted them to Paris. In addition to visiting Napoleon I's tomb at Les Invalides, whose remains had only been returned there in 1840, by the way, and the Exposition Universelle, a follow-up to Albert's 1851 idea of the Great Expedition, they were honoured guests at a ball at the Palace of Versailles that drew over 1,200 guests. It was the first visit to Paris by a reigning British monarch in over 400 years, so obviously that's a pretty big deal, don't you think? But it wasn't all fun and games. One Felice Orsini, an Italian refugee, tried to kill Napoleon, the third rather, don't get confused, on January 14th, 1858, using an English-made bomb. Palmerston resigned as the government became unstable due to the ensuing diplomatic crisis. Derby's position as Prime Minister was restored. Napoleon III sought to reassure Britain that his military preparations were focused elsewhere, and Victoria and Albert attended the opening of a new basin at the French military port of Cherbourg on August 5, 1858. Victoria chastised Derby in a letter upon her return for the Royal Navy's subpar condition when compared to the French Navy. Palmerston was called back to office by Victoria in June 1859, when Derby's ministry did not last that long. Victoria's eldest daughter married Prince Frederick William of Prussia in London 11 days after Orsini was assassinated in France. Since September 1855, when Princess Victoria was 14 years old, they had already been engaged. However, the Queen and her husband Albert postponed the wedding until the bride was 17. Albert and the Queen had hoped that their son-in-law and daughter would be liberals in expanding the Prussian state. In one of her many letters to Princess Victoria, the Queen wrote, "It makes me shudder when I look around to all your sweet, happy, unconscious sisters. I think I must give them up too, one by one." The Queen wrote that she was sick at heart to see her daughter leave England for Germany. Nearly a year later, the princess gave birth to Wilhelm, the last German emperor, and the Queen's first grandchild. Victoria was present when her mother passed away in March of 1861. She was devastated when she learned from reading her mother's documents that her mother had loved her very much. Of course, remember, she wasn't really keen on seeing her mother or spending time with her. Yes, not good. She accused Conroy and Letzen of wickedly separating her from her mother. Although Albert had chronic stomach problems, he took on most of his wife's responsibilities to help her through this intense and profound grief. Victoria and Albert spent a few days vacationing in Killarney in August while their son, Albert Edward, the Prince of Wales, was attending army manoeuvres close to Dublin. In November, rumours circulated that Albert's son had slept with an Irish actress. Outraged, he went to face his son in Cambridge, where he was a student. Albert's health had deteriorated significantly by early December. William Jenner diagnosed him with typhoid. Yeah, that's a low survival rate for typhoid. So he passed away on December 14th, 1861. Poor old Victoria was heartbroken. She attributed her husband's passing to concerns about the Prince of Wales' infidelity. She claimed that he had been killed by that dreadful business. Too much stress to handle. For the rest of her life she wore black and went into mourning. You always see the pictures of her wearing only black, remember? At least after this event. It's quite sad. In the ensuing years she stayed out of the spotlight, and she hardly visited London. She became known as the Widow of Windsor due to her isolation. Comfort eating contributed to her weight gain, which exacerbated her dislike of public appearances. Because of Victoria's self-imposed social exclusion, the monarchy's popularity declined, and the Republican movement gained momentum. Although she did not carry out her official government duties, she opted to stay isolated in her royal homes, Windsor Castle, Osborne House, and Balmoral Castle, a private estate in Scotland that she and Albert had purchased in 1847. A protester posted a notice saying that these commanding premises to be let or sold in consequence of the late occupants' declining business on the railings of Buckingham Palace in March of 1864. In another letter, her uncle Leopold encouraged her to make public appearances. She consented to drive through London in an open carriage and visit the Royal Horticultural Society's gardens at Kensington. But she became more and more dependent on a Scottish manservant named John Brown during the 1860s. In print, there were rumours of a love affair, and even a covert marriage, and the Queen was called Mrs. Brown by some. Actually made a movie about it. Mid-90s, I think it was. It was called Miss Brown. It focused on the story of that relationship. I've not seen it, but I've heard of it. Well, following the Russells' brief ministry following Palmerston's death in 1865, Derby regained its position of authority. For the first time since Albert's passing, Victoria went to the state opening of Parliament in 1866. Although she opposed voting for women, she did support the passage of the Reform Act in 1867, the following year, which doubled the electorate, by granting the right to vote to many urban working men. In 1868, Derby resigned, and Benjamin Disraeli, who won Victoria over, took his place. The words, "We authors, ma'am," were used to compliment her. He had said, "Everyone likes flattery, and when you come to royalty, you should lay it on with a trowel." After just a few months in office, Disraeli's Liberal opponent, William Ewart Gladstone, was named Prime Minister at the end of the year. Victoria reportedly complained that Gladstone treated her like a public meeting rather than a woman, and she didn't like his mannerisms. After the Third French Republic was established in 1870, the Queen's isolation fueled Republican sentiment in Britain. Radical MPs spoke out against Victoria, and a Republican rally in Trafalgar Square called for her removal. She suffered a severe case of an abscess in her arm in August and September of 1871, which Joseph Lister successfully lanced and treated with his novel antiseptic carbolic acid spray. Lucky he was there. Typhoid fever, the illness thought to have killed his father, struck the Prince of Wales in late November 1871, at the height of the Republican movement, and Victoria feared her son would perish also. Her son's condition did not improve at the 10th anniversary of her husband's passing drawing near, and Victoria's anguish persisted. He recovered, though, to widespread joy. On February 27th, 1872, Republican sentiment diminished after the mother and son attended a public procession through London and a lavish Thanksgiving service in St. Paul's Cathedral. Arthur O'Connor, a 17-year-old great-nephew of an Irish MP, Fergus O'Connor, waved an unloaded pistol at Victoria's open carriage shortly after she arrived at Buckingham Palace on the final day of February 1872, 2 days after Thanksgiving service. After Brown, who was at the Queen's party, grabbed him, O'Connor received a 12-month jail sentence and birching. The incident led to a further recovery in Victoria's popularity. It seems like people are getting off very, very easy for this sort of stuff. Well, the British East India Company, which had controlled a large portion of India, was disbanded following the Indian Rebellion in 1857, and Britain's protectorates and possessions on the Indian subcontinent were formally absorbed into the British Empire. The Queen denounced atrocities on both sides of the conflict, and held a comparatively balanced opinion. Albert encouraged her to write about her feelings of horror and regret at the result of this bloody civil war, and to insist that an official declaration announcing the company's handover of power of state should breathe feelings of generosity, benevolence, and religious tolerance. A clause that threatened the undermining of native religions and customs was changed to one that guaranteed religious freedom at her personal request. Disraeli regained power in the general election of 1874. Victoria firmly backed his passage of the public worship regulation in 1874, which eliminated Catholic rites from the Anglican liturgy. In her opinion, she was more in line with the Presbyterian Church of Scotland than the Episcopal Church of England, and she favoured brief and straightforward services. She also assumed the title of Empress of India on May 1st, 1876, after Disraeli successfully pushed the Royal Titles Act 1876 through Parliament. On January 1st, 1877, the Delhi Durbar announced the new title officially. Victoria's second daughter, Alice, who had married Louis of Hesse, passed away in Darmstadt from diphtheria, December 14th, 1878. Funnily enough, the anniversary of Albert's passing. The dates coincided. Coincidence was described as almost incredible and most mysterious by Victoria. In May of 1879, she celebrated her 60th birthday and became a great-grandmother when Princess Feodora of Saxe-Meiningen was born. The loss of her child, though, made her feel aged. She wasn't very keen on celebrating. Probably hardly touched her birthday cake, too, one can imagine. She urged Disraeli to act against Russia during the Russo-Turkish War by threatening to abdicate 5 times between April 1877 and February 78, but her threats had no effect on the events or had they ended with the Congress of Berlin. Victoria supported Disraeli's expansionist foreign policy, which resulted in wars like the Second Anglo-African War and the Anglo-Zulu War. She wrote, "If we are to maintain our position as a first-rate power, we must be prepared for attacks and wars, somewhere or other, continually." Victoria reviewed the British Empire's growth as benevolent and civilizing, shielding indigenous populations from the more violent nations or cruel rulers. She further wrote, "It is not in our custom to annex countries unless we are obliged and forced to do so." Gladstone returned as Prime Minister after Disraeli lost the 1880 election, much to Victoria's dismay because she was not keen on him. She was blinded by fast-falling tears, as she wrote, when Disraeli passed away the following year, and a memorial tablet was placed by his grateful sovereign and friend, Victoria. As the Queen's carriage departed Windsor railway station, March 2nd, 1882, Roderick Maclean, a disgruntled poet who was reportedly offended by Victoria's rejection of one of his poems, fired a gun at her. Gordon Chesney Wilson and another Eton College student hit him with their umbrellas until a policeman dragged him away. But once again, he got off because he was found not guilty due to insanity, but Victoria was furious at this. But she was all too happy to see the displays of loyalty following the attack, as she declared it was worth being shot at, to see how much one is loved. After falling down some stairs at Windsor on March 17, 1883, Victoria was rendered lame until July. She never fully recovered, and suffered from rheumatism ever since. 10 days after the accident, John Brown also passed away. and Victoria started writing a eulogistic biography of him, much to the dismay of Sir Henry Ponsonby, her private secretary. Having seen earlier drafts, Ponsonby and Randall Davidson, the Dean of Windsor, counselled Victoria against publishing, arguing that it would fuel rumours of a romantic relationship. They destroyed the manuscript. Victoria did follow up on her first book, though, More Leaves from a Journal of a Life in the Highlands, which she dedicated to her devoted personal attendant and faithful friend, John Brown. At the beginning of 1884, it was all complete. She received a telegram that her youngest son, Leopold, had passed away in Cannes on the day of the first anniversary of John's passing. Once again, another coincidence. And she bemoaned that he was the dearest of my dear sons. At the wedding of Victoria's granddaughter, Princess Victoria of Hesse, and by Rhine to Henry's brother, Prince Louis of Battenberg, the following month, Beatrice, Victoria's youngest child, met and fell in love with Prince Henry of Battenberg. At first, Victoria opposed the match between Beatrice and Henry, preferring to keep Beatrice at home to serve as her companion. After a year, their pledge to continue living and taking care of her won her over to the marriage. Gladstone's resignation in 1885, following the defeat of his budget, pleased Victoria. She accused him of being responsible for General Gordon's death during the siege of Khartoum, and called his administration, I quote, "the worst I have ever had." Lord Salisbury replaced Gladstone. However, Gladstone, whom Victoria described as half crazy and really in many ways ridiculous old man, tell us what you really think, had to be remembered during the brief tenure of Salisbury's government. To Victoria's delight, Gladstone's attempt to pass a bill giving Ireland Home Rule was unsuccessful. Gladstone's party lost to Salisbury in the subsequent election, and the government changed hands once more. Victoria's Golden Jubilee was commemorated by the British Empire in 1887. On June the 20th, she hosted a banquet to commemorate the 50th anniversary of her accession, inviting 50 kings and princes to attend. She attended a Thanksgiving service in Westminster Abbey the next day and took part in a procession. She was once again very popular at this point. Abdul Karim was one of the 2 Indian Muslims that she hired as waiters on June 23rd, 2 days later. Soon after, he was promoted to Munshi and began teaching her Urdu while working as a clerk. Her retainers and family were horrified and accused Abdul Karim of biasing the Queen against Hindus and spying for the Muslim Patriotic League. But Victoria dismissed the complaints as merely racial prejudice. Equerry Frederick Ponsonby, the son of Sir Henry, found out that Munshi had lied about his patronage and told Lord Elgin, Viceroy of India, quote, "The Munshi occupies very much the same position as John Brown used to." Now, think about that quote. Remember the rumours. Now, John Brown did have his official position, sure, but apparently he was occupying a few other positions too. So yes, a bit of a scandalous thing to say. Well, after the Queen had passed away, Abdul Karim did continue to work for her until he was granted a pension, and eventually he left for India. In 1888, Victoria's eldest daughter became the Empress Consort to Germany, but she was widowed a little more than 3 months later, and her eldest grandchild, Wilhelm II, became the German Emperor. With Wilhelm's strong belief in autocracy, Victoria and Albert's dreams of a liberal Germany would simply not come true. Victoria believed that he had little heart of zargaful, and his conscience and intellect might have been completely warped. Gladstone, who was then 82, came back to power following the general election in 1892. He reluctantly agreed not to appoint Henry Labouchere, Radical MP, to cabinet after Victoria personally objected. But he then retired 2 years later, and Victoria named Lord Rosebery Prime Minister without first consulting the departing leader. Because of the weakness of his government, Lord Salisbury took over the following year. For the rest of Victoria's reign, Salisbury continued to serve as Prime Minister. She took over her grandfather, George III, as British monarch with the longest reign on September 23, 1896. The Queen asked that any special festivities be postponed until 1897 in order to commemorate her Diamond Jubilee, which was declared a British Empire festival at the recommendation of Joseph Chamberlain, the Colonial Secretary. For the celebrations, the Prime Ministers of each independent dominions were invited to London. The Dominions' Prime Ministers were invited, but foreign heads of state were left out, mainly in part to avoid having to invite Victoria's grandson Wilhelm II, who was thought to be a potential troublemaker. Few too many drinks at the party, perhaps. The Queen's Diamond Jubilee procession, which took place on June 22, 1897, featured troops from all over the Empire and travelled 6 miles through London. Victoria sat in her open carriage during the procession's pause for an outdoor Thanksgiving service at St. Paul's Cathedral, saving her from having to ascend the stairs to enter the structure. Huge crowds of people watched the celebration, and the 78-year-old Queen received widespread love. Victoria frequently took vacations in Europe's mainland after this. She became the first British reigning monarch to cross the border into Spain for a brief visit in 1899. By April 1900, her yearly trip to France seemed unwise because the Boer War was so unpopular in mainland Europe. Rather in part to recognize the role played by the Irish regiments in the South African War, the Queen visited Ireland for the first time since 1861. Alfred, Victoria's second son, then passed away in July of 1900. She wrote in her journal, "Oh God, my poor darling Alfie, gone too. It is a horrible year, nothing but sadness and horrors of one kind or another." Victoria celebrated Christmas 1900 at Osborne House on the Isle of Wight, as she had done all through her widowhood. Her eyesight was by this point impaired by cataracts, and she was disabled by rheumatism in her legs. She was weak and unwell to the beginning of January, and drowsy, dazed, and confused by the middle of the month. As a final request, her favorite Pomeranian pet, Turi, was placed on her bed. In front of her eldest son, Albert Edward, and grandson, Wilhelm II, she passed away, age 81, January 22, 1901, at 6:30 in the evening. Albert Edward succeeded her as Edward VII right away. Jack the Ripper, the alias of an unidentified serial killer who haunted the Whitechapel district of London in 1888 in a series of gruesome crimes characterized by extreme brutality and surgical mutilation. This sparked an extensive but ultimately unsuccessful manhunt and ignited a media frenzy that highlighted the stark social inequalities of Victorian London. Despite numerous subjects, ranging from medical professionals to even members of the royalty, the killer's identity remains one of the most famous unsolved mysteries in the annals of English crime. A quintessential tale from the darkest depths of Victorian London, all the way down into those dreary, damp slums where 5 unfortunate victims met their doom. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? Good to meet you, my friend. And if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, thanks for joining me. Supporting the channel is as easy as watching the channel, and you're already doing that. A like and subscribe also helps the algorithm. 2 clicks away. Thank you in advance. And further to that, if you want to go above and beyond, a few links in the description. But before we go there, let's go back to the late 19th century and look at the mystery of Jack the Ripper. Ooh, I've been excited to do this one. Well, let's begin. Nice and relaxed, shall we? It was the mid-19th century. The social fabric of London's East End, particularly the quaint parish of Whitechapel, was drastically altered by significant waves of immigration. You see, Irish immigrants initially surged into the area, followed by a substantial wave of Jewish refugees escaping pogroms in the Russian Empire and Eastern Europe from 1882 onwards. Of course, the migration dramatically swelled the population, which reached approximately 80,000 by 1888, exacerbating the already dire living conditions. Think of those slums. Too many people, too much dirt, rats, fleas, everything else that comes with it. Not a nice place to be. And so we find ourselves in this district of Whitechapel, a district becoming synonymous with severe overcrowding, marked by squalid housing and deteriorating work conditions. It didn't help that the economic landscape was bleaker than ever, characterized by an expanding underclass, where survival often hinged on desperate measures. An alarming 55% of children born in the East End died before reaching the age of 5 years old, a stark indicator of the harsh realities of life in this area. Of course, the prevalence of poverty was so acute that many women resorted to being night walkers as a means of subsistence. Well, I'm going to have to use a few metaphorical words for YouTube, but I'm sure you get the point. Well, by October 1888, it was estimated that there were 62 brothels operating in Whitechapel, with around 1,200 women working within. Additionally, the district's common lodging houses, which housed about 8,500 people each night, were places of last resort for the city's many destitute citizens. Residents often slept in what was called coffin beds, or even on ropes that were stretched across dormitories. In fact, with those ropes, it was kind of a standing bed. You would lean yourself over this dirty old rope next to the rest of the poor and try to get a little bit of shut-eye. How successful this was, well, maybe you can run the experiment at home. Well, all of this was certainly a testament to the extreme living conditions faced by many, despite the British Empire being as prosperous as ever. While the decline was also accompanied by the escalating social tensions and frequent public disturbances that go hand in hand with poverty and bleak opportunities. From 1886 to 1889, the area of the East End, and Whitechapel in particular, witnessed numerous demonstrations that often ended in violent clashes with the police, including the infamous Bloody Sunday in 1887, a topic for another video that is coming up shortly. Well, such unrest was combined with a great deal of anti-Semitism, crime, nativism. It all contributed to this pervasive view of Whitechapel as a notorious den of immorality and lawlessness. London itself was a den of its own, but Whitechapel was the den at the back of the den, the basement of the already dirty, decrepit house. The perception was further cemented in the public's mind in 1888, when the gruesome murders of our character for today, Jack the Ripper, began to dominate this media coverage. You can imagine what it did to the property prices. I hope you didn't buy in Whitechapel, that's for sure. Well, the sensational reporting on these horrific crimes not only showed the rampant violence, but also this profound social and economic challenge that faced Whitechapel's diverse population. A collective struggle, and the sensational events of the time painted a grim picture of life in a place where many people came to escape the horribleness of their old one. They found themselves in a whole new pigsty. Well, the period of the Whitechapel murders, spanning from 1888 to 91, was marked by an alarming spate of violent attacks against women, leading to a significant investigation by the Metropolitan Police. These murders, totaling 11, introduced considerable uncertainty regarding the number of victims attributed to a single assailant widely known as Jack the Ripper. And I'll explain why we arrive at the figure of 5. So, the police investigation categorized these murders under the umbrella of Whitechapel murders, because they were all in Whitechapel. Makes sense. However, there is debate among scholars and criminologists about whether all of these cases should be linked to one individual, which we arrive at the most commonly accepted subset of these, which is referred to as the canonical 5, believed by many experts to have been committed by the same person, distinguished by their brutal nature and also the specific patterns of the injuries themselves. These 5 murders involved horrific details, such as deep cuts to the throat, extensive mutilation of the abdomen and lower areas, removal of internal organs, and progressive facial mutilations. I won't be showing those pictures for obvious reasons, but there's some rather gruesome ones if you want to look them up yourself. Well, these distinct and gruesome methods form what is recognized as the modus operandi for Jack the Ripper. The first 2 cases in the canonical 5, those of Emma Elizabeth Smith and Martha Tabram, however, are generally not included in the canonical group. Emma Elizabeth Smith was attacked early in the morning on April 3, 1888, in Osborne Street, Whitechapel. She suffered severe injuries from being bludgeoned and was S.A.'d with a blunt object, leading to fatal peritonitis. Smith claimed that she was attacked by multiple assailants, a narrative that is inconsistent with the lone assailant theory associated with the Ripper murders. This, combined with her statement that their attackers were a small group of men, possibly a gang, leads most scholars to classify her murder as unrelated to Jack the Ripper. attributing it instead to the pervasive gang violence of the time, which was, well, it was everywhere. Now on to Martha Tabram. Her murder on August the 7th, 1888. It was equally violent, but distinct in methodology. She was found with 39 stab wounds, inflicted by a bladed instrument like a penknife, targeting her vital organs and involving additional mutilations. Unlike the canonical Ripper victims, Tabram did not have her throat slashed, nor her abdomen extensively mutilated, which differentiates her case from those attributed to Jack the Ripper. Despite the savagery of her murder and its proximity in time and location to the Ripper killings, the lack of consistent wound patterns leads many experts to exclude her from Ripper's list of victims as well. So, what about the actual victims? Well, let's discuss in detail these so-called canonical 5. We'll start with Mary Ann Nichols. We'll go chronologically. So, Mary Ann Nichols, one of the canonical 5 victims, was found deceased around 3:40 a.m. on Friday the 31st of August, 1888 on Bucks Row, present-day Durwood Street in the Whitechapel area. She was last observed approximately an hour prior by Miss Emily Holland, with whom Nichols had previously shared accommodation in a common lodging house on Thrall Street, Spitalfields, as she walked towards Whitechapel Road. The autopsy revealed that her throat had 2 deep cuts, one with slicing through all the tissues down to the vertebrae. Additionally, her lower torso was stabbed twice, and a deep, jagged gash partially opened her lower abdomen, causing her bowels to protrude. Further examination showed several other cuts on both sides of her abdomen, each inflicted with a downward thrust, all from what was determined to be the same knife. A week following Mary Ann Nichols' murder, on the morning of September 8, 1888, Annie Chapman was found deceased near the doorway in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street in Spitalfields. Echoing the murder of Nichols, Chapman had sustained 2 severe cuts to her throat. Her abdomen was entirely exposed, with parts of her stomach tissue deliberately placed on her left shoulder, and additional tissue along with her small intestines strategically positioned above her right shoulder. The autopsy further revealed that her uterus and parts of her bladder had been excised. At the inquiry into Chapman's death, a witness named Elizabeth Long recounted seeing Chapman around 5:30 a.m. that day, standing outside 29 Hanbury Street in the presence of a dark-haired man clad in brown deerstalker hat and dark overcoat, presenting a somewhat neglected yet genteel appearance. Long overheard the man query Chapman with, "Will you?" to which she responded affirmatively, "Yes." On the early morning of Sunday, September 30th, 1888, the lives of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes were brutally cut short. Stride's body was discovered around 1 a.m. in Dutfield's yard off Burner Street, which is now Henrik Street in Whitechapel. The fatal wound was a single, precise slash across her neck that severed her left carotid artery and trachea, terminating beneath her right jaw. The absence of further mutilations on Stride's body has sparked discussions whether Jack was her assailant or perhaps he was interrupted mid-act and couldn't finish the job, as it seems. While eyewitness accounts reported seeing Stride accompanied by a man near Burner Street late on September 29th and into the early hours of the next day, though their descriptions varied significantly. Some described the man as fair, others as dark. Some noted he appeared poorly dressed, while others thought he looked well dressed. And then there was Catherine Eddowes' body, which was discovered in Mitre Square in the City of London, approximately 45 minutes after Elizabeth Stride's body had been found. Eddowes suffered extensive mutilations. Her throat was cut from ear to ear, abdomen opened by a deep, jagged wound, and once again the intestines were draped over her right shoulder, with part of her intestines detached and placed between her body and left arm. Her left kidney and a significant portion of her uterus were also removed. Her face was gruesomely disfigured, her nose cut off, a cheek slashed, and her eyelids were each incised with vertical cuts. Additionally, triangular incisions were made on her cheeks, pointing towards her eyes, and part of the auricle lobe of her right ear was later found in the pocket of her clothing. The police surgeon who examined the body estimated that the mutilations took at least 5 minutes to perform. Now, there was an account from a local cigarette salesman, Joseph Lawend, who reported seeing a fair-haired, medium-built, shabbily dressed man with a woman who might have been Eddowes just before her murder, as he passed by a church passage leading to Mitre Square. However, Lawend's companions could not confirm his account. The murders of Stride and Eddowes are collectively referred to as the double event. Now later, part of Eddowes' bloodied apron was found near the entrance of a tenement on Goulston Street in Whitechapel, along with a chalk-written message above it, which read, "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." Known as the Goulston Street Graffito, its connection to the murders remains ambiguous, and it was feared that it could incite anti-Semitic reactions. Consequently, the police commissioner, Sir Charles Warren, ordered the message to be washed away immediately. Of course, if you're trying to set a group of people up, well, that's a bloody good way to do it, isn't it? Bloody good way, not a good choice of words. You know what I mean. So no wonder they washed it away. If word got around of that, well, you can imagine it would have been quite a riot. Now, Mary Jane Kelly's body was found on her bed at 13 Miller's Court, Spitalfields, at 10:45 a.m. on Friday, the 9th of November, 1888. Her mutilation was by far the most severe of Ripper's alleged victims, as her face was hacked beyond recognition. Her throat was cut all the way down to the spine, and nearly every single one of her organs were removed, and for some reason he had disturbingly rearranged them around the room, with her uterus, kidneys, and one breast placed under her head, and other beside her foot, and some on a bedside table. But the one thing they did not find was her heart, which was missing from the scene. So, He's obviously taken it with him, hasn't he? A kind of grim souvenir. Well, evidence within the room suggested that the killer had set a fire in the fireplace, likely to illuminate the room while he carried out the gruesome act. The intensity of the fire was enough to melt the solder of a kettle which was in the fireplace at the time. All of the canonical 5 murders occurred at night, near weekends, and typically towards the end of the month, or about a week thereafter. As the sequence of murders unfolded, the severity of the mutilations also escalated, except in the case, of course, of Elizabeth Stride, where it's assumed that the killer must have been scared off by something. Now, Mary Ann Nichols' body showed no organs removed. Annie Chapman had her uterus and parts of her bladder taken. Catherine Eddowes had her uterus and left kidney removed and her face mutilated. And Mary Jane Kelly's body was the worst of all, horrifically eviscerated, with her face severely slashed and her neck tissue cut down to the bone, with her heart being the only organ completely missing from the scene. While the prevailing historical view that these 5 murders were committed by the same individual stems from the documents from the time that consistently link these specific crimes together. A few years later, in 1894, Sir Melville Macnaghten, Assistant Chief Constable of the Metropolitan Police and head of the Criminal Investigation Department, explicitly stated in a report that the Whitechapel murderer had 5 victims and 5 victims only. This viewpoint was supported in a letter written on the 10th of November 1888 by a police surgeon named Thomas Bond, addressed to Robert Anderson, the head of London's CID, Criminal Investigation Division, which also linked these 5 murders together. But of course, some researchers do suggest that while a single killer was likely responsible for several of the murders, other killings may have been perpetuated by different individuals acting independently. Authors Stuart P. Evans and Donald Rumbelow questioned the Ripper myth, as they call it, proposing that only the murders of Nichols, Chapman, and Eddowes can be definitively connected to one perpetrator, with less certainty surrounding the murders of Stride and Kelly. Others suggest that all 6 murders, from Martha Tabron to Kelly, were the works of the same killer. Now, an assistant to the examining pathologist George Baxter, one named Percy Clark, believed that the only 3 of the murders were connected, suggesting that the others might have been committed by what he called weak-minded individuals induced to emulate the crime, somewhat macabrely inspired by the Ripper's work to go out on their own and commit some terrible crimes. Now, notably, Macnaghten's 1894 memorandum, which plays a significant role in shaping the narrative of the Ripper that we've ended up with in our modern day, contains several factual inaccuracies and was written after he joined the police force, a year following the murders, so he didn't get in till 1889. Now, here's another one. Rose Millett, age 26, was found deceased in Clark's Yard, High Street, on December 20th, 1888. There were no indications of struggle at this scene, leading police to theorize that she might have accidentally strangled herself with her collar during a drunken stupor, Or perhaps she had just taken her own life, which was, of course, an issue in those kind of conditions. However, the presence of faint cord markings on one side of her neck did suggest strangulation. The inquest jury ultimately ruled her death a murder. And then there was Alice Mackenzie, slain shortly after midnight on July 17, 1889, in Castle Alley, Whitechapel. She suffered 2 stab wounds to her neck, severing her left carotid artery, alongside several minor bruises and a superficial 7-inch wound from her left breast to her navel. The case was contentious among the examining pathologists. Thomas Bond considered it a Ripper-related murder, whereas George Bagster, who had examined 3 previous victims, had a complete disagreement on this. Opinions among the researchers remained divided, with some suggesting the murderer emulated the Ripper's methods to deflect suspicion, while others believe it was indeed the work of the Ripper. And think about it. If they're out looking for the one guy, well, if they catch him, they're going to pin your murders on him as well. I'm sure that all the psychos of the time who were out attacking helpless women saw this as a kind of get-out-of-jail-free card. Now, here's another one for you. I know that the murders just keep coming, but we gotta talk about all of them. They all contribute to this overall context of the time. One called the Pinchin Street Torso involved the discovery of a decomposing, headless and legless torso of an unidentified woman, estimated to be between 30 and 40 years old, found beneath a railway arch in Pinchin Street, Whitechapel, September 10th, 1889. Evidence of extensive beating and mutilation of the abdomen were noted. It is believed that the body parts were transported and hidden under an old chemise. Frances Coles was also discovered at 2:15 a.m., February 13th, 1891, beneath a railway arch at Swallow Gardens, Whitechapel. Her throat had been deeply cut, but unlike the other Ripper victims, her body showed no signs of mutilation, suggesting her assailant might have been interrupted. Coles was found alive, but succumbed to her injuries before medical assistance could arrive. James Thomas Sadler, who had been seen with Coles and argued with her hours before her death, was arrested and charged with her murder. Well, it was initially suspected that he was the Ripper, but he was later released due to insufficient evidence, which is probably surprising, being in 1891. Yes, they did have rule of law, they did have lawyers, and, well, if they couldn't get evidence on you, well, they had to let you go. So, what about the police? They certainly had their work cut out for them. And think about it, they didn't really have much to work with at the time. The technology wasn't there, and, well, it was pretty hard to find a murderer back in those days. The majority of the City of London police records pertaining to the Whitechapel murders investigation were actually destroyed during the Second World War Blitz, fires from those German bombers overhead, which is a shame. However, the documents that we do have from the Metropolitan Police provide a comprehensive insight into the investigative methods used in the Victorian era. A significant effort involving house-to-house inquiries, old-fashioned door-knocking, was made throughout Whitechapel, where forensic evidence was collected and suspects were identified and scrutinized further, or completely cleared, depending on which one came first. This methodical approach is akin to modern investigative techniques. We still have interviews. We still have to talk to people, gather evidence, see if they slip up in the interview or say something that contradicts something else. And it was just the same for the police back then in London, trying to figure out what was going on. Well, throughout the course of the investigation, over 2,000 individuals were interviewed. More than 300 were investigated in depth, and 80 of them were detained. After the murders of Stride and Eddowes, the Commissioner of the City Police, Sir James Fraser, offered a £500 reward for information that led to the Ripper's capture. The initial investigation was led by the Metropolitan Police's Whitechapel Division Criminal Investigation Department, under Detective Inspector Edmund Reed. Following the murder of Mary Ann Nichols, Detective Inspectors Frederick Aberlin and Henry Moore, along with Walter Andrews from the Central Office at Scotland Yard, were dispatched to assist. The City of London Police joined the investigation under Detective Inspector James McWilliam after Catherine Eddowes was murdered within their very jurisdiction. The investigation's overall coordination suffered while the CID's newly appointed head, Robert Anderson, was on leave in Switzerland from early September to early October, coinciding with the murders of Chapman, Stride, and Eddowes. Bad time to take a holiday. Well, this led to Colonel Sir Charles Warren, the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, to appoint Chief Inspector Donald Swanson to oversee the inquiry from Scotland Yard. Now, given the nature of the mutilations, butchers, slaughterers, surgeons, and physicians were initially suspected. A list had been made, and they were going to interview all of them. A note from one Major Henry Smith, the acting commissioner of the city police, mentioned that the alibis of local butchers and slaughterers were thoroughly checked and subsequently cleared. Inspector Swanson reported to the Home Office that 76 butchers and slaughterers, along with their employees from the past 6 months, were investigated. Some notable contemporaries, including Queen Victoria, speculated that the killer could be a butcher or cattle drover from the cattle boats that frequented the London docks near Whitechapel. These boats typically docked on Thursdays or Fridays, and left over the weekend. However, they couldn't find any correlation between the murder dates and the movements of any single cattle boat, nor was there any evidence of crewmen transferring between boats, so that theory was rather disappointingly put to bed. But they were certainly onto something. It just didn't lead anywhere. But of course, it wasn't just the police looking for this murderer. The people in Whitechapel weren't awfully keen on allowing this kind of behavior to continue at their doorstep. In response to the ongoing murders and growing dissatisfaction with the police's inability to capture the killer, the community members of London's East End formed what would be known as the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee in September of 1888. This group of volunteer citizens took to the streets, patrolling for suspicious individuals. Their motivations stemmed not only from the apparent ineffectiveness of the police response, but also from concerns that the murders were negatively impacting local businesses. Think about it. No one's going to head into Whitechapel for their evening piano lesson, or whatever they had going on there at that night, if there's a murderer on the loose. It's bad for business. Foot traffic is important. You know this. Well, the committee actively sought to influence the outcome of the investigation by petitioning the government to offer a reward for information that could lead to the killer's arrest. Now, additionally, they were offering their own reward, £50, which was a pretty significant sum at the time. And to further their efforts, they employed private detectives to independently interrogate witnesses, indicating a profound level of community involvement and initiative in an era marked by limited police resources and investigative techniques. And think about it. It's a very good thing that they banded together, because as we've mentioned, the little message written about the Jews, well, a lot of the Whitechapel area was different immigrants, some from Russia, some from Ireland, and the local British. It would have been very, very easy for these three groups to blame it on a member of the other group. And we all know what's going to happen then. Far better off that they all get together and rally to find this common menace. Would have been a very different story if they didn't. Well, at the end of October, Robert Anderson, a senior police official, enlisted Thomas Bond, a police surgeon, to evaluate the surgical skills and knowledge of the Whitechapel murderer. Bond's analysis, which is considered the earliest surviving criminal profile, was informed by his examination of the most brutally mutilated victim, along with the post-mortem reports of the previous 4 canonical victims. He concluded that all 5 murders were likely committed by the same individual. Bond noted that in the first 4 cases, the victims' throats were cut from left to right, and while the extensive mutilations in the last murder made it impossible to determine the direction of the fatal cut, arterial splashes found near the victim's head suggested a similar method. Bond suggested that all victims were likely attacked while lying down, starting with their throats being cut. Contrary to some theories, he argued that the murderer did not possess any scientific, anatomical, or professional knowledge of butchery. Instead, he suggested that the killer was likely a solitary figure suffering from periodical attacks of homicidal and erotic mania, hinting at a possible condition like satyriasis. He also speculated that the motive could stem from a revengeful or brooding condition of the mind, or religious mania, though he found these theories a little less convincing. The case's psychological aspect is highlighted by experts who believe that the nature of the attacks, stabbing the victims and positioning them in degrading manners, suggests that the killer derived some kind of sick sexual pleasure from the act. However, this is an interpretation that is not universally accepted, with some dismissing it as speculative. While efforts to definitively identify the killer are admittedly complicated by the unreliability of accounts from the time and lack of concrete forensic evidence. Contemporary analysis of letters possibly left by the killer have been hindered by the extensive contamination and handling over the years, rendering DNA tests inconclusive. Claims attributing the definitive DNA evidence to specific subjects, such as the Whitechapel barber Aaron Kosminski, or the artist Walter Sickert have also faced criticism over the validity of the scientific methods used, showing once again the ongoing challenges and controversies in resolving this whole situation. But the pattern of the murders, predominantly occurring on weekends and public holidays, and within that confined geographical area, suggests to many experts that the killer was likely employed locally and carried out the attacks during his off hours. But this theory does contrast sharply with another school of thought that proposes that the Ripper might have been an educated, upper-class individual, such as a doctor or even an aristocrat, that ventured into Whitechapel from a more affluent area. This latter theory taps into historical fears of the medical profession and a broader societal anxiety about the exploitation of the poor by the wealthy. The fascination with uncovering the Ripper's identity led to the emergence of what is called Ripperology, a field dedicated to studying and analyzing the case to solve the mystery. And I suppose that's what we're doing right now, right? Well, the Ripper case has not only inspired a host of fictional accounts, I'm sure you know, but also a wide range of speculative theories about the identity of the killer. And I will say, if I am going to make a recommendation that perhaps you shouldn't take too seriously on a historical basis, watch the movie From Hell. It's quite a good film. But don't come at me saying that it's not historically accurate. It's a movie. Just enjoy it for what it is, and have fun. Well, over the years, numerous individuals have been proposed as suspects, ranging from those mentioned in contemporary documents to various well-known figures who were never considered by the original investigators, such as, get this, Prince Albert Victor and even the author Lewis Carroll. That's right, that Lewis Carroll. While the lack of definitive historical evidence allows modern writers to be, well, a little bit silly with their speculations. I mean, Lewis Carroll, that's very far-fetched. Well, among the suspects, highlighted in historical police documents, getting back to reality for a little bit for a moment, notably Sir Melville Macnaghten's 1894 memorandum, none have been conclusively linked with the crimes, with the evidence against them being purely circumstantial at best and completely ridiculous at worst. Today, we've got a list of over 100 potential suspects. And who knows, maybe the real Ripper is not even on that list. Well, during the murders, the police, newspapers, and various individuals received letters related to the case, and quite a few of them. While some letters offered well-meaning advice on how to capture the killer, the majority were either hoaxes or just of no practical use. There were a few of them, though, that are considered from the Ripper himself, and I will get to read all of them in a moment, but let's just cover them briefly first, and then we'll go and read the source material. Among all of these correspondences, hundreds claim to be penned by the killer himself. 3 letters in particular stand out for their notoriety: the Dear Boss letter, the Saucy Jack postcard, and the From Hell letter. The Dear Boss letter, dated September 25th and postmarked September 27th, 1888, was initially sent to the Central News Agency and subsequently forwarded to Scotland Yard on September 29th. Originally dismissed as a hoax, the letter gained serious attention after the murder of Catherine Eddowes. You see, Eddowes was found with one of her ears partially cut off, eerily reflecting the letter's threat to clip the lady's ears off. However, the promise to send the ears to the police was never fulfilled, and it's believed that the cutting of the ear was an accidental result of the attack, not deliberate as the letter had suggested. The letter is famously noted for introducing the world to the name Jack the Ripper. Now, following the Dear Boss letter, many subsequent letters mimicked its tone, and some authors even adopted monikers like George of the High Rip Gang, Jack Sheridan the Ripper. There is some debate over an earlier letter dated September 17, 1888, which also purported to use the name Jack the Ripper. However, many experts consider this earlier reference a 20th century fabrication added to the police record, and thus not authentic. And then we have the Saucy Jack postcard, which was postmarked on October the 1st, 1888, arriving at the Central News Agency the same day. The handwriting on the postcard was similar to that of the Dear Boss letter, and referenced the double murder that occurred on September 30th, which it chillingly described as the double event this time. Initially, the timing of the postcard's dispatch led some to speculate that it was sent before the details of the murders became widely known, suggesting genuine knowledge of the crimes. However, the postcard was sent more than 24 hours after the murders, by which time the details were already public knowledge, and the subject of extensive journalistic coverage and, of course, local gossip. Now, there was another notable correspondence, the From Hell letter, which was received by George Lusk, the leader of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, on the 16th of October 1888. Unlike the earlier communications, the handwriting and style differed significantly. This letter was disturbingly accompanied by a small box containing half of a human kidney preserved in ethanol. This grim token was partially significant because the killer had removed the left kidney from the victim Catherine Eddowes. The letter's author gruesomely claimed to have eaten the other half of it. The authenticity of the kidney as belonging to Eddowes has been disputed, with some suggesting it as a ghastly prank, although Thomas Openshaw at the London hospital examined the kidney and confirmed it was human and from the left side, though we could not determine any definitive biological characteristics beyond that. That's just the way it was for the time. In an attempt to identify the writer, Scotland Yard published facsimiles of both the Dear Boss letter and the Saucy Jack postcard on October 3rd, hoping that somebody might recognize the handwriting. Despite doubts about their authenticity, police were compelled to investigate all leads. The skepticism around these letters was compounded when Charles Warren, in correspondence with Godfrey Lushington, expressed his belief that they were hoaxes, but acknowledged the necessity of pursuing every potential clue. They also didn't have much else to go on. They had to do something, I'm sure. Of course, the journalistic angles of these letters was underscored when George R. Sims suggested in an October 7, 1888 article that a journalist had simply made them up to dramatically increase newspaper sales. And this suspicion was seemingly confirmed decades later when Fred Best, a journalist with the Star, reportedly admitted that he and a colleague had concocted the letters attributed to Jack the Ripper to maintain public interest in the story and boost newspaper circulation. But, once again, that is not quite proven. People can say things for all sorts of reasons. And if not just for the pure interest of it, we're going to read the letters out. So the first one is the Dear Boss letter. That's from the 25th of September, 1888. And it goes like this. Dear Boss, I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I have laughed when they look so clever and talk about being on the right track. That joke about the leather apron gave me real fits. I am down on whores, and I shan't quit ripping them till I do get buckled. Grand work the last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start again. You'll soon hear of me with my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with it, but it went thick like glue, and I can't use it. Red ink is fit enough, I hope. The next job I shall clip the lady's ears off and send to the police officers, just for jolly, wouldn't you? Keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp. I want to get to work right away, if I get the chance. Good luck. Yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind me giving my trade name. Oh, P.S. Wasn't good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off my hands, curse it. No luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. And the next letter. From October the 1st, 1888. This is the Saucy Jack postcard. It's short and sweet compared to the first one. I was not codding dear old boss when I gave you the tip. You'll hear about Saucy Jack's work tomorrow. Double event this time. Number 1 squealed a bit. Couldn't finish straight off. Had not time to get the ears off for police. Thanks for keeping the last letter back till I got to work again. Jack the Ripper. And the next one is the From Hell letter, from the 15th of October, 1888, some 2 weeks later. From Hell. Mr. Lusk, sir, I send you half the kidney I took from one woman. Preserved it for you, the other piece. I fried and ate, it was very nice. I may send you the bloody knife that took it out, if you would only wait a while longer. Signed, Catch me when you can, Mr. Lusk. Now, the Jack the Ripper case marked a significant turning point in how crime was reported in the media, being the first to ignite a global media frenzy. The phenomenon was partly fueled by the increase in literacy among the working class, a result of the Elementary Education Act of 1880, which made school attendance compulsory across all social classes in England and Wales, a massive step forward. By 1888, a larger segment of the population could read, increasing the audience for printed media. And most houses had a literate person in there, so if you couldn't read, you could ask somebody for help. Additionally, tax reforms in the 1850s had made it possible to publish inexpensive newspapers, leading to a boom in the industry. By the late Victorian era, the proliferation of mass circulation newspapers, some costing as little as a halfpenny, along with popular magazines like the Illustrated Police News, provided the Ripper case with unprecedented publicity, which in a very grim way may have encouraged him. At the peak of the investigation, the daily newspaper sales exceeded 1 million copies, though the reporting was often sensationalistic and speculative, with frequent inaccuracies presented as facts. I suppose some things about the media never change. Well, the media's coverage also played into the local xenophobic sentiments, with numerous articles suggesting that the Ripper was either Jewish or just a foreigner. The frenzy was exemplified by the response to the murder of Mary Ann Nichols. Just 6 days after her death, the Manchester Guardian rather rudely reported on the police's secretive handling of the information, which of course frustrated journalists and led to speculative and often inaccurate reporting. The press even created elaborate profiles of suspects like Leather Apron John Pizer, a local Jew that worked with leather, whose arrest was based on completely groundless suspicions, though he was later released after verifying his alibis. The publication of Dear Boss letter shifted public attention, and the press quickly adopted the moniker Jack the Ripper for the killer, replacing Leather Apron. I suppose it's a much more catchy name. Also, it took the heat off the other guy, didn't it? Well, this name linked the case to the mythical figure of Spring-Heeled Jack, a purported attacker known for his ability to leap over walls and frighten people. The use of such nicknames became a standard practice in media coverage of similar cases, beginning the trend and leading to naming of various other serial killers inspired by the Ripper moniker. Of course, that continues all the way to this day. Well, thank you very much for listening. I hope that was all you thought it was going to be. No nightmares now. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Aaron, Scott, Dark, and Ben. Thank you very much. And thank you, dear listener, for getting this far in the video. I'm sure it's been interesting for you if you've stayed this long, and there's plenty more where that came from, but perhaps not as macabre as today's episode, unless that's what you're into. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all.